Hello, hello.
Hi,
Hi,
it's
can you
me
hear
and
me?
Jared here. How are you?
How are you guys both doing? Nice to have
I
you
can't.
here. Can you hear me?
Oh, hold on. Let me.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I need to X out of the YouTube.
Yeah.
Do I X out of the other YouTube? Okay.
Yeah, you'll go out of that one because otherwise you'll get a loop and an
Okay.
echo.
Yeah, that was a little confusing there. So, how is everybody? Can they hear me yet?
I think so. I can hear you okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Welcome to both of you. You said Jared and Mandy both? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah,
How you
he's here.
doing? How are you, sir? Thank you for joining us today to help out. Very much appreciated. Where did she go? Yep, okay. Doodle says they can hear you okay in chat. Everybody, wonderful. Wonderful. Your hair is awesome. That is really cool. I love that.
Bear with me here. I'm having a little bit of technical
No,
difficulties.
take your time. Take your time. If you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. It's been breaking up just a little bit. I live in the country, so I have to move my phone kind of wherever to get the internet to work. So
I get it.
I'm on my
Get
computer
it.
though.
Absolutely. Yes. They said they can hear you okay, even over in England. So we're good.
Oh wow, okay. So
There
I
seems to
guess
be a
where do
little
you
bit of a
want me to
delay,
start?
right? Yeah, absolutely. Are you on a delay? Does it sound like to you?
Yeah, there is a little bit of a delay, I think.
Okay. Okay. We'll try to deal with that. No worries. Sounds
Okay.
good. All right, so everybody, this is Miss Mandy Yates, like she states, and her husband Jared. Again, welcome to both of you. They are going to be telling a story, guys. A story that, unless you heard it out of somebody's mouth, you'd never believe this, guys. Okay, and it, corruption's real. We've been talking about it on and off for a long time in different cases. Well, here it is, painted in a huge portrait right in front of our faces, guys. So I'm going to turn this over to Miss Mandy, and I'm going to allow her to get things rolling for everybody. So as you're coming in, guys, please make sure that you hit that like button and you listen close because this is it's unreal, folks. All right, it's all yours, ma'am. Do your thing.
Okay, so bear with me. I'm super duper nervous.
Go,
I've
please
never
go.
gotten. Yeah. So I guess where this all starts, I'm gonna try to jump right in so we can be mindful of everybody's time too. But where this all kind of starts for me is 1989. Before I was born, there was a missing person in Fredericktown, Missouri. Her name was Gina Dawn Brooks. Gina Dawn Brooks went missing in August of 1989. My father um, was the first person ever brought in on her disappearance. No one ever heard anything after that for the most part. Um, However, my mom is a lot like me. She wanted to know what happened to Gina. Gina Dawn Brooks used to babysit my older brothers, so this is why it was very relevant to my mom. Gina Dawn Brooks lived right down the road and used to babysit my older brothers before I was born. My mom wanted to know kind of what happened to Gina, if my dad took her, and she just had this hunch. So my mom devised this crazy plan to, I guess, get with my father and in a relationship and figure out if, in other words, he took Gina Dawn Brooks.
Right.
She was with him, I don't know how long, and ended up having me in the process. This is where it gets a little bit eerie. So, as my mom's pregnant with me, my dad does crazy things. He's psychotic. He stabbed himself in the hand to scare her, just very, very psychotic things. Um, my my mom, when she went to the hospital to give birth to me, now mind you, she left my dad right before she was giving birth because obviously he's crazy. She doesn't want to bring a child into the world with this man,
Sure.
and she didn't mean to do this anyway. So she just wanted to know what happened to Gina. So we go to the hospital. My mom goes to the hospital to have me, and my father tells her, "I'm going to have you beaten to death in the hospital bed, and I'm going to have my daughter kidnapped from the hospital." those are not normal psychotic things for people to say. And I've grown up, excuse my dog. I've grown up hearing stories like this. And so,
So your mother started this and got into a relationship with this man who became your father
yes.
to be able to find the answer to this. This is wow. God
Yeah.
bless your mother. God bless your mother.
Yes.
That's all I can say.
And even though this is where it all kind of starts, it's so bizarre how everything carries on. So my mom ends up in a situation, and this will tie in later too when we get in more in depth with this, but my mom's ends up in a situation where the Fredericktown police now do not like her because my father, in some way, shape, or form, and his family allegedly had pull with the Fredericktown Police Department. That's one of the biggest reasons why he's not mentioned as being the first suspect ever brought in on Gina Dawn Brooks' disappearance. But if you ask other people in that town, they will tell you that he was. So we go on. I'm not kidnapped from the hospital, but 2 police officers guarded my mom's hospital bed and the door whenever I was born to make sure that nothing happened. My mom ends up in prison. She was with another person. It was a terrible decision, and they charged 9 people on conspiracy to, I guess, sell methamphetamine. My mom goes to prison. I end up with my dad. I end up with my father, and I start making claims that I'm being essayed. I start making claims that I'm being essayed to my grandmother on visits. Now, my dad, it's very important to note, my dad and his brother look just alike, like exactly alike, even now.
You're a very small child, though.
Yes, and I was approximately 3 years old at this time, 4 years old at this time. Whenever my mom goes to prison. Yeah,
You
so
were
I
making
was.
these. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I was very little, and my dad had tried to say, well, it was your uncle who looks just like him. But it wasn't. It was my father. I had suppressed those memories up until he passed away in 2020. And when I say he passed away, we'll get into that in a little bit. But
okay.
Help me out. Where was I at, Jared? Sorry, I had a rooster over here jumping around. Yeah, so I started making these allegations that my dad was essaying me, and
you were a very small child, 3, 4,
yes.
5, 6 years old. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
About 3, 4 years old.
By the way, you're doing wonderful, and
Thank
Jared,
you.
you're amazing. You're amazing, my friend, for helping her like this. God bless, brother. Thank you very much.
He really is. So I've, in other words, lost where I'm at again. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine.
You're about 3 years old.
Okay, so I'm about 3 years old. I show signs of being essayed. I end up in foster care. They take me from my dad. Obviously, my mom's in prison at this point. There's nobody else for me to go to. My grandma wasn't prepared to take me yet. So I go to foster care. I go to Perryville, some lady's house, and I'm abused there. I'm abused in the basement. I'm locked in there, tortured, just horrible things. And then one day, the person that was abusing me threw like a Pooh Bear that had one of those big batteries in it. She threw it at me. I asked her if she would get it for me, and she threw it at me and hit me in my eye. My eye swelled up the size of a softball, and that's what prompted my grandma to get custody of me from this foster home that wanted to adopt me. I go to live with my grandma, and here's where the stories with my dad start again. My dad ends up out of prison, obviously. My mom was still in prison, her charges. In this time, my dad goes to prison as well, by the way. When I'm in foster care, my dad ends up in jail as well. So I go to my grandma's. I'm living with her, and I'm not allowed to go outside. I'm not allowed to go outside by myself. Like, if there's not a person right next to me. Now, mind you, we had a fenced-in backyard, small town, Fredericktown. Right next door pretty much to where the police station is now in Fredericktown. And I wasn't allowed to ride my bike like a normal kid in the backyard. These types of things, I was told that those people with my dad might come try to take me. Anytime a van drove down the road or the mailman showed up at our house, my grandma was very insistent on, hurry up, get in here. Nobody can see you. It might be that organization or those people with your dad. So not normal things. There was a place in our house where I would hide if, anybody came that was not someone my grandma felt was supposed to be at our house, I guess you could say. So we had a whole protocol because I was going to be kidnapped. And
Now,
I
was
grew
this
up thinking, man, the people around me are either, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I will do that from time to time just to clarify certain things. Was this your mom or your father's mother, your grandmother?
My mom's mom.
Okay. Thank
My
you.
mom's mom. Yeah, no problem. I should have clarified that too. So,
Okay.
and that's another thing. I don't ever see a bunch out of my dad or his parents or anything like that. So, the only real memory I have of them is I went to their house, my dad's parents, once and got my hand stuck in a VCR, and it was an accident and I got in trouble for it. But either way, it's genuinely the only memory I have with my grandparents. So on my dad's side. But anyway, so I'm living with my grandma and all these things are happening. And she's saying, I have to go through these different therapies as this little kid, you know what I mean? And none of it so much makes sense to me, except either everybody's crazy or something's really wrong. And I'm really small. I'm 3 to 5 years old at this point. We're gonna, I guess, and I live the next so many years until my grandma moves to Farmington, Missouri, like this, not being able to go in my backyard. I'm at this point, when we moved to Farmington, I'm about 8 years old. My mom's about to get released from prison, or had just got released and was in the halfway house. Okay. She starts working at a local produce company that had a contract with Aquinas, the halfway house she was in, for employees. They helped re-enter felons and those types of criminals back into the community. So she was working there after she gets out. She's working there, and she ends up abruptly stopping working there. This was around 2001. She had a roommate. Now, if you have any questions in between this, let me know.
Oh, yeah. You're fine. Okay.
So she had a roommate at this halfway house. Her name was Mary Kirby. This Mary Kirby person, how do I explain this? They were roommates at this Aquinas place. They worked at this produce place together. But when my mom quit, the Mary person stayed there. The Mary person stayed there until at least 2005.
Okay.
The year 2005. So if we fast forward just a little bit to 2005, a local named Brad Lewis, who was one of my older brother's best friends growing up, is hit and killed on highway. Sorry about that.
No.
He passed on.
No. Say whatever you need to say. I'll deal with it. You're fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, my stuff's breaking up too.
It's okay.
So in about 2005, my mom stops working at the produce company. She's working at, I think it was Catfish Kettle, something like that. But her friend and her old roommate, and this is now her best friend, Miss Mary, was working at the produce place still. I guess I should rewind just a little bit. My brother had a best friend named Brad Lewis, who was, I think I had said this before, but hit and passed away by an illegal immigrant in between Farmington and St. John on Highway 32.
Okay.
Now I have the admission on video from Mary Kirby, who claims that she used the produce company she worked for's trucks to smuggle this man out of the country to evade prosecution. I have a text message that I also got her to admit this to me in. I've shared this with multiple police departments, and they have done nothing. They have not questioned her. They have not asked nothing. from what I've been aware, they have done nothing. So his family it's since 2005, this boy's family has mourned the loss of him and not knowing where the person who unalived him is. Now, mind you, the immigrant who hit him did not have a driver's license at the time, and he was allegedly drunk. The boy that he hit was about to graduate high school, and he was one of my brother's best friends. So you've got my mom's best friend who helped the unaliver out of the country with the produce company, and you have my brother's best friend who's now unalive. And we've got to live with this secret of knowing where the unaliver went, knowing how he got out of this country. And we're told, sworn to secrecy because loyalty to people. So I grew up thinking, this is wrong. It's wrong that we know this. It's wrong that this family's going without justice. It's just wrong. And I keep this in the back of my head. Now, mind you, throughout my childhood, my mom does take me back to my dad's house sometimes as well, but she always has like a bodyguard person that is there with me to like try to give me some sense of normalcy. As, you know what I mean? As crazy as that sounds, some sense of normalcy. So now my family is living with this secret of who killed Brad Lewis, who aided his unaliver out of the country. And the boy is my brother's best friend. We have to live with this secret. And then we find out that Mary she told us, got money from some people that allegedly ran the produce company. She claimed she got a lot of money for this, for helping arrange this man get out of the country so everybody didn't get in trouble that was involved. So she gets him out of the country, and about, I guess, where would I go with this, Jared?
I mean,
I'm trying to stay on track.
You saw the evidence of that money.
Yes, I saw the evidence of that money. I saw the vehicles be purchased. I saw the mass amounts of, can I say like amphetamines on here? Will that get you?
Say rugs, RUGS.
Okay.
And you
okay,
just said,
so,
I know what it is. I got you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so, where was it?
They bought and shared rugs.
Yes, they bought a lot of rugs, and this is where my mom gets back on them. My mom is suppressing the sorrow of her kid, the secrets that we're all holding, and now these people have money. They've got money to buy Italian leather couches and 4-poster Italian wooden carved beds and golden lamps and things that somebody that lives and just got out of a halfway house does not have the mental capacity to spend that kind of money responsibly.
Sure.
They spiral. My whole family spirals. I watch them spiral. Addiction takes over, and this is the next few years of my life. I leave, I guess, at 14 with a person who was much older than me, and he had, from what I believe, groomed me out of my home. He was an employee also at the produce company at the time he started grooming me. So a lot of stuff very much so circles around this produce company that we'll get to the news articles in a little bit. But I want to backtrack to, although we know all of these things, I guess I could lead into going to the church now, or...
Yeah, you did skip out a fun fact about the produce company and when you
Fun fact, produce company. So, yes.
Yeah, so backtrack a little bit. So right after you go back with your mom, that short little window of happy childhood before the train wreck.
So I'm with my mom also right before the immigrant. I live with my mom. We live in a trailer, and there is another employee of the produce company who lives right next to us. His name was Robert Lee Stam Jr., and I can say that because you can look him up on the registry.
Okay.
I put him in. So, so he had 3 daughters, and he essayed me on my birthday. It would have been my 10th or 11th birthday. I don't remember exactly which one, but he took me to Chuck E. Cheese and he took me swimming. And his daughters too.
How old was he again?
He was 20. He was almost 30. He was almost 30.
Wow.
I was 10 or 11. And like, there's stuff that I didn't realize as I was hanging out with these girls next door. Because they were just a little bit younger than me too. But I would hang out with at the house next door with these little girls. They were my friends. The dad would get on his little flip phone and he would like, I didn't think anything of it then, but I would give the girls baths because they were not good at like taking care of these kids. They didn't wash them and like clean their house and stuff. So I felt obligated to do that. Well, I would give them baths, and like this man there were certain times he would have me get into the tub and like take videos of me and his kids, like, you know, without clothes on and that type of stuff.
Right.
And that's something that I didn't even realize as a kid was wrong. And I didn't even tell like CA's like child advocacy. I didn't even tell them that part because I didn't realize what that was then. I just knew that I was, you know, touched and it was not appropriate.
Right.
So the produce company employee, whose name is Robert Lee Stam Jr.
Yeah.
He worked and has worked for many, many years for the produce company. So fun fact, when I was 10 or 11, I was SA'd by another person who works for this produce company. So my life is ripped every time I turn around by something that seems like it's got something to do with this produce company. I'm like, what the heck?
And every time you think you can trust somebody, you obviously can't, unfortunately, again.
No. And like,
so sad.
No, not even a little bit. So then I guess fast forward.
Now you leave the house.
Now I leave my mom's house as, you know, a 14-year-old child. I run away. I'm on my own. Many years. So probably up until I met you. But when I ran away with someone other than my husband. I ran away with another employee of that produce company, like I said earlier.
Gotcha.
He was much older than me. He was in college. I was a child. He promised me things. He promised me, you know, shoes and clothes and shiny things and all these different things. And I didn't know that was a trap.
Right.
So I went at 14. I moved out of my house and I went and I lived 1 block from that produce company. With the person who groomed me out of my home at 14 years old. So I couldn't be at home. I couldn't be where I was at. It was a very hard situation. I live until I'm 18 years old with the person who groomed me out of my house as a little, you know, 14-year-old child. I live with him. I'm abused by him. I spend a lot of time in their house, watching doors get kicked off the hinges because of alcoholism. These people were some sort of gunsmith people and like they made moonshine. It's relevant to mention this because when I get to the children's homes, these people that I'm speaking about right now that I lived with idolized the children's home owners. I heard nothing but stuff about these children's home owners when I was in this house as a 14, 15-year-old little girl. And I'm pretty sure that the mom of the person who groomed me was trying to get me to go down there to their church in Fredericktown to force me into one of these children's homes because I was a runaway and I was a missing person living in her home for quite some time with the person who groomed me out of my house. So it's been a very intricate story how we're all very much so connected with this. Now, where would we fast forward to from there?
I mean, you basically kind of skip through life for the next couple of years, just hit and miss.
I just, in other words, skim through life, hit and miss.
So anything important that you guys did, you know what I mean? Getting arrested.
Yeah.
And
So
it all that fancy stuff.
yeah. Okay. So in this time that I'm with my groomer, who has ties to all these produce company, children's homes, and all these things that we're going to get into, we're pulled over. We don't have insurance. The man that I was with was lying to the cops, telling him, "Oh, let me find my insurance card." And I told him, "Look, you're not going to find an insurance card. He doesn't have insurance." You know, I was honest with him.
And you're about how old by this time, hon?
I'm probably 15 at this time.
Okay.
Maybe 15, maybe 16 at this time. I'm living with him. We get pulled over. And we don't have insurance. I'm a missing person. There is a missing persons report out for me still. I'm a missing juvenile. So this officer pulls us over, doesn't take me home, doesn't call my mom, doesn't call juvenile detention services, doesn't call CPS, lets me go with my groomer. Lets me go home. We go home. And I guess I'm going to bounce around this story because a lot of the little details are not important right now.
Take your time and do it however you need to do it. If you need to take a break for a few minutes, you and Jared do it. We're fine. Okay.
Yeah. But so as I'm with this person, how do I explain this?
Okay. So are you familiar with this Joanna Hunt? Says I worked there and 3 line leads followed me to my car threatening to beat me up.
I don't know her, but I've heard lots of stories just like this.
Right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
You're doing wonderful, by the way. Keep going, hon.
Thank you. And I'm sorry. There's just so much to.
No apologies. Please.
Here.
You do this however you need to do this, however you need to.
So, I am approximately, I'm going to fast forward a little bit. While I'm with this guy who grooms me out of my home, he tells me that, and I should have known better, but I was a little girl. I didn't know better. So he tells me that he had his ex-girlfriend essayed by a group of his friends whenever he left her. I thought this is just something terrible he said to make me not jealous of her. I don't know what my thought was, but I had no idea. I didn't think he was telling the truth for sure. But it always stuck in the back of my head. Fast forward to Christmas of, I believe it was 2010.
And whereabouts are you at this point, Mandy, within this area?
I am in Park Hills at this time. When I'm pulled over, we're in Park Hills. We're talking about Park Hills Police now.
Gotcha.
So thank you, SRB. That's really sweet of you. A lot of people don't say that.
It's bad.
Yeah. So he tells me these things. We get engaged. He promises me that he's going to marry me someday to get me, to, I guess, stay. I don't know. Now, mind you, there are other situations where I had found him messaging other underage girls, sending them provocative pictures and just, having whole relationships with children in other states. So this wasn't just a me thing. And he was targeting multiple people while targeting me as his, whatever you want to call it. So I keep all of this in the back of my head. Christmas comes around. I'm just now 18 and his family comes. His sister tries to beat me up. He gets kidnapped by his sister. Like, she comes, drags him into her van, locks him in, has the kid locks on, locks him into her car, takes him. And then, I don't know, she had tried to beat me up before they left, locks him in there, takes him, leaves, comes back. And then we're no longer together anymore. He's no longer living there. He's living back with his mom. And I'm just 18 years old and I'm staying at my own house, my own apartment. My brother moves in with me. I had some neighbors. It was kind of like a house apartment. And then there was a big house next door to our house. Now, at this time, I'm 18. I'm living in Farmington, Missouri. I think it might have even been 5th or 6th Street in Farmington, Missouri. But anyway, there's like a big house made into some apartments and a little U-shaped house. I live in this little U-shaped house, and my friend Dallas he lives next door with his family. His mom kept me from getting beat up the night that my ex had, tried to, whatever he tried to do. They tried to curb stomp me. They ripped out my hair that night. It was really bad. So I'm 18. I don't know what to do. I'm heartbroken. I take Dallas, my friend Dallas, and because I get a message from a girl, and I can say her name, and I will, because I have lots of content about this, and there's police videos for that. But so a girl named Courtney Rollins had invited me to a party at her house in Park Hills. Courtney Rollins, her brother Heath, and this guy named Billy Edwards were all friends with my ex-boyfriend, my ex-fiance that did all these terrible things. I should have known better because of the story that I already knew about his ex-girlfriend and how he said he had them set her up. I should have known better. But I thought they wanted to be my friend. I thought that they cared, and I thought they wanted to be my friend. So I went to this party. I got invited to this party by the sister of one of the men who SA'd me. And there were two different men who SA'd me at the party that night. It would have been New Year's Eve, 2010 into 2011. So there were two different people. They rugged me with bars, like X bars, not like Xanax. I'm just going to say that.
Yeah, no, you're fine. You're okay.
So they drugged me with those, and it's all on record. And I couldn't move. Like, I couldn't move or like really yell or anything. So there's no, well, why couldn't you have done anything? I really couldn't. I could not do anything. And I was like fading in and out, and I couldn't. There were times where I thought I might die because I couldn't like breathe. And then I would just
one second, and I'm sorry to interrupt again. Mm-hmm. Guys, if we can, I'm sure she'll answer your questions. Just let's hold those till she's done, and then we'll go into those questions then, guys. If everybody could, please, and thank you so very much. Go ahead, Mandy. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Somebody did ask if I went to school this time. I dropped out in 9th grade. So no, I didn't. That was one of the other things. I tried to stay in school, but there really was no way to do that and still
absolutely
live. So anyway, I'm going to turn the comments back off because I just distracted myself.
Yeah, it's easy to do. That's why I asked him to hold the questions. It's okay.
Yeah. But so it's worth it to note that one of the men at this party who SA'd me is the nephew of a local pastor named Pastor Edwards, DJ Edwards in Park Hills. And there are some pretty crazy rumors if you kind of search on Facebook about Mr. DJ as well. I'm not going to make any allegations because I personally
that's not his legal name anyways.
No, and that's not his legal name. So, that's his alias that he goes by also. So
a pastor with an alias. How about that, folks? Interesting.
Yeah. So his nephew is actually a person who SA'd me, rugged and SA'd me at this party. And it appears very much so like I was set up, just like my groomer's ex had been set up as well. So we go on, and obviously, like, I'm terrified. I leave the party because I wake up the next morning. I'm freaking out. I can't find my phone. But mind you, the girl who invited me to the party came into the room while I was being SA'd. She came into the room. I don't know where my phone was. I would have never sat my phone down. So someone had my phone and at some point got it from me and took it to the girl who invited me's bedroom during the time I was being SA'd. So I had no phone. I couldn't call for help even if I could move. I wake up the next morning frantically searching for my phone because I go to the bathroom and I realize, okay, I'm sore. This is not normal. Like, I remember bits and pieces because I was fading in and out, and this is not okay.
Sure.
So I come out the bathroom. I go back downstairs. I'm searching frantically. I get my phone off the table in Courtney Rollins' room, the girl who invited me to the party, and the sister to one of the men who SA'd me. I get the phone. I run upstairs. I had shoved it in my pocket or something. I run upstairs, and I go to wake up Dallas, the guy that I brought with me because I was scared that something like this might happen. Now, I don't know all what he took, but he took and drank at that party too. He crashed upstairs on the couch. So he fell asleep upstairs on their couch, and I was downstairs. He couldn't have helped it. But either way, I ran upstairs. I'm like, Dallas, get the F up. We got to leave. And he's like, what? Oh, okay. I think I made some excuse like, my mom's going to wonder why I'm not at my house yet, because she would come over and pick me up in the morning. And like, I don't know, I would smoke cigarettes, and I did green flowers then too. So, I mean, she would pick me up and we would go to her house or whatever. So we had a routine, and my mom would have wondered, where am I at? Not at my house.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, Dallas, get up. We got to go home. We get up. I grab a phone on my way out of the house because, again, I'm still intoxicated from what they gave me. I grab a phone that's charging on the counter. It wasn't mine. I didn't realize it wasn't mine until I got home, and my phone was getting texts, and they were threatening to beat me up and all these different things if I don't, because that's their only pictures that they had on this phone that I stole. I didn't mean to take it.
They have a brother who is deceased.
They have a brother who is deceased, and he had passed away in, I guess, 2008. And they wanted this phone back because it was their only pictures of their brother that they had. And I felt bad. I felt bad because I didn't mean to steal it. And this happened to me at their house. Now they're saying I stole something, and I don't know what to do, because if I report them, then the police are not going to believe me. It was a whole process in my little 18-year-old brain.
I get it.
So I took the phone, their phone that I accidentally took from their house, and I took it to the Trimfoot Park down the road from my mom's house in Farmington.
Mm-hmm.
And I threw it in the trash. As soon as I got to her house, I threw their phone in the trash because it was like, it said it was locked. So I immediately was like, oh no, they're going to find me. They're going to have GPS or something, and find the phone because they reported it stolen.
Sure.
So all this happens. And now, mind you, the brother of Courtney Rollins, so Heath Rollins is Heath Rollins Jr. Heath Rollins Sr. was a police officer at the time as well. So the son of a police officer did that to me. I was terrified. I didn't know what to do. I knew they were in like firefighting, but I didn't know anything else. I just knew that nobody was going to believe me. So I threw the phone away, and I didn't tell anybody. I didn't tell a soul. I pretended it never freaking happened. I told my husband bits and pieces, but I never told him names or, anything like that. But I did tell my husband bits and pieces. And so fast forward, after that happens, I meet my husband 4 months later. We meet, we hit it off. Obviously, we get married a year to the day we met. He grew up in some of these churches. So the children's homes we're going to talk about, my husband Jared grew up in the churches connected to the children's homes. His mom was a worship leader, right? I want
to interrupt you real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt again. There's a person in here by the name of Six Up Media. Mandy, she says, I would like Mandy to know she's not alone. I came in to support a woman I have never met or heard from. Her story is important to me, and this is important to many. She is not alone at all.
Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. It's felt very, very lonely for a long time.
You're not alone. You're not alone at all.
You need to stick a pin, okay? So that arrest from Leadwood that is off record.
Oh, yeah.
Just for anybody that would have ever.
One other thing, for anybody that might be watching from Leadington, Missouri.
It was around the same time.
Yeah, around the same time that I was essayed. A little bit before that, I want to backtrack just a little bit because it's a little bit important to the corruption part of things in the police departments. I was essayed in December of 2010 into 2011. Prior to my 18th birthday, I was on the side of the highway with the person who groomed me. We were both drunk, and a police officer from Leadington pulled up behind us. The police officer ends up charging the adult I was with like my adult groomer, they charged him, I guess, with minor in possession of alcohol or something, because he wasn't 21 yet or something like that. He got minor in possession of alcohol, and then they charged me with minor in possession of alcohol too, but they charged me as an adult. They stripped me down. They put me in a Leadington Police Department jail cell as an adult, or as a child. I was underage whenever they did this. There's no record of it. It's not on my record. I paid a $500 fine in the Leadington municipal courts, and it's not anywhere to be found. Whatever that was, excuse my rooster, whatever that was, it's not on my record. It doesn't actually exist. So where did the charge go and who got the money? It's also not on the person who groomed me's record. He was in trouble for having me in his car drunk, because he was an adult and he was providing it to a child. So it was a whole thing. His record disappeared. My record disappeared. We did not motion to expunge. There was none of those things. So this just disappears. I'm 17. I got adult charges. They stripped me down. They put me in a grown-up jail with grown-ups. I have to bond out and I have to pay an adult fine, and it's not on my record anywhere, juvenile or adult. So it's very, very odd how that happened. Now, mind you, the person who groomed me out of my house is now in the Air Force. So he's some sort of high-ranking Air Force officer. He actually had mentioned, because I had asked him questions to get him to admit certain things so I could prove to the police that he had done this to other people too. So I wasn't mean when I messaged him recently and I'd asked him about, hey, whatever happened to those charges that we got all those years ago? And he had said, well, I don't know. I never motioned to expunge them. I guess maybe somebody in the Air Force took care of them. Well, I guess they had to have taken care of mine because mine are now gone too. Which doesn't make any sense. There should always be a record of those things on CaseNet or something like that. So fast forward, after I'm SA'd in December of, well, I guess it would be 2010 into 2011. My grandma passes away February, and then I meet my husband, Jared. I meet him, and he's literally the save all for me. Like, I prayed so much, and I really believe God answered those prayers because he gave me him. And I got with him, and I really pushed the SA and all of that stuff to the back of my brain. I ignored it. I suppressed it. And I just wanted to live my life with my husband. You know, I wanted to live my life in peace with my husband. The more I get to know him and his family, the more I hear about this children's home and this church that I heard about with, you know, the person I was groomed by. And I was like, well, man, what in the world? You know, it was always something that stuck out to me. His mom was treated badly at some of these churches and stuff too. So now we're going to take this, because I met Jared. We hit it off. My mom has already, you know, me and my mom have some pretty frustrating familial backgrounds, obviously.
Yeah.
We don't get along. After I was SA'd and my grandma passed away in February, my mom begged me to come home. I went home in February to live with her.
Somebody asked in the chat, and I just want to clarify this. Your mother didn't SA you as well, did she?
No, absolutely not. My mom has been the biggest warrior in all of this. Like,
if anything, too paranoid.
If anything, my mom made sure, like, after what happened to me as a kid, she didn't let me have, aside from the one sleepover I was SA'd at, she didn't let me go places. She didn't let me, you know what I mean? That was not, my mom was a lot of stuff, but my mom would not have ever let something like that happen to me. She would have murked somebody. For
wonderful,
real.
wonderful. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that for the chat. Welcome, Arctic Fox. Thank you for joining us, brother. I appreciate you very much. Okay, go ahead.
So I'm going to take this to Fredericktown, because this is where, I don't know if you talked at all on your channel about Timmy D's and Ron Martin and the corruption in Fredericktown.
Yes, very much so. And
we're skipping out here.
Arctic Fox actually covered Timmy D's as well. He's another creator in here to support this too.
How's that? Better?
You're frozen, but I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm connected to yours. Can you guys still hear me kind of well?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're just frozen. That's all.
Sorry about that. Okay.
Absolutely.
There we go.
And Arctic says that this is definitely a new Missouri case for him. He has covered those, but he says, my prayers for Mandy, my admiration for her strength.
So we're going to take it to Fredericktown. My husband lived at, what was it, 211?
219 Village Creek, I think.
219 Village Creek Road in Fredericktown, Missouri.
Gotcha.
And lived 3 homes down from a Miss Ellen Lawler. And we lived right next door to
some Coopers, I think.
I think their name was Coopers, but the house on the corner where I think it was Timmy had allegedly went missing from, we lived right next door to that.
Gotcha.
So me and my husband get together. Now, my dad in this picture is out of prison. He's living in Fredericktown too. Me and Jared get together. I move in with him in Fredericktown. He's an amazing person. He's nice to me. He takes my crap because I have PTSD at this point and don't even know how to function.
Sure.
So he takes me in to his house down here in Fredericktown, and I start my life. We are immediately met with some issues with Ellen Lawler. So if you guys don't know much about her, she's one of the people that Barbara Hall has talked a lot about in the Timmy D's case with her son, because this woman was seen on video cameras at the gas station where Barb Hall's son was last seen, one of the places he was last seen. She was also there glaring at him like it's very clear what she was glaring at him like. So this Ellen lady lives down the road from us. It's about 2012. Mm-hmm. I'm 18, 19. Mm-hmm. Me and my husband are pregnant with our daughter.
Let's take it back because okay. I worked with her son. She's got a 30-year-old son named Jason. Jason, right?
Yeah, Jason.
So he came to work for us, our company or whatever, while he was still living there. So like that's where the relationship, we were super familiar with each other, kind of, not so much the mom, but that's where the relationship had kind of established. Like, I know who you are, you know who I am, kind of stuff.
Right.
So we did, it wasn't just strangers down the road, you know what I mean? Yeah. We knew the guy.
And you used to give him rides to work.
Yeah, I was his ride to work. You know what I mean? So me and him knew each other pretty good. So
gotcha.
Anyway, so yes, you're pregnant.
Yeah, so now I'm pregnant with our first daughter. And I'm pregnant, and I'm not a small pregnant lady. So we have a long driveway. I would walk to the mailbox every day and get our mail like any other person. Well, I started having this issue with a boxer down the road and a couple other neighborhood dogs. We were kind of in the county in Fredericktown. Mm-hmm. So there's no real leash laws. Up until your dog's a nuisance, there's nothing anybody can really do about it. Well, I had this issue where this boxer, it was almost fine by itself, but this boxer and these other few dogs in the neighborhood would get together, and as I would walk down the road, they would like charge me, growl, bark, and they would kind of like jump up on me. And at the end of the day, I'm not getting hurt because of your dog. So I had walked down to the neighbors, really pregnant, to Ellen's house, and I said, hey, just letting you know, your dog keeps attacking me every time I go to my mailbox. Can you get it? And, she was dismissive, was like, this dog's not doing any of that. Ask the neighbors, and the neighbor's like, yeah, no, this dog's fine. I'm like, well, it's not fine at my house. So, I'm just telling you, it's becoming a problem, and we're in the county. And if it's becoming a problem that's hurting me, we're going to have a big issue. So, I, in other words, told her I was going to pew her dog if it had tried to get me again. Well,
right.
A whole pack of little dogs come trying to get me again, and I pewed one of them. It ran home. It wasn't her dog. It was the neighbor's dog, actually. It ran home. It passed away in their front yard, I guess. They drug the body of their animal back to our house and threw it in our yard. We called the police, and we're like, hey, these people just put their dead dog in our yard. You're going to have to come get it. What the heck is happening here? They're so upset about it, but you're just going to throw it in my yard. And Now, it was a whole ordeal. They would drive up and down the road,
Yeah,
harassing us.
it started a whole little
Yes.
road war.
It was a
which
whole war down there for us.
we won.
We won. And
Good,
so,
good.
very much so. Here's where it gets scary. And this is where Ellen, we believe, comes in. We cannot prove who came to our house. So I want to say that ahead of time. But, okay. We were at our house. What was it? 11 o'clock one night after the situation with the dog. We're at our house.
Yeah, because she had a husband who was here. He worked here and he was gone or whatever. So
Yeah.
like, the word was that they was complaining. He got back and then he wanted to handle it. Well, he wasn't happy with the way he tried to handle it. So then, no idea if it was
Yeah.
connected or not. But a few days after he shows back up, we get a knock on the door. There's like 3 or 4 guys outside.
Middle of the night.
So like, and they ask for me. She opens the door.
I don't have a gun or nothing.
Their immediate response to her is, "Where's your old man?" That was what they told her. So she closes the door, and I brought a pew with me right to the door, and then I don't know, a guy at the door starts giving me the story about how they broke down an ice cream place and they needed a gas and nobody answered the phone and all that stuff. We give him the phone. He doesn't operate the phone right. You know how a phone works. It was our house phone. He didn't dial a number. He didn't call anyone. He pretended to us like he did, but he did not call anyone. And then him and whoever was on the side of the house and on the porch with him, they all left. And then we
didn't hear a thing about that again.
No.
We didn't hear anything else after we opened the door with Pew Pew.
So let's we're at home, and then
Yeah.
because we left. Okay, I left my life, she left her life, and we're having our life together. We're in this little podunk town back in the hole away from everybody. And then her dad shows up. The dad, though, she hasn't seen, I've never met out of anywhere, shows up on my back porch with another guy that I used to work with. They got to talking, found out that they knew me, and then I was married to her. And then they show up, and then, I mean,
essentially they show up, and I'm pretty sure my dad was drunk.
Yeah,
and
they
I
were all
told
drunk.
him, absolutely not. I don't want you in my life. Don't come knocking on my door. I only know now at this point, you know how SA survivors a lot of times will block things out in general so that they don't have to deal with the pain or whatever.
Right.
I had at this point done with that with this because now I'm living in Fredericktown where I grew up. So I want to have a happy life with him, and I'm not trying to think about none of this stuff. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to think about none of this batshit crazy stuff from when I was a kid. I wanted to live happily ever after, I guess you could say. So we're here. My dad shows up. He wants to talk to me, and I'm like, absolutely not. I have the rumors of what you or my uncle did to me as a kid, and then someday I'm going to remember, and you can't be here when I do. So, and the other part of it was, if you're not, a bad guy or whatever, one of the biggest steps you need to take, because he was an alcoholic, is to quit drinking. Don't show up at my house drunk, because don't. That does not say to me that you are a healthy person for me. So, he left, and we didn't really hear much else out of him, did we?
No, they were super apologetic and stuff.
Yeah, they were
then,
sorry for bringing him over because
but
they didn't know.
Okay, so like, you got to put yourself in her shoes for a second. So like, during this time, like, we almost didn't know if all of the accusations about her dad were true, about all the terrible things that he did to her, because we start finding things like little leather belts that she got when she was 3 and 4 years old, where it says "from mommy," but like, it clearly said "once upon a time to Mandy from dad," but dad was scribbled out, and then mom was wrote over the top of it. Like little gifts like that. You find like 2 or 3 of these. You find 2 or 3, and then we're like, bro.
It's
and
kind
then
of weird.
So she confronts. I mean, I don't mean to rush ahead.
No, you're good.
She confronts her family about
2016.
the female side, about what happened. Did all of this really happen? Because dad did come back to the house. And we did have a conversation with dad, and he's like, "Sissy, I know some terrible stuff, but look, I'm here. Like, whatever you will allow me to be, I want to be." So we're like, okay, well, meet your grandkid, but no further than that. You know what I mean? So
No
Yeah.
But then
babysitting,
it-
no.
But
none
then
of
it's
that.
almost like the whole other side of the family gets mute, and we're almost thinking like she gets an answer one time. It was super stupid and super vague, but basically
I
let
asked
us.
my mom in 2016. I asked her, I messaged her. I said, hey, I've been trying to find all these different records. Aunt Karen says she doesn't have them. You say you don't have the social service records, which I don't expect you to have from all these years ago. I can't access them in Fredericktown. You know, there's no record of this, but I remember being checked out by Dr. Surma Chief. I remember being checked out by the different therapists. I remember these things. I do. So something had to have been told, but there's no record of it. So I asked my mom, and I was like, Mom, did you ever have any solid proof aside from me, you know, like, I don't know, picture or like an admission or, you know, something that we can go off? I know it was in the 90s, so it's a long time ago, but anything. And she said, I just had what you told us, and that was that you were SA'd by your dad, and we weren't sure if it was your dad or your brother, or his brother, not your brother, his brother, because they had my dad and his brother looked just alike. So she was like, we were not 100% sure on who it was exactly, because they do look so much alike, and you were so young, and you didn't get to just go see them all the time. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where she told me I would go back and I would do this all over again, and I would have protected you again, no matter what. Is, in other words, what she told me. It was, I know it was very short, but she said something to the effect of, I didn't have any physical proof aside from, you know, stuff that was in my underwear and the things that I was saying. And she said, if I could go back and do it all over again, I wouldn't change a thing. And at that point I was hurt, because
That's where they kind of left it there.
she didn't say anything
So-
else. There wasn't any explanation. And if you understood my mom, you just have to understand she doesn't have an explanation.
Right.
She just does. You know what I mean? And some people don't, and it's not an excuse, but some people don't have it to give you an explanation. They just don't.
Right.
And she couldn't give me one. So I was like, okay, well, I took that as you lied to me.
You must be lying.
Yeah, I took that as you just must be lying to me. So I filed a restraining order. I filed a restraining order on my mom. Judge Robin Fulton, which you're going to find out here shortly, he actually granted the restraining order against my mother. Now, if you have followed our story the past 2 years, it's been hell, literal hell, trying to get a restraining order against any of the people that are stalking, harassing, assaulting, listing our house for sale. Like, all sorts of different things have happened, and we've not been able to get an ex parte, even against a person who's come to my home with two people, yes, and hit me, like with their shoulder, hit me.
Even a hearing.
We haven't even got a hearing on our ex partes, except the one that I filed in Madison County against my mother. And Judge Robin Fulton, who was also involved in the prosecution of allegedly her in all of those years with CPS and taking us from her and the prison sentencing and all of that. Judge Robin Fulton was the judge in Madison County, the circuit judge. So he was in charge of all that. It feels as though Judge Robin Fulton went out of his way to hurt my mom again. So we'll fast forward, since we're on Judge Fulton. Can we fast forward yet? Are we there yet? He helps me with my timeline because there's just so much.
I mean, we wanted to establish that her father had come back.
Yes.
So her dad is kind of floating back in our lives.
Yes, he floats back in.
Not all the time, you know. We're not every birthday and Christmas, you know what I mean. It's just occasionally, like, we see him, ain't seen in a while, come down, hey, I went up, I was close, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Play catch
So
up
about
with the
3
story.
visits.
Yeah, playing catch
So
up. with the story.
ironically, since we covered Timmy's case, Judge Fulton is the judge whose Timmy's body was found on his property, folks, just so you know.
He's also the judge who founded the church that belongs to the board member that's suing me.
Okay.
So he founded the church that we youth pastored from 2017 to 2021 too.
Wow.
So with the plaintiff in the case, but we'll get there. It's so much.
Take
so
your
Judge
time.
Fulton. Yeah. So Judge Fulton, founds in 1991. Okay. He founded I can say the church.
You can say CLC because
Yes, I can, because their name
not
doesn't
illegal.
exist. So he founded a church in Farmington that they call Christian Life Church.
There you go. Okay.
So he founded this church with the father of the man who's suing me in 22 SFCC 00082 case. So where do we go from here?
Well, you backed up to 92, so we're talking about Robert Fulton. So let's tell you a story about Fulton to get you kind of a basis on this guy and his dad.
So Robin Fulton, where is my phone too? I'm gonna read something.
You're gonna mess it up.
Okay. Robin Fulton. He's the judge, Madison County. He's also in charge of like all of the adoptions, children, family service hearings, all that stuff. Judge Robin Fulton, he not only founds the church in Farmington that belongs to the board member who's suing me, he's also the registered agent, which means like their attorney that you contact if you need to talk about any legal issues for the familial trust of the family of the man who's suing me.
Gotcha.
Okay. So he's very, very much so connected in all of this. Now, you had mentioned earlier, they found Timmy D's remains on Judge Robin Fulton's property.
Right.
I don't feel like that's any coincidence at all. Someone had actually stated to me, and I just want to hit this real quick, but somebody had stated to me that there was a survey done of the Fulton property. And it wasn't done until the day after Timmy was found, allegedly. Now, I'm going to look more into that, but I don't know if Mickey Lynn is in the chat, but she was actually the one who told me that. She said her friend was the one who did the survey or something like that. So
yeah, I actually want to talk to Nikki too. I'm going to try to bring her in here too. Not today, but soon. So yeah, absolutely. That's interesting. Thank you for that.
So yeah, so this all kind of goes together. Robin Fulton, what else about him? There's a lot. Now, mind you, okay, he manages a familial trust. At 610 Falcon Street, there's an apartment building that is it belongs to this familial trust. Now, mind you, a judge is not allowed to be the agent or the fiduciary over someone's private family fund if it's not their family.
Right.
So it's actually against the judge's code of ethics to do this because it puts a conflict of interest in the courts. So that's why they don't want that. Okay, so he is the registered agent for Apple Ridge Village, is like an apartments in Park Hills. In approximately 2019, they quick evicted everybody and they moved in. I can say this because it don't have no Lifesavers Ministries. It's a rehab run by the board member of the church that Robin Fulton founded. Okay.
Well, hello.
All right. Thank you. Here we go. I'm back. Okay. So this is going to kind of, I believe, tell a lot of truths for us in this next little go around here. So Robert, I'm Xing out of my iCloud. It won't stop pulling up.
Gotcha.
Okay. So Robert Fulton, if you scroll down through probably scroll down. Okay. Let's stop right there. So so Robert Fulton he worked on matters including nuclear submarines in foreign ports and those types of things. I think that these will be important later.
Yeah.
So from his window, Robert Fulton apparently felt like he needed to work on poverty. So I'm just going to skim through this as much as I can so I don't slander nobody. But so he felt like he needed to work through poverty. Let's talk about this. He became if you scroll up just one little bit, there we go. So he became go up just a little bit.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. Okay. He was the Community Action Director in Chicago office of the U.S. Office of Economic Opportunity. the father of the judge that we've been talking about, this is one of his many titles, which I believe is one of the many cloaks that these sons and daughters wear to parade around and do the things that they do.
Right.
So also in 1976, Bob, with the U.S. Senate confirmation, was appointed the administrator of Social and Rehabilitation Service. It's the Welfare Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. Okay. So these are huge, huge connections. If we scroll down to 83, he was appointed the director of Oklahoma Department of Human Services. He did consulting work with the National Center for Children in Poverty at Columbia University. He did consultation work with the National Institute Public Affairs in Washington, D.C. He was the executive director in 1999 of East Missouri Action Agency. Okay, there's a huge names around here if you guys haven't looked into some of this stuff. So at East Missouri Action Agency is a huge, huge program in our area that helps low-income people. They help with electric bills, those types of things.
Gotcha.
But they also sometimes use these titles to their advantage. So I just wanted to kind of talk a little bit about Robin Fulton's dad here, because I believe all these different things are extremely important to where we're going now. So back to Robin Fulton, this man's son, this man who seemingly founded all of these welfare services and been a huge part in the staples of our community welfare. This is the father of this judge that's involved in all of these things that are not legal, not so much seeming to be moral or ethical or any of those things. In St. Louis, there was a housing project that they did. I forget the name of it, but if you look it up, it was in the 1950s, 1960s. There was a housing project that I am pretty sure that Mr. Fulton's dad had a part of. And when I say a housing project, this was a project that they did as an experiment on people. They took low-income people from this housing project area. They had giant buildings. They had on-staff daycare for low-income, poverty-stricken people. The government funded this. And it seemed like a great thing, but while they had all these low-income people living here and staying there and having their children watched, they saw people come in hazmat suits, and they saw people pump in fumes into these buildings, fumes that were experimental fumes on these people. Now, you'll have to kind of look into the article a little bit more. If you look into the St. Louis housing projects in the 1950s and 60s, it'll bring it up. I don't remember the exact name off the top of my head, and if I mess with my phone, it's going to really mess up my internet for this.
No,
so
you're fine.
But if you want to look, you can. It's literally all over the internet. And I do believe, personally, it appears as though Mr. Fulton's dad might have had a big part in some of this. So
where exactly was it?
It was in St. Louis. So it was in it would just, if you look up St. Louis housing projects, hazmat, you'll pull it up. But so they
okay.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think it was a public housing complex in 1950.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes. So it was a very big thing here, and with Fulton's dad's background in nuclear weapons and poverty and East Missouri and community action networks and health and welfare. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just looking. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I cleared.
So
sorry about
no, you're good. With his background in all of these things, I think it's very important to look into what has been done decades and decades before us as well, because those are just as bad, if not so much worse than some of the stuff, even I've been through personally. I couldn't imagine. So I think it's important to lay that foundation before we get into the children's homes that we're going to talk about now.
Absolutely.
So,
do you want to continue with Fulton and their businesses here, or do you want to move on, or are we still talking about
I think we need to move on to our story and get to the church, and then get to the book and the
Yes.
There we go.
We're trying.
Okay, so we're gonna go on a little bit. We'll get back to the children's homes in Fulton, but I wanted you guys to have a big backstory of that before I get there. So fast forward in my story, me and Jared are together. 2016, I get a restraining order against my mom. We buy a house. Now we're living in Marquand, Missouri when I get my restraining order against my mom. We start living, yes, thank you. So they had people in these buildings these were full of people, and they pumped chemicals into these buildings to test these people. Instead of helping them, they lied to them and said, we're going to help you. And then they tested them.
There's an article on it that explains, because they were at full capacity when they started.
Yeah.
And then it dwindled down to like almost just a few buildings, or like 175 families within just,
It was bad.
no time. And then the rest of the buildings just basically decayed. And I don't know if they tore them down or what they did, but
yeah, if you could imagine the gargantuous size of how many people were affected by whatever happened there.
That's insane. That is insanity. I'm sorry.
Yes.
well, gas. Okay, so fun fact: gas, chemical, so after the World War, right? They was doing all that crazy gas stuff anyway. So
Yeah.
this was Pentagon, I think. Okay, this was approved by like some pretty big people or whatever. If you read the articles and stuff.
Wow.
So
Agent Orange testing and stuff like that. I've seen and heard stories about that. Yeah.
Mhm.
But so these are the things. These are where this is important to kind of show people the scale of what has been done in Missouri already, while people had no clue. And still, some people have no idea this ever happened.
Mhm.
So we'll go on. I'm going to fast forward to, we have this restraining order on my mother.
Gotcha.
And we buy a house in December of 2016. We move to Bonne Terre from Marquand, Missouri. We move up here January of 2017, which is just a month later. And we start our life here. We start looking around for, a church to go to. My husband grew up in church. I didn't, but I was hopeful. Let's just say that. So we start driving down, I guess it's Highway 67, and we start noticing this bigger church. And
well, I got to pick.
yeah, well, he got to pick too. Like, it was 100% Jared's choice, but we both very much so felt like we were just supposed to go to this church.
Yeah, it was
Sure.
And it was this one for him. It was this one for us. And I told him, like, whatever you want to go, we'll go. Because I'm not, I was not the church person either. And he leads our family. But anyway, so excuse my kids, they're fighting.
No, they're wonderful. They're wonderful.
They just got out of the pool, so they're just gonna fight, I guess. But anyway,
Let them be kids. Let them be kids. No worries.
Yeah. So where was I at? I lost it when they started yelling. We were looking for this church. That's where I was at.
Right.
January 2017. In about June of 2017, we start attending a church in Farmington, Missouri. I'm going to call it Christian Life Church because it's not legally registered in the state of Missouri under that name. And I can. So we start attending this church in June, approximately 2017. It's very important to note, I don't know nothing about church. My husband's only ever been a kid in church, and like he's done music and those types of things. Yes, but he's still been a young adult in church, not a whole grown up. So we go on and we start this church in June of 2017. Approximately 2 months after we start this church, we sit down with the pastor. He has a meeting with us. He tells us, in other words, guys, you're supposed to be the new youth pastors of our church. The Lord told me, come be. Oh, sorry. I was just reading one of them comments. That's a good comment. And we do need to check into that. Very much so. So
that is Durante. That's Durante Martin's grandmother there.
Yes, it is. Hi, ma'am. So that's thank you for telling us that, because I've been wondering also who bought the property. So now we might know. So we carry on. We start this church. We're going here 2 months in. We sit down with the pastor. He says, you're supposed to be our youth pastors. And we're like, oh, okay, great. Because I knew that I was supposed to work with youth kids. that's my thing. Like, I've been through the ringer and I want to help people like me. So that was like, you know, a big thing for me personally, to be able to work with kids and youth and help them. And so about 2 months after that, let's say it was probably approximately September 19th of 2017, we get put on the church bank signature card, so that we can start utilizing the youth, the youth account to buy like food for the kids or that type of thing. So I would use the checkbooks. I had all that authorization 2 months into starting this church.
Gotcha. Interesting.
Yes, very interesting. So we had all this authorization, and I don't think we really knew right at the beginning that there was a certain board member of the produce company that more so controls this church. When we started, we had really no idea about them until a few more months in. We found out while we were going to this church that two of the board members were the owners of the produce company from my past. Okay. The produce company is in Park Hills, approximately. So we find out as we're going to this church that those people are the board members of the church. And I'm like, oh, well, maybe they found the Lord and they got better, you know, because that's what you think. That's what you would think. So I thought, maybe they found the Lord. Huh?
Right. You can only hope. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was like, well, maybe they found the Lord. So we stayed. A lot of people are like, well, why did you stay if you knew those people? But we felt like God told us to go there, and we stayed because, you know, we cared about the kids, we cared about the people, and, you know, like,
yeah, we're the best helpers anybody can find, and we didn't give up. You know,
we didn't give up until they started, you know, allowing pedophiles to be there. But so
absolutely,
we start youth pastoring this church. We have a helper in the youth that's kind of creepy to me. He was not really so much introduced to us. He was just grandfathered in to help at our youth, but he didn't really help. He just came there and stood around.
Gotcha.
He seemed kind of like maybe he had some impairments or something, and, you know, maybe they were just trying to find a place for him. So we were like, okay, great. You know, it's fine. Anybody can be here.
Right.
You know, as long as they've had background checks, because that was my thing. I started getting creeped out, and I asked if he had a background check. I was told that he had a background check. He had nothing on his record, they said.
Right.
But the issue was, as we were the youth pastors of this church and it progressed, he followed me on Instagram when Instagram was big. He followed me on Instagram, and then I followed him back. And that was back when you could see what people comment on, everything they like, everything they say, like you could see everything that they did in your little notifications. So right. I started seeing that the content he was liking was very pornographic in material, and it was more so swaying towards teens. Like the names of the pages that he started following was Teen Oobs and Teen A-Word and Teen S Boobs, and like just all these different things that you have a clear problem and you're no longer working with the youth. So we sat down with our pastor of that church, and I can say his name, Pastor Brian Smith. And Pastor Brian Smith told us,
gotcha.
Oh, how did he say it?
Did we sit down with him privately first, or we have hash it out all together?
We sent some messages to the pastor's sister first, because he was out of town when all this transpired. And then when he got back, we sat down, but we hashed it out through messages. I don't think we called so much about it, but we did just kind of clear. We did hash it out through messages, and the background check was fine. And he was like, oh, well, he's just a little slow is what they said. In other words, to excuse this behavior and allowing him to stay. And I'm like, I don't care. I do not care. At the point you're showing red flags for going to hurt children, we're going to put you somewhere else. Maybe you can work supervised in maintenance or something like that, but not
away from the children.
Not,
yeah.
Yeah, not with the children. That's not where you're going to be. So they ended up, we put our foot down. We met with the pastor, with this guy. We had an intervention and asked him if he had a problem. And he said, no, he didn't have no problem, and just avoided the whole thing. He was red and sweaty and like didn't want anything to
Only been
do.
looking at it for a month.
Yeah, he's only been looking at it for a month, and it had been going on. So like, no, it was a whole thing, and the pastor was going to still let him work in our youth, and we were like, no, not happening. So we ended up,
We dismissed him.
we dismissed him. Me and my husband dismissed him because we were like, well, we don't need helpers if that's the kind of help we're going to have. So we move on. We brush that off thinking, well, maybe this pastor just wants to be nice to this guy, whatever. We move on. And they're really good manipulators. I will say that. They're very, very good at what they do. They're very cunning.
Yeah, but
So we moved on.
thank God that you guys did what you did, because God only knows what could have happened at that point. You know what I mean? So God bless that.
Exactly.
We've had other people reach out and comment about his behavior, but nothing that crossed the line. So I mean,
Right.
Yeah. So I mean, and other kids in the youth did notice that he would just stand there and stare. It was creepy to them. No kid wants to come to youth and be stared at by some person that's just staring at them. So we're going to this church. That happens. They start allowing a person, and I'm not talking down on her because I do love this person, but she made some really bad mistakes. They allowed a lady who lost custody of her children for abusing her oldest son with a shelf. He was autistic and I guess was out of control. We had multiple times at the church seen her beat the crap out of her son, shove pills down his throat, pour water down his throat to shove the pills down his throat in front of everybody while the church pretends this is just fine and manipulates anybody who thinks otherwise.
No.
So
No.
they put this lady as the nursery director. They put her as the nursery director with my kids. The pastor convinces us, yeah, it's fine. The pastor convinces us it's just going to be fine. It's all right. The woman, while she's in this nursery, takes herself off her medication, and it's a big ordeal. We have a big breakdown at the church.
That's a stretch time of events.
Yes, it's a very long.
She lost her kids prior to that, right? And she'd already gotten them. She got them custody of the kids back and all this stuff, whatever. So she was on an uphill. You know what I mean? It was on the up and up. But there were some other events that occurred after that. That was like, well, maybe not. Hence the issue with the position.
Yeah, because you can't, even if you do get custody of your kids back, if I watch you physically assault your child in front of me, physically assault them, then I'm going to definitely not want to put my kids with you. And you definitely don't need to be over the nursery. And we all watched this woman do this. So out of desperation or whatever, they had whatever reason, they put her as the nursery director. Convinced me to have my kids go in there. Then she has her autistic older son go in there. By this time, he's 13, 14. She has this autistic son of hers who has prior signs of hurting others, just lashing out kind of like she does, and different things that were red flags for why he should not be in a nursery working with babies.
Right.
She insisted on her son, coming in there and being her nursery helper. I guess fast forward, her son ended up in one of the children's homes connected to all this for essaying his allegedly little brother. So for years, while he was working allegedly in the nursery, and our kids showed signs of abuse. Our kids showed signs of abuse, and I was made to feel as a mother like everything was fine. And I was manipulated into feeling like we should just ignore it. At this point, I started keeping my babies in the sound booth with me. I start getting in trouble because I'm not letting my kids go in that nursery. And other people are like, why are you not letting people got in trouble at this church for not letting their kids go in the nursery or to youth? If the teenagers would sit in the grown-up class, it would be like, well, you need to be up there with the youth. And they, you know what I mean? It was very weird. So just how they did everything was very secluded, and it was very boxed off, all of it.
Yeah.
From each other. So anyway, these different things start happening. This lady's in the nursery. I develop, I was going to talk about my friendship with Crystal, but I'm actually going to get back to that. The pastor is a single male pastor. Okay. He had custody at the beginning when we started the church.
He lost custody of his kids. He told us, this Pastor Brian told us that he lost custody of his children because his son had taken a like METH pipe home from the church parsonage where his dad was living, took it home to his mom and said, "What's this?" he says. And the mom obviously hotlined it. The mom got all custody. Fast forward, right before we leave the church, the pastor randomly gets all custody back of his kids. Really weird how it happened. And there's a story to that, but I'll get there. So in this time, the pastor loses his kids. He starts disappearing. He's acting weird, kind of showing signs of substance abuse, not answering his phone. No, like there's some weird things going on. He calls us. At one point, his brother passes away. 2019. Was that before or after Lacey?
He died before.
Okay, his brother passes away. Now, mind you, this pastor runs off and gets married to some lady who's fresh out of a drug rehab.
I feel that you're bouncing around a lot.
I am bouncing around.
Missing context to all of this. It's
okay.
Very important. So
we'll help if you have help. He's going to help me stay on track. I'm bouncing around a little bit. I want to make sure that.
Listen, it's a lot. It's a lot to remember and a lot to put out at one time. So no, whatever you got to do, take your time. You're fine.
So for 3 years, I don't have to. I mean, you don't see here nothing.
So you don't have to see me.
For 3 years we worked, right? So for 3 years we were there, heads down, because we were super believed in what we were doing, right? So
yes, sir.
Eyes on the prize, mission focused, one mind with everybody. You know what I mean? And anybody that's not, your goal is to get them on the same track with you, because there is a mission that you're all on and you all believe, right? So tunnel vision, you don't think of anything else besides that. So we do that for about 3 years, and then we call it the bucket of coincidences or whatever, but the weirdness, right? They just start stacking up and they get too big. And then we start fighting back and asking questions. Her a lot more so than me, because she's seeing the little stuff with the kids when I'm not even around and stuff. So
right.
The nursery at that particular place has been crazy, because nursery workers are hard to find in general. And then, so sometimes the only ones that do volunteer are the ones that you really don't or can't have in there. So we get in foundation about 3 years into where we're hey, we're really starting to figure out, we believe in this God that told us to come to this place, but all these people are doing some really terrible things, right? So what do we do from here? Meanwhile, your relationship with her dad is still, because this is all still important, right? So the relationship with her dad's still there. We still talk with them and stuff, and
it's not close though. I call him, he calls me.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen him 3 times.
Gotcha.
But in that time, right, we've got the board members' son and daughter who now have this ministry that's being birthed out of there, and it causes a whole bunch of drama because
that's Lifesavers. So we talk about
because the pastor of the church, right, that rehab, because he was a user, right? He was addicted before. And so he's got this whole past story. So when knowing that, and we come into this place and we start seeing these behavioral habits of him, right? I don't pick up on him so much, but she does, because she's grown up around with these guys, right? She can see what, the twitches and all the weird stuff, not sleeping, the way they talk, all of that, right? So she's telling me that bro, I think he's on something, So we watch it for a while, and the behaviors change, especially when something tragic, his kids, his brothers, all catastrophic events, you know what I'm saying? So we're following these stories, and then we got the Lifesavers, this rehab that's being birthed inside the church, doing super good, but some of those ideas were someone else's. So whenever the children of the people who call the shots start wanting to do things with ideas that were, conjured up by someone else, the other person usually gets jealous.
Right.
And so there were a lot of conversations. There were a whole lot of conversations with us, and me and my wife actually kind of developed a little bit of bad blood against the son and daughter of the board members. because of the stories and everything that we were hearing. Like we heard a lot of, some crazy stuff. So it was like a huge giant family at this point. We're all fighting. This huge church family, we're all fighting because we all think we're doing, but we also have these secrets. So let's put you back in her seat now.
Sorry.
So,
oh, you're fine.
Because we're struggling with the youth, we're having issues with the youth. We're adopting kids, you know what I mean? And there's other families inside of the church, and we're fighting, having issues with them, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that is something.
It's a whole, because she ends up, and we can tell you about another nursery director of just for the behavioral habits, you know what I mean? So let's talk about the next nursery director that got appointed. Which
one, Cece or Crystal? Cece would have been the next one.
You take it.
So we'll just skip forward. There was a lady named Cece at the church, and I'm going to say her name because I have no issue doing that. She was a local foster mom. She allegedly lost her license in 2018, I believe, because of me. But I took 2 foster children from her. They were 15 and 17 years old. They were begging me. This woman was dragging them around the church. Now, mind you, we had these stories from all of her kids that were in our youth group, the different ones that we had talked to. They had told us how she's verbally, physically, mentally abusing them, how one of her daughters had been allegedly SA'd and was having some bowel issues. She would urinate on herself just because, And so this lady allegedly, the kids were telling me that this lady would shove the little girl's face in her own urine and feces. So these are the stories that I would hear from this foster family's children. And this lady has 2 biological children, and it was 13 kids that she's fostered and adopted through the Missouri Children's Services. It's really messed up. So in this time, they appoint her. They want her to start being a youth worker. Now, when I took the 2 teenagers from her, she had in that time, in the time right before I took these teenagers from her, it was about year 2018. Right before that, she got custody of another little girl. She claimed to me that if we let this little girl come to our youth group, she would SA our kids in a side room because she's that dangerous. Okay. Now, this woman told me on a recorded line that I played in 2018. We were in the sanctuary, and this woman told me that she used to do these things too. She used to act out and SA other people as well. And that's why she takes in these foster kids. Now, I have proof from some of her foster kids that SA allegedly did not stop. I have multiple content on my, I couldn't let you hear it all today because it's long, super long, but I have content where grown foster children who have left her home have come here and told me straight to me to tell me the abuse and the grooming and the what appears to be trafficking that they witnessed and experienced as a child in her home as her foster child. So I'm hearing all these things, and these girls, these 2 new foster girls that she gets after this one, she says is SAing people. She gets these other new youth girls, and they start coming and telling me, she's rude to us. She doesn't buy us McDonald's when she buys all the other kids McDonald's. That doesn't seem like something big to other people, but that matters to kids. That makes them feel terrible.
Absolutely.
So this woman, let's preface this too. One of her children, the one that was caught SAing, she says, we don't have a record of that. And the lady's juvenile officer never said anything like that either. So, because I was concerned and I did ask. So this lady, we took these 2 children from her because, like I said, she was treating them badly. She wasn't physically hitting them, but she was doing everything she could to destroy these girls mentally. And I don't know why, but she was doing it, and it was working. It was hurting them, and they would cry to me, please help us. Now, in the meantime, she's dragging these teenagers through the church, begging people, everybody but me and my husband, to take them. She's begging us all, would you guys foster them? Would you guys do a kinship placement? And she refuses to ask me, the only people these girls want to go with. We sit down. I tell the pastor, we're having a meeting. because these girls are saying she's abusing them. And I worked with another church member whose sister-in-law was, I guess, one of the lead juvenile children's division service workers, I guess. So this friend that I had from the church helped arrange these teenagers to come to my house because this family did not want them. Why it was so personal, but they did not want them at my house. So we get to probably February of 2018. Me and my husband take in a 15 and a 17-year-old from this family. We, in other words, have to set up taking these girls because this foster family did not want them to come to us. So we have to work around them with CPS, the juvenile divisions workers, and get custody, foster custody of these girls to figure out what's going to happen with them.
Mm-hmm.
And we continued to attend the church, which I think is one of the really big issues that happened with these girls. As we continued to attend the church, the other family was still going to the church as well. So prayer lines, the 17 and the 15-year-old would go down to the prayer line, and people from the congregation, specifically the family they used to live with, would go up and tell them, the Lord told me this and the Lord told me that. And they would lie to these girls. They would tell them stuff about me.
Because they would use prophecy.
Use prophecy as, yes, a way to prime these girls and manipulate them. So they were angels when they came here.
Wow.
The more manipulation that they had gotten, the worse it got. So CPS was a nightmare. They lied on us. They told us. So in other words, the manipulation from the other family got so bad, the girls could no longer stay in either of our homes because the other woman was calling CPS, sending them to my house, saying things about me that all of her kids actually told me about her. And I have it recorded. So she's saying all of these things. A CPS investigation happened. I asked the girls if they felt safe. They said they did, but one of them hesitated. And I said, look, I told you that I have to know that you feel safe and you're safe here. And if you don't feel safe, there has to be a home for you. We've got to figure something out because you're being manipulated by a church that I go to, and I'm being manipulated by the church that I go to. And I don't know what to do as a grown-up with any of this because I can't just leave because God told me to stay here. All these prophecies, you know what I mean?
Right.
So the foster mother, Cece, had called the police one night. I was explaining to the 15-year-old who had been talking to the 31-year-old in my house, took her cell phone. Other sister called the foster mom that they had before. The other foster mom, I guess, sorry, I'm exiting out of some stuff. The other foster mom called the police, sent the police to my house. The police just walk in with the girls. I guess the girls snuck out of my house because they were supposed to be in their rooms so that because they're girls, they scream and I'm not about to get screamed at. So I was just be in there till you're done yelling at me.
Mm-hmm.
So I go upstairs. I'm giving my kids a bath. I get the little ones out of the bathtub, and here comes the cop and both the girls walking in my door. And I'm like, hey, what's up, guys? And essentially that night was the night we were like, well, we're not going to have this manipulation, police coming in and out of our house because these people are lying on us because they're paranoid what we're going to find out about them. So what do? We asked the CPS worker, the caseworker, we asked the girls, and the best fit was to find a home, and they weren't going through this manipulation with the church because it wasn't okay for them. You know what I mean? It wasn't okay to be pulled back and forth by the church, and we were not leaving. So something had to give. So in other words, that night after the cops came, I called the CPS worker and I said, look, you guys have been giving them cigarettes because that was a whole issue too. The CPS worker was allowing the girls knowingly to go smoke weed with their parents whenever she would go or their mom, when they would go with visits on their, with their mom, they were letting these girls smoke marijuana and those types of things. And I said the word, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. You're fine.
At 15 and 17 years old to be doing these things.
That's insane.
Yes. So the foster family, this is really important to notice. the foster family that the girls were with before, they actually purchased. So the mother of the girls asked me to purchase her a car so she could get her girls back. I didn't have that kind of money. You know what I mean? So I was like, no, absolutely not. I can't purchase you a car. You're going through CPS so you can get your responsibilities in order and do that yourself, and take care of your babies. So it would have messed up her process. I didn't buy the car for her. You know who bought the car for her? The foster mother I took the girls from bought the car for the mom. And then the mom forced the caseworkers to get the girls and all these things. Like it was a whole thing. The caseworkers lied on the stand. They were giving the girls cigarettes, and it was like a whole team of people giving these kids whatever they wanted and grooming them. You know what I mean? It was very much like grooming. They weren't getting touched by CPS, but they were very much so being groomed because nobody no longer liked my house because the mom and the other foster mom was causing a stink. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So it was the biggest drama fest
that's just insanity to me. I don't, like I told you guys today, you're going to hear things that unless you hear it from somebody else, you're not going to believe it. It's crazy.
Yes. And then I ended up, after that whole ordeal, the girls ended up leaving. We called their caseworker. Caseworker came and got them. The caseworker told me, if I come get girls today, I have to hotline your family. I have to. So this caseworker says that she hotlined me for no reason except I told her those girls need to be somewhere where they're not being manipulated by a church or, you know, those outlying factors. So they hotlined us, they said, along with the other foster mom.
Right.
Yeah. It was unfounded. I have the letter and all that stuff. They did a 45-day investigation. It was all unfounded. All the things that the lady was saying,
It sounds like it was just harassment. That's all.
Yes, very much so, because I've never had CPS at my house. That was the only time, aside from me taking other people's children in to help them. That's the only time I've ever dealt with them. So, and that all stemmed from a situation like that. So anyway, there was a lot of stuff that was happening. Like they bought the car for the mom. The girls went to another foster home after our home. It was right down the road. It ended up being Sean C. Paul. I have no issue saying his name either. If you look him up, he's an attorney in St. Louis. I believe Bonterra, he has a firm here too. These girls ended up in that home. And the SA story, like survival story that they have, specifically the 15-year-old that left my home after she went to that house, it's insane, the things that she went through at the hands of this attorney. Now, this attorney is contracted by St. Francis County to handle, what do you call it?
Public defender?
Yes. So the person who groomed my 15-year-old foster daughter after she left my home and essayed her multiple times all the way into her adulthood, when he started paying her, she says, he's an attorney for our county. Like, that's for kids.
So no matter where anybody goes to look to, sorry to interrupt you, no matter where anybody goes to look for support and help for this throughout the legal system, every which way you turn, you're being assaulted again. This is insanity, folks.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
So then, so I don't hear anything else from these girls because obviously foster care you don't get to, except for whenever they were grown and they would ask me, what did we cook that food with that one time? What's that seasoning or that recipe? Like, they'll message me like that all the time. But I guess we'll fast forward. Where do we go from there? They let Cece in there.
Yeah, right after that, we didn't do much extra parental stuff. We kept our heads down. We really wanted to know what we wanted to do. Yeah. The whole Lifesavers Drama Fest.
So in that time, the Lifesavers Ministry rehab it's in St. Genevieve now, I guess, but it was in Park Hills, Missouri. In that time, the church we were going to the daughter of the board member of the church started a drug rehab. The drug rehab is revoked, It's still operating today. They have a $500 farm that was bought with like all cash. It's on the realtor records and stuff. It was bought with all cash for the ministry, but it wasn't bought for the ministry. It was actually bought for his daughter, and that would be illegal inurement to the benefit of the sole board members of the organizations.
They're still operating unlicensed today.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they moved out. So in Park Hills, there was an apartment building owned by the father of those individuals. And I don't know how the eviction process went, but basically everybody that lived there got out. And then they used the Lifesavers women, along with whoever else would volunteer, to completely rehab whatever they were going to use in those apartment buildings. And then put a big sign out front and stayed there until they were given the $500,000 farm in St. John that they currently reside in now.
Wow.
Yeah. So now what they do with these women, what they do with these women is they say that, we're teaching them Christ and we're going to give them the Lord. But what's really happening is these women are worked
Mm-hmm.
because to keep them occupied, but also because this is free labor. This is free labor. You have 10 girls who most of them have probably just come off of medications that help them function at a higher, level than a lot of people do. So they have energy, they have work. And it feels as though those people are being trafficked. And it's very much so looks like that's the definition. It is the definition of trafficking, what they're doing to these girls, and it's against the law. You cannot have a volunteer at your actual business or 10 that you're not paying. That's tax evasion. That's a lot of things. And that brings us,
Well, for eyewitness purposes, because they have been operating for years and we've been out of this for a few years. But what we will tell you for eyewitness fact is that we know how the people are treated if they do not sweep the floors or help wipe shit down or anything like that. If those girls do not help, there are repercussions. Maybe not ones that you see or that you may not even think much of, but they do hear and have to deal with all of that. Mm-hmm. Same way with the kids. The kids are much worse, but these are adult women that they solely target. And for the people, they can't be hooked.
No.
These women that go into this program, they cannot be hooked on any sort of substance. See, they have to be clean before they go into this rehab program they have. You can't be addicted to anything.
And you can't be on like a Suboxone or anything to help you off of anything like that. Like you have to come in completely clean. Well, that's not a drug rehab.
No, not at all.
Because people, when they come to you, they're also told that they have to like organize their court dates before they ever come into the program and get them all pushed off so that they can complete their 9-month to 12-month program.
Here's another fun fact too. Okay, our officers and our corrections people call these people on their personal cell phones to work these deals out with these individuals. Now, it does seem super, super nice. Like, hey, I've got this lady, she's almost out of her program. She's getting out, whatever, stuff like that. I'm paraphrasing only right now, but it's like a contract deal. Hey, bro, I got this chick. You know what I mean? Now I'm being very, very mean and vague when I say it like this, but I've been there when the phone calls were answered. I've been there. I've heard the phone calls. And then I know the conversations that happen after the phone hangs up. Do we want them? You know what I mean? They discuss all of the information about that. Most of these people have families. Some of them have husbands, boyfriends, whatever. They're obviously not allowed to come, but but it's a program. And so you get X, and this is for every ministry that you see. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The reason it's obvious that the reason why you have to go in there completely clean is because they have no ability to treat you for that because they don't have a license right now. That's how they get around operating without the license.
And they don't have the credentials even if they were. Yeah.
Right. So they're basically trafficking in human slave labor is what they're doing. And then operating
they have to.
Go ahead. No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Well, through that facility, we kind of met a lot of men there are lots of men rehabs, all men facilities all over the United States. But there's one or two in Arkansas or whatever, and that's kind of where they favored or whatever. So like the ones that, I mean, not to say on Lifesavers, whatever, but the son-in-law, right? The guy behind the Lifesavers, whatever, he went to one of the rehabs, whatever, got super clean. And he was a part of the men's ministry, like at that church early on. That's what the pastor was really pushing for, but he didn't really want to do it.
Yeah.
So then they together started this rehab thing, like, oh, hey, rehab's where it's at, bro. But then it switched to women. It switched to women like overnight, and that's where they've been stuck. So I think they found an untapped source.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they stuck with it. But I believe that we caught them, and we caught them early. And even though, you know, some of these ladies aren't getting the full benefit of their justice, but you know what I mean? I think we can stop it before it goes too far.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Good Lord Almighty, this is horrific.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this like we're still years behind.
Yeah.
So talk about you going about like you was talking about their expenditure habits. So I mean, if that's relevant, do we talk about that? Do we say
a little bit?
Story?
It is a little bit relevant because this Lifesaver ministry, and I want to hit on Judge Fulton because we're going to get back to Fredericktown shortly. So Judge Fulton, who founded the church of the dad of the girl who owns Lifesavers. Okay, this drug rehab ministry. Judge Robin Fulton was the manager of the apartments because it was a trust asset. It was in the trust for this family that's suing me. So it was an asset to their trust, and it was written up as such. So like in their legal incorporation papers, I think I may have sent those ones to you. You don't have to throw them up there if you don't want to, but in the Apple Ridge Village ones, I hope I sent those to you. Judge Robin Fulton is the agent for those apartments, which means he would be in charge of what happens at them. So I have text messages from the daughter of the board member who's suing me, and she specifically tells me they evicted all these people out of these apartments, and then they rehabbed it. They used nonprofit ministry clients, which would be, you know, the sponsors, the girls, like he said.
Mm-hmm.
This is done while Robin managing this building. So it appears though it's being done on purpose. It's being done under the protection of, which is what it looks like, because nobody will touch this. Nobody will. So they rehabbed these apartments with money that they raised. They actually sold our motorcycle on the church floor because we gave them a motorcycle whenever they first started, thinking, you know, they would do good with it, but it didn't go like that. And we had no clue they had no board. It's just the husband and wife. We had no clue that, you know, because they told us they have a board and they prayed about every member on it, but they don't. And they've never filed an incorporation paper. So we never donated a motorcycle to them either. But legally, where is the money? Where is all of the money? They built an over $500,000 facility to house these girls in a big old church. But
wow.
Like where you're not reporting it. So how much more money do you have? You know what I mean? Your farm is paid off. I know, because you told us, like she told us that the farm was paid off by her father, the man who's suing me.
Right.
Actually, they had to hurry up and put a rush on it because it was the end of the year. Because we were actually in the middle of purchasing property ourselves. So like we were pretty close with the two. So like Dad was going to Florida. Dad goes to Florida every winter. And he said, you better find out where you're wanting because I'm not buying anything once I leave. Right. And they picked it. Now, they didn't actually make the purchase till January. So, I mean, we see how that went. But that's how it goes. I mean, those are the type of deals that, you know what I mean? And that it was paid for in cash dollars. That's on record. So
they don't owe for that unless they borrowed on it. And I doubt that too, because they've made bank. We were there for some of the bank they've made. They have made bank on the poor people, like genuinely made bank on the poor people, and it's miserable to watch. So they went from here to Arkansas with John 3:16 and all these other bigger companies and bigger, ministries. And they beg for money over there too. Well, Arkansas has no idea that they're not even legally registered in the state of Missouri. They've already been revoked for never filing a report on where all their money is at and where it's gone and how much they've gotten. The government knows nothing about them because they are now like revoked by the government for this purpose exactly. So, or this reason.
Have they been reported to the IRS for everything that you know of, or?
Yeah, everything I can report, I've reported.
Gotcha.
We found out that for anybody that doesn't know religion, that is the number one way. If you want to be a criminal, start a church.
Yep.
There's only one department or two departments in the entire country that can audit a church. You can't report them. There's no one to report to.
And suing a church or an organization or a pastor or a board member of a church is almost impossible.
Yeah.
Because of their protections, their LLC protections and the bylaws and those types of things. But also religion is something that the government does not mess with. They just don't. They
can't. It was here before their laws were founded.
Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt you, but we have a person in here that says that she went to a recovery group in Park Hills ran by a woman named Crystal, but all of us attending the group were on Suboxone. I hope this is not the same person.
So Crystal, what? Because it might be. It wasn't her name. Just message us the last name,
or at least the letter.
Yeah, just put Sassy. If you can put if you know her last name, put the first letter of her last name in the chat for me. If you could, please. That's pretty wild.
Answer me this. Did she have 2 twin daughters?
She said it starts with an R.
That she ever talked about her. Okay,
or did she ever talk about having two twin daughters, Sassy, that you remember? That's still pretty ironic.
Yeah, I know it's kind of vague. I'm sorry. I don't want to say her. I don't want to dox the lady.
No, absolutely no apologies needed. You're fine.
The lady I'm thinking of really is a sweet lady.
She has one daughter I've seen who is biracial, is all she's saying.
Okay, so we might need to look more into that. Maybe she's got a different last name because she did get married and divorced. So if she can find me later, message me or something so we can talk about that more.
Yeah, absolutely. Sassy, if you want to put me, send me an email, Sassy, and I can put you in touch with her. Okay.
Thank you so much.
We should catch up. So now that we've been in this place for a while and been familiar and all this stuff, let's skip forward to the point to where you're ready to start doing school, and that starts the whole education process on how we actually figured out what the heck's going on.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you guys to give me about, I don't know, 45 seconds. I'm going to take a quick break. You can keep talking to them because I can still hear.
Okay.
I will be right back with you. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks again, Mandy and Jared. Both you guys are so amazing. I really appreciate every bit of this.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
Okay. Where were we at, babe?
Well, nothing was happening. And then you decide you're going to go back.
So all that stuff. When I talked to you guys a little bit about my story, I told you I dropped out in 9th grade. So I went back to school in approximately 2019, into 2019, I think it was. How old was I? I don't know. I was 26, I believe. I was approximately 26 years old. I'm 30, almost 3 now. I go back to school. They have this really neat, it's called like a GED high set program locally. It was all online. It was right at the very beginning of COVID. So I was able to take all of my studying to the fullest extreme. Sorry, I thought we might be burning something in the oven. So I was able to take my education pretty serious. The teacher told me it was going to take approximately a year or more to get my high school diploma through their GED program. It took me 3 months. I was super stoked about it because I stayed up. My biggest concern with all of this is my kids missing out. My kids or my husband missing out on me, which they have. I didn't want them to miss out on something I might, feel selfish for later. And as silly as that sounds about my education, I didn't want that to happen. So anyway, I didn't want them to resent me for that, and not that they would have. But so I go to school, in 3 months, I go through, I do all the testing. I get my GED, which is your high school diploma. I go on and I'm like, okay, God, what in the world do you want me to do here? And if you're a believer, that's fine. If you're not, that's fine too. But, I was asking my God, like, where do I go from here? What do I do with this? I've got a high school diploma. Now, what do you want me to do with it? I'm a youth pastor. I never wanted to do anything else with my life. Like, I wanted to help kids. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to help people. And, what do I do? And he said, go back to school and be a teacher. So I went back to school, and there was this super awesome streamlining process where I was able to, I started college classes. And then I also started, because it was COVID, they started allowing like some substitute teachers. If you had prior a little bit of college and a high school diploma, you could come in and teach in classes at the height of COVID. So I got my Missouri substitute teaching license right after I got my high school diploma. I started teaching in classrooms. I think I was employed by Farmington, North County, and there was Daisy Baker, which is the alternative school in Farmington, Missouri. And I started doing these things, working in the schools, getting one-on-ones with kids at this Daisy Baker school, closer to the end of us being there. I'm in college. I do great my first semester. Like, I did not imagine I would do so good in college. Genuinely. I don't appreciate school. I had so much going on in my life that I never really appreciated education. Now I do. So, I go back to college. I get my substitute teaching license within, 6 months, something like that. I think I'm going to go to school to become an actual teacher. And then I feel we start looking into, like, we wanted to build a school and an outreach for people, because the schools around here, they have huge classrooms. They have no real one-on-one time with the students. The students they miss out on stuff from family, and then they miss out on stuff from school because they don't have the time with teachers that a lot of us did in smaller, younger grades. So we wanted to streamline a Christian education center. And we had a $996,000 contract on a 15-acre piece of land.
Wow.
I contracted this with, it was actually a 1/3 founder of Charter Communications.
Mm-hmm.
So I sat down at the table with these really old people, and we contracted this thing, and this big old piece of land, and we were getting ready to open this school. And school choice in Missouri is a thing. I don't know if anybody knows about that, but it's like school vouchers where the government will pay, if your kid does not do well in public school, they will pay for your child to go to a private or a school hub or a smaller. Yeah, and that's coming down the pipeline. So it's a really big deal. And I saw this come in 2020 when they just started talking about it. I knew that it would be the answer to a lot of our school issues in our area. And I wanted to be the first on the front lines there.
Sure.
So I made a business plan. I opened what we call Kingdom United Education. We planned on only ever doing a school and see where it goes from there, see how many people we could help.
Yeah.
We knew that it would be, when I say we only ever planned for it to be a school, we had a business plan for a school. We didn't have everything else drawn up because we didn't know how it would work. And
sure,
financially, we only had budgeted and planned for this school. So we get this contract, we do all these crazy things that the whole world says you're never going to be able to do. And we start kind of feeling like we're like
what we get. Everything. So everything is going super, super good. Right. And then
for us,
we're still trying to figure out this church thing, because the more and more advanced she got into this church, or into the business professional world, and she wasn't needing anybody else anymore. She didn't need professional help from anybody. You know what I mean? Once we started, and then when we did need help, we needed like big questions answered, like ones that you involve secrets and people and stuff like that. Like even stupid stuff. We started finding out little stuff. Like we were in charge of a bunch of stuff at the church, and we were paying for programs and stuff like that. And we needed the 501c3 number for
CCLI.
The church for the tax exempt order stuff.
Yeah.
I was like trying to pull teeth. So like they wouldn't give it to us. And that's just something new. So like she starts on this journey, and then people stop helping, or they either promise to help
and then they never did.
Yeah.
The pastor promised to help. I offered to pay him $100 to sit down with me. This was before we left the church too. I offered to pay him $100 to sit down with me to help me open my 501c3 for my school. He promised he would. He said they would support us. They may even donate a little love blessing and all these different things. And like, they never did that. They never did any of those things. And it felt as though they sabotaged us in many ways. So I started, Maria is where she comes in, right? Mm-hmm. I started personally working with a local millionaire's daughter named Maria Shershikan. I'm going to dox her because I'm not going to say nothing mean that's actually doxing or that'll get me in trouble. But so her name's Maria Shershikan. Her dad owns a ton of like elderly care facilities in our area. And so I get involved with her through a social worker who was also a nursery worker at the church. Now, this social worker is also on the board of the court-appointed special advocates for the parkland in the 24th Judicial Circuit in St. Francis County, Missouri. But we'll get back to her.
Right.
So she help me. I forgot.
Well, okay. So you're advancing in your stuff, right? And you're being very open about everything that you're telling. Right.
Yeah.
But also, meanwhile, stuff's weird at the church. And we're actually being very vocal now because it's been a while.
Yeah.
And we felt like, hey, this is enough. And so we start being as loud as almost we are now, but in there with people. So people start pulling back. We don't have as many friends as we did before. People are like, whoa, you guys are getting a little hot there. You know what I mean? So now your relationship, you know what I mean? Because we're making big steps. We're going to meetings, making contracts and stuff. So.
And one of my best friends at the church, her name was Crystal Ford. I have no issue doxing or saying her name either. But that's not her legal name. So that's just what she goes by, another alias, guys. So
wow.
And I found that, it's a lot. But so they had appointed this lady as a nursery worker as well. She's on the board of court-appointed special advocates. She was one of my best friends, and I started noticing as I was her friend, she actually was the manager of the what do they call it? Presbyterian Children's Homes of America services or something like that. She was the manager over the children's homes. I don't know her exact title, but she oversaw all the kids, their cases. She was the social worker for this home. So all these kids were her responsibility at this children's home. Okay. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, you're first off, the both of you are doing absolutely wonderfully amazing. This is awesome. So from what I have gathered thus far, just from hearing what you have pointed out, this sounds like a very, very organized, hand-picked situation within a system that they're putting people in specific places to do specific things to run this very organized situation that is highly illegal, obviously.
Exactly.
What's going on? You guys,
exactly.
This is unbelievable. Welcome, Noni. I just I don't even know what to say. Keep going. I'm so sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to make that evident to people. That's all. Go ahead.
Churches trade.
Yeah. So one of the things
they trade the you call them
leaders.
Karens.
Yes.
The Karens and Carls.
So in other words, my husband said all of the churches trade Karens and Carls. So
5 to 10 years, they rotate.
Every 5 to 10 years they rotate their volunteers, their youth leaders, their nursery workers, their worship leaders, all those things. Every 5 to 10 years, it's a revolving door. And all the churches in our area, they use that. So this person leaves this church and they go to this church. Well, now this church is involved in all this church, you know what I mean? And all this church is crap.
So
And they're all
they keep everyone within. They just rotate everybody around to show different faces here and there. I got you.
Very much so. And they're all the secretaries and the people who run these things. And it's very, very, it's very organized. And I would, it's very organized. So they have this CASA worker, which, by the way, Crystal Ford no longer works for PCHAZ. I was actually given a TikTok message. I don't know, it was sometime a couple months ago. There was an investigation into her on some claims that I had also reported. And I got a message from somebody in the company. They said, you need to email this leader with all your information and see if we can get something done. So I ended up getting her fired from working at PCHAZ, because when I was Crystal Ford's friend, she would talk to me about how when she was working at this children's home, she was also addicted to benzos. So she wasn't just addicted to them, she would misuse them to the point that she would sleep. She told me she would sleep on the picnic tables at work, and she would sleep in her office, and she would go home and take naps because she lived right down the road from the children's home, and she would force all these other workers to do her job that she told me she was not prepared to do because she allegedly cheated on all of her college work. Most of it, she said, told me. So she was not prepared to do this job anyway. And then they made her the leader, and a lot of stuff happened. There were other people that got fired because of her. There's a fly trying to get me. I've gotten a lot of reports from girlfriends of male members of that PCHAZ children's home who have told me that she made very inappropriate comments about their waistline and their underwear hanging out of it, and their muscle cuts, and just very inappropriate things that she did say around me, which distanced me from her when we were friends. She said a lot of things that I didn't appreciate, and it seemed as though she picked favorites at the children's home, and these were red flags because she would bring some of those favorites to the church with her. The favorites were males, well kept. She had a type, very much so, you could tell. It appeared anyway. And there was this one child in particular. He was probably a 17-year-old boy. She would bring him to the church with her from the children's home. She would go pick him up, which is against the law for her to do. She would pick him up and bring him to this church, and all the girls, she would pit the youth girls against each other to get him. And it was like a game she played. It was a game she played. And the more that I saw this, I'm like, maybe it's some sort of weird culture thing, but this is not freaking normal. It's just not normal.
And how old was she?
She's in her 30s. She's a little bit older than me.
Yeah, she's got to be mid-30s. Well, I'm mid-30s. She's got to be mid to late 30s.
Yeah, she's mid to late 30s. So, wow. I mean, she would have been mid-30s at that point.
Wow.
So here's where it gets crazier. Right before we left the church. Go ahead. I'm going to tell her about the groping story that matters.
Okay, well, let's back up just a scoot. So let's back up like a month or two real quick.
Okay.
And so when all that stuff was getting weirdness, right, and I said everything's getting weird, okay, so we're the youth pastors.
Yeah.
Right? So whenever Pastor Bubbles gets his kids back, because there's a whole thing, his kids magically come back. Remember, he lost his kids when they were young, and all of a sudden, we don't know. He preached from the pulpit, made a claim one time that the Lord has given him a loophole,
a foothold
in the legal system with his kids, and he is going to use it. He made that comment. So whatever he did,
somebody did something wrong on paperwork,
and he got him back. So when he got his kids back,
but it matters who gave them back.
Yes.
You know who gave them back?
Who was the judge on that case?
Let me guess. Robin Fulton.
Yeah, who founded the church that he pastored.
We didn't know that, or we would have had him throw it off the list.
Yeah.
But anyway, Pastor Bubbles gets his kids back. He immediately gets a phone call from God, and God tells him that he's supposed to make his 15-year-old son the youth pastor, and we are supposed to be like his helper / transitioner.
Yeah, we would teach him how to be the youth pastor.
God didn't call us though, so I kind of took his word for it. You know what I mean? So So we're going through this transition. You know, I am honestly okay with it. She doesn't have as much of easy of a time just letting go with, you know, with all of it or whatever. But it was sort of a transition, but all of that weirdness on top. Okay, so now with the Crystal and we're talking about the kids coming, because now we've got a youth group. Okay, because now we've got all these extra people and these CASA members bringing kids to our youth group now, and it's growing, and it does look like that's going good. But now continue with the weirdness, because I wasn't a part of these like lady groups. I wasn't here for any of this.
Yeah.
Right. I understand.
So now, right before we left the church, it's important to note this, because this is one of the things that was a deciding factor for us. So it's not like we didn't see these things, but we felt God called us there, and we really didn't know why. We didn't know why. We had no clue, and we wanted to see why. So
Really?
Right before I left the church, I think it was March. It was either 20, it had to have been 22, because no, it was 21, because I had gotten my surgery in 22.
Let me interrupt to ask another quick question real quick, guys. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I'm keeping everybody and myself together on this.
Yes.
So within all these other churches, as you were stating, or kind of rotating people through, how far in out and around the area are all these other churches located, Mandy?
Pretty much every
I
town.
mean, anywhere you want to go. We can get you any state. I mean, states within
they have other
reach.
states
You know what
too.
I mean, don't go naming like North Carolina, because it's gonna be a reach. But
There is actually a pastor in North Carolina.
Okay,
but
Virginia.
So they're all through your area as well as others as well.
Yeah.
Yes, but the main ones are in our area. So
And how many others would you say might have been involved in that realm of that area in your area?
I mean, right now we got 6 or 8. We got 6 or 8 big churches. I mean,
Big
I'm talking
churches.
like 15 to 30,000 square foot facilities. There's like 6 of them. I mean, that I can name off, right? You know what I mean?
And these are all the. Am I allowed to say the name?
they're not all connected. They're not all owned by the family. So
they're all separate entities, and that's what's tricky. Thing. Okay, so they're all separate entities. So say the name of your radio show. If you decided right now that you wanted to go nonprofit with this show, you basically just make the transfer or whatever. Then everything you buy, microphones, lampshades for your house, because you're doing it in your room right now, fan blades, that TV back there, everything's paid for. Everything's paid for. Everything's tax free. I mean, and everything's a write-off. So all of the different churches are all separate entities, because they have to have that separation. But what I will do is I will take
hypothetically.
I will teachers, Sunday schools, musicians, anybody in position, board members, families in general. But these families are your doctors. These families are your psychologists. These families are the lady that works behind the desk at the social service office, the DMV,
the clerk at the county circuit.
Right. This family might leave. And every judge, every lawyer goes to one of these churches, and it might not be this one, but hey, Judge Furter goes over to this church over here. I'm going to give him a call. I'll have a talk with him, and it's that easy. It's that easy, and it's that fast. So whenever, just to put it in perspective, okay, so if 2 families decide on a third party family that their child is not being taken care of correctly, the 2 families that go to church can decide that we all are going to take some action for this other family whose kid we believe is not being taken care of, and actually get the paperwork filled out to where that kid gets taken from that home without the family being able to do anything about it. Because I know the people who write their name on the paper to get them taken out of your home. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I mean, that's what
every bit of it is all interorganizational, and everything is related in that sense. And they keep certain people close to their I got you.
Basically. So if that kind of clears up, they're not all operating under the same name. They're not all owned by the same person, but they all have mutual interests.
So smashing me is their mutual interest.
Let me ask you one more quick question, guys. I'm sorry, because I'm putting something else together with this too, possibly.
No.
Have you heard of another place called the Christ Church, based out of Idaho, possibly?
I think I have, actually. So tell me what you're thinking. I'll have to go back in my records and search through all of it, but I've heard a little bit about, yes.
There's a guy that runs this church. He's done these ridiculous commercials where he'll be driving in his pickup truck and the back of the truck is on fire and it's coming towards him as he's driving, and he's talking about becoming a part of this life and blah, 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 blah. And eventually he gets out of the truck and the whole thing blows up at some point. I mean, he's done these insane commercials, you guys, and he's done so many. I can't even explain to you. You're explaining the same things to me that we have looked into with this scenario over here, and it's a big deal. And I can't not believe that this is not related somehow. I just can't. So I'm sorry to interrupt your story, but I wanted to just see if you had heard these names before. I gotta find his name, and I will get his name to you, and you can tell me from there. God, I can't think of it right now. I have no qualms with saying his name right here and now. I have no problems because this guy is the same thing. Oh, hold on. She just went. Okay. Thank you. There it is. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Heather. As soon as she comes back, I got it. Okay, here we go, Mandy. Okay. All right, let me get rid of your other one there. Hold on.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Okay, his name is Doug Wilson. Does that sound familiar, Doug Wilson?
It does sound a little bit familiar.
Okay, you go ahead. I'm gonna find it. Oh, okay. So what he did? How much of it did you hear?
As soon as you started talking, it just went. Blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so this gentleman, he is the leader of all of these churches, but that main one is the one that he comes out of, and he'll do these crazy commercials on TV where he'll be driving across the field or down a road or something in this pickup truck, and the bed of the truck to the back seat's on fire while he's driving this, and it's coming closer to him, and he's talking about becoming part of this life and this and that and everything else, until at some point the fire is right behind him and he gets out of the truck, lets it go, and the truck is fully engulfed in flames. And then he says, you know, he leads you into that the end of it, and that's the end of it. And he's done that sitting in a chair reading a book, and everything around him is on fire. And then once it gets right on top of him, he gets up and walks away, and everything's engulfed in flames. And there's been some very, very, a lot like what you guys have told me, stories that have come out of this scenario too. And it's hard to believe this is not linked. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to find a picture of him and I'll show it to you. And again, the name of the church is the Christ Church. Okay. And that's just a name. It doesn't mean it's not the same organization. So, okay. Anyway, I go ahead and move on. I'm sorry to distract you, but
no, you're good. It's okay.
I could not ask you that question.
No, it's okay. One other thing to mention is anybody here, and you can tap in the comments there, but is anybody here familiar with Joyce Meyer Ministries? That's a very big minister. So this was one of her home churches. This church that belongs to the board member that's suing me is one of their home churches. So I guess I ought to get to the point with where a lawsuit comes in. We need to get there eventually.
Yeah. So real quick, just finish up your story with the church, okay? With us knowing all of this weirdness, okay, and then them helping. Okay, the youth got weird. But we was trying to help out. And he was
I was still trying to help these people.
Yeah, you were kind of telling about Crystal and some of the the groping and all that weird stuff. I don't know if you need to go over that, but
he doesn't look familiar to me, but
then after that, I mean, we're getting ready to exit. They start talking with people we're in business with, you know what I mean, on our behalf and all that weird stuff. But I don't know.
Did you say Joyce Myers?
Yes.
Yeah. Somebody recognizes her. Okay, gotcha.
Let's talk about this. Okay, so I'm gonna, for the sake of this, I'm gonna end the story with Crystal Ford in a second. So Crystal Ford, the lady I was talking about, CASA, all that stuff, she was also a nursery worker at the church that belongs to the board member that's suing me. So gotcha. This woman, one of the last times we were friends, and this reason because we were in the coffee shop at this Christian Life Church in Farmington, and I was standing next to Crystal, and there was two approximately 15-year-old little girls standing in front of me. It was the pastor's daughter and the pastor's daughter's best friend, who was at some point staying with the pastor and them. But so Crystal was talking about like chest size, and she started speaking about one of the 15-year-olds, the friend of the pastor's daughter, and said, isn't her chest just so big? She reached out under the girl's shirt, and gropes her and starts grabbing her breasts. Yes, in front of me. The lights are off in the coffee shop because it's not coffee shop time either. We just walked in there to get a drink anyway, in like an intermission or whatever they want to call it. So we're alone. The lights are off. She's groping this girl. I'm looking at the girl. The girl's uncomfortable. I'm looking at Crystal, and Crystal's telling me, don't you want to feel it? Feel it, Mandy. They're so big. And I'm like, girl, that is a child. And no, even if that was you, that's inappropriate. Like, I'm just not that person. I'm not doing that.
Wow.
So I was very uncomfortable with it. And again, I thought maybe it's just her culture, because I don't know nothing about culture as far as church goes. You know what I mean? I don't know nothing about this.
And she was obviously so comfortable. Yeah, she was obviously so comfortable doing it. It's as if she had done it many a time before by doing it like that.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
And I was like,
wow.
Yeah. And I was just like, what in the hell? Like, you're a children's worker, you're a CASA worker, you're a social worker. You're doing all of this. You're doing these things. And that's really not normal. So that's where me and her stopped really being friends, because at the point you just essayed a kid in front of me, because that's what that is. You just groped a child in front of me, and you should be charged with it. If you were a man, you would be in prison.
Yes.
So that was my biggest thing, is like, after that happened, I was not so much very close with her. There were a couple situations she had with her family where she needed some help or whatever. That's my mom. I'm not answering that. Sorry. My mom was calling me. I love you if you're watching. But
so
anyway,
are you familiar with the name Christopher Coleman?
Yes, so that is Joyce Meyer's bodyguard.
Yes.
Yeah, so he actually, Joyce Meyer's bodyguard, Christopher Coleman, spent months framing no one for his wife and children's murk. So he did it. He sent himself emails, threatening letters. He was Joyce Meyer's main security guard, and he ended up ending his whole family. I mean, I guess I don't know the whole story, but either way, he murked his whole family. It was a very crazy situation. Now, fun fact about Joyce Meyer's new security guard, you're going to get a taste of him in my story. So a couple times. Okay. So yeah, stay tuned for that too. And I hope we get there. I'm so sorry it's so long. Right? Yeah, that one's replacement. You'll get to hear about him in our story. So Christopher Coleman's replacement is going to be in our story.
Are you guys okay weather-wise? Because I got an alert that you guys have severe issues with weather right now. Are you good?
No, yeah, we're good right now. It's sunny.
Okay. Just making sure.
But if it goes down, we can get on later or something too. It's no big deal.
Absolutely.
But so
about this time we're finished up. This is pretty much the end of the church. Okay,
we're done being at the church.
We had already like a year passed, on the 28th of May, the year prior. We believe that we were told, give it one more year, give it everything you got, pour everything into it, and if it doesn't blossom, then throw it away and go do what I tell you to do. So we was like, okay, sweet, a year. So we gave it a whole entire year. All of that, a whole bunch of stuff happened in the year. All that stuff with the youth and all of that, everything. Church was actually going super good. Like the band grew, the youth was going, it was popping, you know what I'm saying? Had all the crazy stuff, but you know what I mean? It was a hit and miss type deal. The 28th comes and we're like, nothing happened. We have to leave. May
28th, 2021 was the date that we left.
So we leave
the church.
It's weird. May not even hit on much of that stuff on when we left. So we leave. We basically kick off and we pursue what we're doing. I still have my job, right? So I'm working 40 hours, and then on her nights and weekends or whatever, if I'm here, I basically just talk what she's learned, but she would do all the research and the hard work for the school and everything that we were building. Okay. So, now comes separation. We actually form a pretty good relationship with the daughter and son of the board member, with the Lifesavers owners. Okay. Because we start reaching out to like preachers all over the place, because felt like we were kind of isolated. We're like, well, we want to meet all of these people. If we're gonna like try to go be the community's people, I want to know these people. So I mean, I say that respectfully, but so anyway, we do, and then like find out everybody's got the same vision and all that stuff, and everything looks like it's really super sweet. But then like, I don't know.
You have to go into these places, and you have to go on their websites, and you have to talk to staff or past staff. You have to talk to the people that weren't happy when they left the churches and the children's homes and things, and like talk to them to see what their real story was. Mm-hmm. So
thank you, dude.
I think that's where.
Yeah.
Real quick, guys. Real quick, folks. I'm sorry. I hate interrupting you like crazy, but I put a link in chat, everybody. The housing complex that Mandy brought up. Okay, the name is under the Pruitt-Igoe myth. There's a link in chat to go watch the documentary on this on Amazon, or you can go directly to Netflix, pull it up, and there's a full documentary on there as well. Please watch it. I watched it last week. It's insanity, and it goes right into the story they told. So please, guys, if once we're done with this, if you get some time, go check it out. Thank you again.
Yeah.
Okay. So right now, you'll go into the spot where we believe that you were led astray and then dumped professionally with all the business stuff.
Yes.
So you jump on with all of it because you're doing CASA and all that stuff. So
yeah. So I jump on. I'm mentoring I'm mentoring at a local alternative school called Daisy Baker. This is a school I grew up in, going to. It's the alternative school for kids who, don't so much do well with the socializing of a full-on huge public school. So I start going to this smaller scaled school to help me. And I go to this school as a kid. Well, as an adult, I come back, I meet with she was the assistant administrator for the Farmington School Board, Ashley Krause. She gets a hold of me, her and her husband, and they're like, hey, come teach our kids at this Daisy Baker, because who else would be better? Like, you used to throw doors at these chairs whenever people would lock you in there because they had no idea I had PTSD and didn't know why. But so they said, come teach our kids. We see where you've gone and where you're going, and we want you to help our kids.
They sent you the one before you got credentials too.
And they started sending me these kids as I was in school I had switched my major to social work at this point. And I was doing a little bit minoring in criminal justice. So I go on, and I lost where I was at because one of my kiddos popped around the corner. But so I'm working at mentoring at this school. One of my first students, she was at risk of flunking out of high school. In 3 months, I got her to the point she graduated. I say but we worked together, and she did all that work, and she put in all that work, and I just motivated her. And she graduated, and within 3 months, she was done. And the school year wasn't even over. So it was a huge, huge deal. And like, those are the success stories that came out of my time there. There was tons of other kids that I was so proud of, but that was the first one I got, and the first one that stuck out to me.
Yeah.
As far as like telling that story, because I didn't have the credentials to do this stuff yet. You know what I mean? I had just been working in classrooms since I was a kid. So fast forward, I start working at Daisy Baker. There's a project. It's called the Mineral Area Hospital Project. There's a big hospital that shut down in our area, and a multi-million-dollar guy named Sharo Shershikan is his name. Mm-hmm. He's a multimillionaire of some sorts, I guess, and he's one of the ones that owns these local like elderly homes. Well, he and his daughter Maria Shershikan were actively renovating. They said renovating this hospital to become a 24-hour mental health facility for just a bunch of different things. Mental health facility for children and adults. It would have been free she said free or discounted dental care. We went to a lot of the meetings that they had, and I helped her plan things for this. I spent 8 months of my life off of my journey because Crystal Ford had told me, get a hold of this lady, and I did. And I really feel like it was a purposeful stealing of my business plan. So I had started working with this lady, and her name was Maria Shershikan. I'm talking, we went to her mansion in the hills. My kids hung out with her kids. They were best friends, or her kid, they were best friends. Like, we swam at their pool. We stayed there till midnight. Like, it was a whole thing. We were friends. We texted, like, we prayed together. I literally prayed the salvation prayer with her and her daughter at their table. So it's very, very supposed to be real, you know? Well, her biggest thing was, I want you to arrange, in other words, it was a runaway plan, a plan for runaway kids. So because you do have kids that run away and they don't have a safe home to be at, you know what I mean? And they don't want to go to care, but they do have to go to care, and there has to be a safe place for them. So
absolutely,
she set me off on this couple different business plans she had me making. And she said at the end of this, when I helped her with her business plans, she would help me whatever it took to get my plan, what we were doing, on the road, this school. And we had definitely thought that it would venture out into an outreach as far as children and families and those types of things. We just didn't know exactly how yet. So she was going to help me. I start going into all these different children's homes and different stuff like that. But she also wants access to the homeless youth at the Farmington School District. That's why she wanted to contact me. She wanted me to get her in touch with the person that could get her contact and access to the homeless youth. I really didn't understand it.
She wanted her exact words. She needed an in.
She needed an in to the school district, she told me. And she used me for that, she says. So she actually, apparently, from what I understand, never had very much, you know, I guess, to do with the school, even after she said she wanted to use me as an in. But here's where it gets crazy. So there was a local church connected to all of these churches that was planning a Christian school. It's an old man who's not going to be happy if a little me goes down the road and opens a huge, successful Christian school that he's been talking about for the past 20 years. So it feels as though, and it looks as though, they sabotaged me. So I ended up, Maria asked for my business plan so she could look it over and help me make sure it was all right. She was going to give it to her dad. Her dad was going to be an investor. And the people I had gotten, that was the plan. The people I had gotten the contract with for the land had told me, you need to talk to Sharo Shershikan and do it soon. So I was going to contact Sharo, but I got stopped by his daughter, who was friends with this Crystal Ford girl that we talked about earlier that was groping a teenager. They got my business plan. She, in other words, told me it was terrible, which it wasn't. But she told me it was terrible. And in other words, she's going to have to help me on it, and then never contacted me again. Like, we never had any more conversations. We weren't friends anymore. Then they donate. Okay, so I start, obviously, in this time, I'm calling out all these different things that are not right. Legally, it seems as though are going on. I start calling out. I found out her dad had some run-ins with Farmington, Illinois, I guess it is. He's got a whole rap sheet. If you Google Sharo Shershikan, Farmington, Illinois, you'll find some stuff. There was an article about, I guess, I don't know, he was being investigated, and some of that information got out, and he sued the city because the information from the investigation hurt him.
Right.
And the city was negligent, I guess, with putting it out, which is a big deal. But he got out of whatever he was in there, and he came to Farmington, Missouri, and which is really weird too, because Farmington, Illinois, Farmington, Missouri, and then you kind of seem as though you keep your stuff the same. It's very weird. But so this Maria lady has me working with her. She drops me, and then they stop this project at the Mineral Area Hospital. They had gotten like a $3 million grant, like a community grant, to renovate this big hospital and turn it into this plan, this business plan for this mental hospital that our area really freaking needs. And they stop everything they're doing after they get that $3 million grant. They end up, I'm talking at this point, calling everybody out. They take that grant, they send it back and say, never mind. East Missouri Action Agency, by the way, is who did that. And we talked a little bit about them earlier. So East Missouri Action Agency was working with the Sure-She-Cans on that as well. They got a $3 million grant to build this hospital. And then they let the grant go back and they started some sort of small town renovate houses and sell them thing, which seems actually kind of questionable too. But it's not relevant right now.
Right.
So East Missouri, where am I at?
They put some homeless shelter. They put some homeless storage
containers,
tractor trailer containers. They built some little homeless deal because that's where the whole town, it seemed like, was trying to come up with an idea on how to do something.
Yes,
because everybody was involved in this huge kind of project with the hospital that they were doing, including us. So when they did a little bit with the homeless, but then they stopped. They didn't do anything. They didn't do anything with the giant building that they got. They didn't do anything else. So they changed it from homeless to
mental health
families or something, families. Right?
Yes.
Which the families had to already be on. It wasn't a homeless thing anymore. Mm-hmm. It was, well, if you're just struggling, but you still have a job and can basically take care of yourself, we'll help you. It quit being a help the people that are freezing. You know what I mean? Yeah,
and if you're homeless and you're on drugs, they won't let you stay there. So it's almost useless because there are not very. And I don't mean this disrespectful. I've known homeless people. I've been homeless people. There are not many homeless people that are completely clean off of any substance. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry about that. That is the statistic that we're dealing with. Mm-hmm. So they don't let these people in if they're drug tested and they have marijuana in their system. I had a lady that was running from her husband who is a convicted pedophile. She had 4 little kids. She was running from him. She had a medical card for marijuana. Now, I know a lot of people have feelings about that, and that's totally acceptable. But in Missouri, it's legal, and she had a medical card to excuse that. And they did not let her and her children in. They were running from her husband, who was abusive, and all these different things. They didn't let them in because she tested dirty for marijuana, that she was prescribed to deal with the PTSD that she was going through because her husband had groomed her. Because he was grown when he met her too. So it was a whole fiasco. They wouldn't let her in. And it was like, what are these programs really doing if you're not actually helping the real homeless people? It doesn't make any sense. So they started talking about how they were going to close that because they weren't having so much money. They didn't have enough money.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff with the city. What I would do now is
Harvest needs to be brought in though.
Mm-hmm. We did skip an important part of right toward the end of church, when we stopped before we left there. There's a whole incident, because her dad's not alive anymore.
Yeah, my dad died in 2020.
He passed through the whole thing through the end of church, which I guess we could come back to that. But what I would do is now that we basically physically left church, talk about the book you found.
Yes.
And everything just right from there. Don't get in the city. I would stay right back to church, and then because this will involve everybody you just talked about.
So we leave the church, and I'm going to go to January approximately of 2022. We're not going to the church anymore. We find a book. I find a book. I Googled off chance. I got online middle of the night. I was Googled some names and the church name, and it came up with a book page. And I was like, what the heck is this? This has actual names that I know are the church's name. So what in the world? So I get on there and I find out there's this whole book. There is a whole book. It's called In the Arms of Satan by Ariel Osolabahane.
Does he have that by chance?
Yes. Okay. He will have the screenshot of that if he wants to put it up or if he can. But there is a book about the church. Joyce Myers, the board member that's suing me, he's named in it by name, first and last. The church is named by name. Geological location, their family produce farm connected to all of this is named. Go ahead.
I was just going to say the one thing that you said I had a screenshot of, which part was that in? I could put up for you.
I sent it to you this morning. It's In the Arms of Satan. It should be a red book cover.
Okay. And that was was that through email or through the other?
I went ahead and sent everything that I needed on here. I went and sent it to you through Facebook because my email was being so weird.
Okay. I'll see if I can pull it through here.
If not, it's okay. But it's $3.99 if you decide to buy it. It's $3.99 if you get it on the Google Play Store, because on the Google Play app you can go into the search. You can search keywords. So this helps me with court and stuff too, because now I got to testify about this book. So
absolutely.
I find this book in January 22. They start letting a local tier 3 predator drive their church van. The church that we left starts letting a tier 3 convicted predator drive their church van. His victim was 4. It was his own child. So they start letting this man drive the church van to pick up children and families. Even better, they told us that it was donated by this predator. It was also wrapped with the church's logo, allegedly by the predator. And then the predator is appointed the church bus driver. He's going around picking up children and families. The church is lying to people because he's lying to people about his conviction. He says, oh, it's a situation where she was 16 and I was 18, as if that's any different. It's still wrong. It's still disgusting, and you should still be in prison for it. So he starts driving this church van. We decide, you know what? We're just going to go for it. I posted on January 5th, 2022, this long post about how I've kept my mouth shut, and I have prayed about this, and I have kept it to myself as long as I'm going to. This is a convicted predator, and he's driving a van. This is not okay. So not only is it not okay, he's been lying to people. And before we left the church, we were warned that he was a predator and that we should not let our children be anywhere near him in the hallways or in the bathrooms when he's roaming the church. And that's not normal. Why would you let the man drive the bus? It appears as though you let him drive it because he gave you the bus. So I post on Facebook. The whole world is on the same page as I am with this. And then, except maybe 3 of their church members come for me, whatever. I get a message that evening from a man named Steve Lewis, who is the men's leader for the church. This is January 2022 still. I get a message from the men's leader. The men's leader, in other words, says some big old long drawn out message. And I sent that to you too, but you don't have to put it up there if you want to. Where essentially he tells me, how dare you call this out publicly? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're God in this? Do you think you're telling people something they don't already know? Which I was absolutely telling people something they had no clue about. And then he ended it with, you better get on your hands and knees and pray you don't get sued. He told me that in January of 2022, but they couldn't do anything about it.
Wow.
Yeah, so they couldn't do anything about that. They couldn't do anything about me saying anything about him because he's a predator. I'm allowed. So January 6th, the very next day, I'm like, okay, these people, there's something really wrong. I got this book. I had messaged an old pastor of the church who had pastored the church. It was his wife, Jerry Coulter. I can say her name, so I'm not going to say anything that I can't prove here. So I messaged Jerry Coulter. She had pastored the church in approximately 2005 with her husband, which is around the same time the immigrant who hit and killed Brad Lewis on Highway 32, and the company, the produce company connected to the church and the board members took that guy out of the country, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, sorry, where was that? Help me.
What got us is because we thought the Mexican in the book was our Mexican.
There was an immigrant in the book. In this book, In the Arms of Satan, there was an immigrant in that book that they said in the book he was being hidden out at the church, Christian Life Church.
Can we pause? Can we pause for a second? Okay.
Yes. Go ahead.
So this Ariel O'Sullivan, the woman who wrote the book, she married the cousin.
Yes, the cousin of the man who's suing me.
Of the man who's suing. So she married into the family, got to live on the family farm, and she writes a book about her telltale story about the farm and the church, which is the one that we went to, but in like 2000 or something like that when she
Mm-hmm.
went. So this is the book in which, so that anytime we mention, so if that helps or puts a perspective in it.
Yeah. So this would be the book. Now, the man next to her is obviously her husband. That's Donald E. Haas. And he is the cousin of the man who's suing me. So the wife is obviously sitting next to him. She's the author of the book. And it is with this story that I knew we were not crazy, because this woman details a story so close to mine that I thought the immigrant in her story that she claims tried to essay her 12-year-old little girl on the family farm belonging to the man who's suing me. She tells this story about how this immigrant tries to essay her child. She believes that the man who is her husband's cousin or her husband set this up. She claims in the book that's one of those people she believed set this up. So, and it's in there in the pages.
Wow.
Yes. So she details a horrific story about what she lived through at the church, what she lived through with these people, what she lived through at the hands of Joyce Meyer Ministries, because she was heavily involved in these churches then. Joyce Meyer came from down here, and this was her home church. This was her first home church.
Wow.
She wanted, and in this book, it details about how how Joyce Meyer pitted for this church against this family. So it's a very, very big deal. And then in that book, she also talks about some of the old pastors that used to pastor. This is where we're all here. Jerry Coulter, I messaged her and I asked her, hey, this book names you. It names you guys as being good people. And I need help. I need people who will stand up with me in court if it ever comes there, or to the cops, and like get this story out here, because this lady says that you lived through some stuff. And she messaged me back and said, who are you? You know, what is this book? What is it about? I told her. She told me verbatim that she witnessed money laundering. She says that they stole their family car. They took their car, traded it in for a car that they put in the church's name. And then when they evicted them and kicked them out of the church because they allegedly wouldn't take $50,000, let me correct myself, $50,000 to be quiet, Jerry Coulter claims in her book that they were also like pushed out and like treated in the same similar ways as we were on their way out. So I asked Jerry, and Jerry said, hey, you need to buy my book. And I said, well, what do you mean buy your book? She said, buy my book and read chapter 13.
Mm-hmm.
I said, okay. She said, it's about CLC. It's about Christian Life Church, the church that I pastored in that year with my husband. So I buy her book. Okay. I get Jerry's book. I buy her book. I open it up and I start reading chapter 13, and she details $50,000 check, and that's highlighted in some of them pages if you want to put it up there. But it'll be the black pages, not the white pages. The white.
Hold on a second. Let me double check.
Yeah, you're good.
That's kind of where I was just trying to get to.
Yeah, the black pages are this book. The white pages were the other one.
Okay, and it says Google Play books and audiobooks. Is that it?
We can check.
Something
yeah,
like this here.
No, that's In the Arms of Satan. That's the other one. Sorry about that.
Okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. Hold on.
Those letters are so small.
I know. Okay.
I could have made it bigger, and I didn't even think about it. But so in this book, she details essentially along the same lines of the story we lived through. Now, mind you, there was a lot that I didn't mention about the manipulation tactics that they use to use me against other people. Yes. So here's the book. Okay. So one of these pages is highlighted. I don't know if we got it here or not, but so sorry, I look really weird right now, but I'm going to find it. Okay. At the meeting, a resignation paper was brought out and we were asked to sign it. Clifton said he wouldn't. We were offered $50,000 to go away. We didn't actually see the paper because one of the board members grabbed it, ripped it up, threw it on the floor. The owner's wife said to us, well, that just cost you $50,000. So that's important because the owner's wife, the owner is the board member of the church that's suing me. Okay. So here we go. We've got this another crazy book detailing a lot of money and a lot of hush money and a lot of being quiet, people getting paid off. So I'm like, okay, this is crazy. I call the police. I call St. Francis County Sheriff's Department and I can finally say his name because we finally found out after 2 years of begging them to tell us. I spoke with a detective, Corey Platten, with the St. Francis County Sheriff's Department, and he told me, I don't know if you can pull up those little voice things that I sent you, but there's going to be one with Medea on it.
Okay, hold on.
It says his name, but the police said this, and we're making this very clear.
I mean,
his name is Cody Coulter.
No, it's a video. It'll be a video. I don't know if we can play video over video, can we?
Yeah, I can play it up here. I just gotta get to the right spot. There was so much of it that hold on.
No, I know. I'm so sorry.
No. By all means, don't apologize. Any. Okay, so that's out of the book. There. Hold on. It's a video. Hold on a minute.
One of the videos will have Medea on the front of it, and then the other one I think is probably Medea too.
Okay.
Now I'm thinking about it. They're really short though, just like 30 seconds or something like that.
That was a golf cart. Hold on.
That was somebody trying to kidnap my kid after all this.
Oh, that's just ridiculous. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
And I'll tell you if that's the right one or not. Okay, yeah, this is what the officer told me. Now, like I said, it's not my words, it's his. And this will be one of two. The other one is of like a African American lady sleeping with a mask on. So
everybody knows that Proffers is notorious for, illegal immigrants. I mean, heck, they have.
So you can see him. It's a little pixelated. I don't know if you can zoom in or not.
Is this the one where it zooms on already?
Maybe.
It's really super quick.
I think I got it as big as I could, right?
Mine ain't doing nothing yet, so I don't know if it's going or not. But side by side, if you watch it, when he gets down here by like the very last tree, you can see him, the passenger of the side by side, point out of it to my driveway where my daughter is. My daughter claims he says, "Stop right here and I'll get the girl." That's what my daughter claimed was said. You couldn't hear it on my video because their engine was going, but she was closer to them, so she would have heard that. She was 10 at the time, and she's not one of those kids.
That's not slowed down. That's how fast they were driving. And then they slow down right toward the end. There's only a 10-second clip. The camera runs 10 seconds at a time.
Yeah. So
basically, when it X out and restarts, that's the end of it. So
they almost stopped at the end of our driveway, and even she reiterated they pointed and they almost stopped
because the van's right there. It's right behind the bush or the side of the house on the right side. It's right there in the driveway where she was grabbing the diapers.
So what do you think made them stop or not go through with it?
I don't even know. Laura says when she heard the side by side coming, my daughter says she heard the side by side coming, so she kind of didn't keep digging through the car. She got the heck out of there or whatever. But she said when she heard it, she stopped as to, like, I guess, hopefully not get seen or something. But this is what happens. She hears them see her and say, "Stop here and I'll get the girl."
So the thing about this whole deal is, like, the guy, they're both kind of overweight, like overall dudes.
I can see it. You can see it. I don't know if anybody else in here can see this. When they're right about here, whoever's on the passenger side of the side-by-side's foot is out as if he's getting ready to step out and go forward to do something right back here.
You'll see his arm point straight to our van.
So he was looking like his right foot was hanging out as if he was able to jump out, grab something, and jump back in if he wanted to, guys.
Right.
Exactly.
His arm comes out and points. You see that right down at the very last post right here, and then they keep going. Luckily, thank God. But it's obvious that there was something going on here.
Well, they were driving up and down the road like 2 or 3 times. I had seen that day prior. So we finally got to confront the guy in person because he deleted us off social media and all that stuff. We'd have it, but he's like a part of our HOA. So we finally got to confront him almost a year later. He had a detailed description about everything that happened except for the words that were said. Except for the very words that were said. Because my thing was, because he didn't remember the guy's name, he was just there. He'd been riding around with him all day, but he didn't remember what the guy's name or the company, you know what I mean? Because he was there doing road assessment or something for our road. That was the story. So even if you're riding around in a side-by-side with your hillbilly redneck buddy, and he decides to make the worst joke ever while you drive by your neighbor's house and he's like, well, stop here, I'll get the girl, being funny.
It don't look funny though.
You would at least have to, oh my God. My friend is the stupidest person in the whole wide world. I am so sorry.
Something like that.
Something. But it was nothing. It was like, you guys are crazy. We were talking about the ditch, and he talked about a telephone pole that was in our yard, and that's what he was pointing at. But obviously, I don't have a telephone pole.
We don't have a telephone pole in
ditch,
our yard.
You know what I mean? But that's basically where that ended. Now he's selling his house and leaving our HOA because, I think it's
because he's caught. Because he's caught and he's known to be what he is. Yeah.
Exactly.
Let me take a quick moment here to welcome another amazing creator from out here, Mina Monsters. She is an advocate for the missing children case she covers, so on and so forth. And I invited her in. She's really busy a lot, but I invited her in the beginning, and she's just now jumping in. So, Mom, we call her Mom because Mina Monsters. But this is Mandy Yates and her husband, Jared. If you can hear us, this is
my kids are over there. I was going to turn it.
It leads into the cases we've covered in Fredericktown, Mom, and there's a whole lot more. But I'm really glad you're here to hear this and see this. So welcome and thank you for joining us. Again, this is Mandy Yates and her husband Jared. And this is Mina Monsters, we call her, for her channel, for what she does, Mandy. So I'm glad she's here to hear this too.
Sorry, bear with me. My internet's spotty.
You're fine. You're absolutely fine.
All right. I think I'm back here. I missed a lot of what you said.
I was just introducing you to her. She has she's an advocate for the missing, and she does a lot of missing children's cases and very much is involved in a lot of what we're doing right here and now today. And I really wanted her to be part of this to see and hear your story because, like I said, she's 110 million% about making things happen and stuff like this. So again, I just introduced you and Jared to her. And again, she goes by Mom. That's what we call her because of the name. So
yeah, absolutely. It's nice to meet you too. Did she have any like specific questions she needed or anything like that?
Anything you're welcome. You're welcome to join us up here, Mom, if you'd like to. If you have any questions about anything, I don't know how much of it she has taken in so far, but you're always welcome to come up here, Mom. As always, oh, wait a minute, guys. Hold on a second.
You're good.
I made a bit of a boo-boo there. Hold on.
I'm fighting with iCloud, so you're good. My iCloud keeps popping up and telling me to log in, and I'm like, I don't want to. Stop doing this.
Okay, there's a link in chat, Mom. If you want to jump up here with us, you're welcome to, okay? If not, no worries. Either way, if you have any questions, just spout them out, and I will get them out there. Sounds good. She said she'll jump up here in about 10 minutes. So, okay. All right.
So,
on with where we are.
We just talked about the incident with this. So
yeah. So
what is unless he wants to go somewhere?
It is important to note what happened right before that.
Yeah.
May 5th, 2022. I get a phone call from one of my youth group students, and she says that this board member pulled my grandma to the side at Wednesday night church and told her XYZ. It was slander against me. We had gotten a lot of calls and stuff throughout our time not being there of people telling us we were being slandered, but we just, whatever, say what you want. I can prove what I say. So I looked past it up until this child called me, because this child was one of my students, not in so much just the church. She was also one of my students at Daisy Baker. And she's like, it seems as, called me. And it, in other words, was trying to tell me they're trying to ruin your life. So I was like, okay, well, I don't know what to do. I will send them a cease and desist. I didn't know anything about them. I just knew that that's something you send someone to tell them, hey, I think you might be confused. Please stop lying about me. If you can't do that, then I guess we're going to have to go to court and see who's telling the truth. That was what my cease and desist was. It was undeliverable twice. I didn't send it a third time. I thought, you know what, if he wants to be crazy, now this is on May 5th, 2022. I was like, well, you know what, if he wants to be crazy and he wants to keep this up, the plaintiff in the case and the board member of the church, the head board member, then we'll just go to court. We'll see how it goes. They never got, they got alerted because they have a doorbell cam or whatever at the church. They got alerted that they had a letter from me, but they never got it, got it. So instead of replying, I guess, to the cease and desist or whatever he could have done, accepting it anyway, he just filed a lawsuit against me instead. So he filed that lawsuit against me with those weird claims on May 13th, 2022. And then we've been right after that was when our kid was almost taken. And then what else?
It was just a pretty steady battle. We did
it was a steady battle.
We did a bunch of research the rest of that year.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it was nothing but research the rest of the year. We found out all the stuff about the multiple names.
Yeah.
And then the people using, you keep the aliases and stuff
like that. The aliases, yeah.
All of those and the addresses that are different.
Yeah.
Everybody that's on advisory. That is what we did the rest of that year.
Yeah.
Which is just information, which, I mean, you could explain that.
Okay, so with the rest of that whole year, in other words, we spent a lot of our time looking into the organizations, who's on the board, who really runs the show, who's legally in charge, who's legally responsible and accountable, who do we report this stuff to, those types of things. And that's where we discovered a lot of the aliases. People had addresses listed on their CASA board member papers. That were their prior addresses, and they were doing that on purpose. The only reason a person in social work uses a fake name and a fake address is they're scared someone's going to hurt them, and also mainly because you can't do it. It's not legal in the state of Missouri anyway. I don't know how it is everywhere else, but in Missouri, it's a misdemeanor to use a name that's not your name.
Absolutely.
As that. So yeah, I wanted to correct that too. So this Crystal Ford lady that had groped the child in front of me at that church, she was operating from her old address and a completely wrong name on there. So if she ever got in trouble, they would not have her name, her address. They would not find her.
That's like the state having this lady over all of these kids.
This lady walks with people in court in the 24th Judicial Circuit in our St. Francis County, Missouri, circuit courts. They go to court with these kids and they advocate for them and they make sure that, the kid has a nice life. But when you put these kids in danger's way with these people who have aliases and fake addresses and you can't find them, you don't even know who they are, you don't know what they're capable of, this is dangerous because most of them are not qualified either. So
what I would do is I would walk through your journey through the end of that year to now with all of everything you filed.
Yeah. So
every person that we've encountered to stop whatever paper we've tried to get.
Yeah, this is where we can really get into the lawsuit, how all that's gone. So we got sued by the head board member of the church we left in 2021. That May. So from May to August, I created a TikTok in May of 22 also to start telling the world, and it went viral, pretty small town viral, pretty quick. I made this TikTok. It was called Missouri Mom Izzle, and I started putting out videos, just little short tidbits of what I'd been through, what I'd been going through, and people were really picking up on the stories and all that stuff. So I start getting, on TikTok, you can see who views your profile. I start getting views from the plaintiff in the cases, family members, churchgoers, all these different people. They all start viewing my profile. Then some of them start commenting. Nobody believes you. No one in my family believes you. Nobody in the whole world believes you, Mandy. And these are the comments that I get from the man who's suing me, saying, like, from his family, saying that I'm not actually ruining their life and they shouldn't be suing me. So he's saying nobody believes me. And essentially, you know, his whole family's on there harassing me in concert with him. You know, just saying all types of things. They had some church members come on there and try to discredit me. But again, I always have, like, as we were going to the church, like, I took recordings and videos and pictures of meetings and things that I felt were not normal at all. So, sorry, I was reading a comment and I got lost. I think Barb said something about Jason or something and it threw me off.
He got called out for having Gina Dawn's underwear. Yeah.
Oh shit. See, and why is he not in, like, I would be questioning this man. If I was the police, he'd be one of the people I'd be questioning, and not because he's innocent. I really believe that he was looking for people who were loose ends. That was my thought process about him. That's why I asked him the line of questioning that I did. So just for the record, like, that's very creepy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't understand.
Okay, so essentially I lost exactly where I was at, but I'm going to try to go back in. We're getting harassed till August 29th is my birthday. Mm-hmm. Now, mind you, one of the employees of the produce company that belongs to the board member of the church had essayed me on my birthday when I was like 10. Okay. On my birthday. On my birthday in 2022, so August 29th, 2022, after I've been harassed, demeaned, my home address was doxed online. They listed my house for sale with pictures. Yes, members of the church. Christy and Roger Knoll and their son. But he's underage, so I'm not, you know what I mean? He's a kid. They all made a fake TikTok, and it was like to combat me or something. It was threatening. They said they wanted to step on my neck. These were all crimes that they were saying against me. You can't threaten to harm someone. That is a culpable threat of 4th degree assault. Mm-hmm. So these are chargeable crimes. They doxed my address, which is a federal crime. It's a federal cyber crime. They not only doxed my address, they put my house up for sale for probably about 70 or 80 grand less than what it was supposed to on these TikTok posts. They put the picture of the front of my freaking house on it.
Open house
or
whatever date it was.
On whatever the date was that they wanted people to come to my house. I live in the country on a private drive that says, like, no trespassing. You can't just come here. Mm-mm. And they were trying to sell my almost $300,000 house for, and when I say that, we got it for 100 and something, and it was a blessing because I guess the guy lived here, his family moved out, and I don't know. But anyway, so our house,
they had it for like 125.
They had it for 120 grand. They was trying to sell it for. Like, we actually have 7 kids in our house now, and like 5 or 6 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, like, because we need this much room.
Right.
But, and it's not a luxury, but it is not a $120,000 house either. So like there were people driving by. When I say these details, there were people driving by. There were people driving by to peek around and look outside at our house, and I was not welcoming. I put a no trespassing sign up out front in front of my yard too. Let's see. What else do we have to do? I didn't call the St. Francis County Sheriff's Department. I actually reported to the FBI cybercrime unit.
Yeah.
Or something like that. It was one of the cybercrime units. I believe it was the FBI, but either way, They contacted the sheriff's department. The
Mhm.
sheriff's department was dispatched to my home to take a report and to get those people in trouble for doxing my address. The TikTok disappeared. They never got in trouble. On my birthday, after all these things, people threatening me, harassing me, stalking me, having random people come to my house for an open house. After all this stuff, on my birthday, my 30th birthday, the plaintiff in the case filed a temporary restraining order against me and only me, everybody that knows me, and only our voices. We can be around them as much as we want. We're just not allowed to make any comments about the plaintiff, his business, which, whatever. I don't know which one's his, because I also filed motions to ask them what exactly am I not allowed to talk about, because a TRO is not valid in the state of Missouri if it's not descriptive and concise. And you can't tell me and serve me with a paper. One of the stipulations to this TRO that they tried to get, or they did get actually, was me and anyone who knows me. If you're my 10-year-old daughter, you're my 4-year-old son, you're my 30-year-old husband, doesn't matter who you are, you're not allowed to say the name of the church, the name of any of the churches that the guy is a board member of. Not allowed to say his name and all these other things. And I'm like, that's not legal. So
Doesn't sound like it.
No, it wasn't. And you can't, if it's not served on the people that it affects, it does not affect them.
Right.
So if you're not legally served, it doesn't matter to you. If he's not legally served, it doesn't matter to him. It only matters to me. But I was like, I'm either going to let these people squash my constitutional rights to free speech, because this man is a public figure. He's not some small town guy. He is a public figure. He has a huge enterprise. His business was actually just recently considered an enterprise by the Department of Labor because they sued them for $400,000.
Can you do me a favor and go over to the right-hand side? It says private chat there. Do you see that?
Yep. Click
in that box there and type the name in there. That way I'm absolutely positive to not say that for you.
Okay, which one am I not saying? The board member's name, or
the person you're not allowed, whose name you're not allowed to say. I'd like to know who it is, but I don't want to have it said so that it doesn't cause any problems.
Yeah, I got you. I sent it in your private chat.
Well, it was very vague. So it was
vague.
It was their family. It was anything to do with that individual.
His family.
Yeah, you talk about his cat, anything.
Got you. Okay.
So they can take that and shove it somewhere.
Exactly. So I was just like, there's no way you're doing this to me in America, and not in a small town America either. So I was just like, well, for a little bit, I let it go. I let them harass me and keep stalking me, because cyber stalking is the same as physical stalking. And a lot of people think you have to try, or like, if you're doing something to purposely alarm someone and scare or intimidate someone, that is considered harassment.
Yeah.
So if you get an ex parte against me and you say you're scared or whatever, because you don't, or not an ex parte, a TRO, it was not an ex parte.
No, I know what you're
against my voice because you're scared or whatever it is. You can't then come to my digital window every day and knock on it and say, hey, is anybody home? What are you talking about in there?
Yeah.
So that's my biggest thing. This man's a public figure, and I was going to continue to talk about this because nobody else had. So we go on, and where do we go from here, Jared?
Well, your birthday, you got the lawsuit. So then we have a hearing in September.
We have a hearing in September on September 23rd, 2022. They have this hearing for the motion for a temporary restraining order. Now, here's where it gets real interesting, too. I had an attorney very early on. His name was Gary G. Matheny. He was the public administrator for St. Francis County, Missouri.
Okay.
And this was my attorney at the beginning of all this. We go to court. I paid him $1,000 that I didn't have. I paid him $1,000. He said, okay, I'm going to represent you. And then we get to court for this TRO, and he quits before the hearing. He quits. He says he's got a conflict of interest. Now, he told me that if for some reason they would not let me get a different attorney, he would represent me. That was the agreement, because it was my first hearing. It's my first ever anything. You always get at least one continuance to be able to get another attorney.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get that. I did not get that. No proof whatsoever was shown at that hearing against me. The temporary restraining order, on top of claiming that I was saying XYZ about this company and this person, they claimed that I was stalking their grandchildren and their children. The man that's suing me claimed that I was stalking and harassing his children and his grandchildren. So that was a whole thing. It was a thing where he was taking everything that they were doing, and it was like a false victimization thing. He was taking everything they were doing to me and trying to get me in trouble for it, but I'm just sitting there. So they get me in this court hearing. My attorney quits, gets out of the courtroom, gives my husband half of our money back. And then I find some incorporation papers later where he was on the board of a local church called the Upside Down Room or the Upside Down Center. I sent you that too, but it was a local church of some sort out of a building that actually did foster like mental health help. So Mr. Matheny was on these incorporation papers with some church called the Upside Down Room or the Upside Down Center.
Okay.
With Adam Haas. Adam Haas is the son of the man on the cover of that book, In the Arms of Satan.
Wow.
So Adam Haas, his address on those incorporation papers were the farm. It was the farm connected to this family. His address was the farm named in the book. Adam's address was the farm that belongs to the man who's now suing me. He's also mentioned in the book. There's a lot. He's also mentioned in the book his twin brother, or not his twin brother, his brother's brother was murked in Illinois, I guess Granite City, Shoal Creek. They found him. He had multiple, when I say multiple, I mean there was more than 10, 20 shank wounds in his body. He was missing like a hand or something. It was a very clearly targeted. He was like, his ears had been, there was a lot of stuff that had happened to him that showed that it was not just, oops, I don't know what that is. But so there was a lot of stuff that happened in there. I have some news articles, but I couldn't find the one last night that I wanted to put up here. So
what are they titled in that whatever you sent me? Do you know?
No, which, like I said, you probably wouldn't want to put this one up there. It's not too in depth, but if you search Shoal Creek and Daryl Haas, Hahs.
1 second.
Yeah, it's all in the book too.
That whole descriptive.
The whole, yeah, she describes what they did. She describes.
It's a whole evening event. They all.
Yeah. She describes that there was a local alderman in Illinois and I don't know, some city officials involved in some sort of white rug, use and distribution and stuff like that. So the book details some pretty hefty stuff about this guy who my old attorney was on corporation papers with on a church.
Wow. How do you spell the first part of it? Shoal Creek, you said?
SHOAL.
Oh, just like it sounds. Okay.
Yeah, it's weird.
And then Shoal Creek and Daryl Haas.
Hahs.
Hahas.
Yes.
Let me see what happens here.
Where was I at too? I lost it.
The attorney. Okay.
Yes.
So you got the attorney. He quit.
So
it's super awkward.
My attorney. It's also important to note. This is where we're going to get into the children's homes, Fredericktown. We're going back to Fredericktown though, so we're getting close. my attorney. So after he quits that hearing, I end up getting entrapped into this TRO because I told the judge, I don't have money for an attorney, but I mean, I could try to find one, but I don't have money for an attorney. So she ended up like having me go through with this hearing by myself. Never, aside from juvenile courts, never really stood in court by myself ever before. And juvenile court's completely different. So, they had me go in this courtroom, stand here. They placed this. She actually took it under advisement at the hearing. And what that means is she's going to go home. She's going to look at the evidence and then make a decision after she maybe talks to some other judge colleagues and sees what they would legally do in this situation to get a better, a good choice as a judge with all the facts. Okay, at that hearing, they provided no proof against me for stalking or harassing his grandchildren and children because it never happened. It was actually the opposite way around. They were doing that to me.
Gotcha.
They provided no proof whatsoever. There was no pictures, no videos, no sound, nothing at that hearing. Nothing. Just hearsay. Only hearsay.
Right.
The judge takes it under advisement. We all leave. We go home. On the 27th, she decides, the Judge Wendy Wexler Horn, she decides that she's going to go ahead and place the TRO against me. She says she found evidence that I had harassed or stalked or whatever them, and I'd been talking about them. And that is essentially, I'm summing up the court papers that I got in the mail. And it says, you're now, and everybody connected to you cannot talk about XYZ. It was very vague XYZs as well. It was just whatever's connected to these.
Yeah.
And so she really did place this against me, not in court, no evidence whatsoever. I never saw not one piece of the evidence against me in that hearing. It was not sent to me. I did not get it. It was not walked through with me. Nope. There was nothing they could have convicted me of to get a TRO. There's nothing.
And your attorney quit because of
connections. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So my attorney had quit. I keep digging. We're still looking at incorporation papers. I find out that my attorney is on the board of a local, and this is where I start to find the children's homes, because in the book it talks a little bit about children's homes, but I had remembered that this board member that's suing me is connected and related to a man named, I can talk about him. I believe he's related because I don't know for sure or not, but his name's Buck Proffer. That's another alias.
No, that's an actual.
That's not his legal name. His legal name is LG Proffer.
Okay.
Buck is just a nickname. And it's not a registered nickname. So legally I can say that. So this man is related allegedly somehow. I haven't found the relation to, I haven't found the legal relation, and it won't get me in trouble by saying this is what I'm saying, to the plaintiff in the case. So they are all family. The family member runs these children's homes in Fredericktown. Okay. These children's homes send their kids at this children's homes to a camp called Camp Penuel. They have a camp in Ironton or Arcadia Valley. They have a children's camp there. They have one in Costa Rica, and they have another one. I think it's in Pennsylvania. They have multiple they call them inner city kid camps, but they're in the middle of the country too. Like, they're not anything that inner city kids would, you know what I mean? Like, yes, it's a fun idea, but what they're using it for is not normal. So they take all the kids from the children's homes, and they take them to this camp in the summer, and they let them have like Jesus camp or whatever. It's another manipulative camp thing that they do.
Yeah.
But for every kid you get there, you get grants, you get money. When you get grants and you get money and you're only paying the board members that are your family, it matters. So There's a woman named Deborah Joy Booth, and I can say her name too. There's nothing wrong with this. There's a lady named Deborah Joy Booth who runs Faith Foundation Children's Home in Fredericktown, Missouri. I can say that too. There's nothing restricting me from them.
Okay.
So this Deborah Joy Booth is also the daughter of the man who founded Camp Penuel. She inherited all the camps whenever her father passed away. Her husband, and her mother are the only, it's either her mother or her mother-in-law, let me correct herself, but her husband and her mother or mother-in-law are the only people on the board that are paid. Deborah Joy Booth works allegedly full-time at Faith Foundation Children's Home and claims that she works 40 hours at this camp also every week to be able to get her giant salary that she gets, because they get several $1,000 salaries for working at this camp that it doesn't appear anybody really works at except for maybe a couple weeks in the summer. So you got these camps. Now, Gary Matheny, this is where he comes back in. Gary G. Matheny, I find out, is on the board of Camp Penuel with Joy Booth, who runs Buck, and I can say his name, Buck Proffer's children's homes. So I started investigating these children's homes February 2023, really investigating them. People had already been asking me, hey, you need to look into this place. You really need to look into here. Could you do some stories on them? And I was like, well, I'm not trying to rock a bunch of boats, but absolutely, if it's got something to do with kids, you bet your butt I'm going here and I'm going to figure out what the hell is going on.
Right.
So we start looking, low-key, asking questions. January, I made a post of January 23. I made a post asking for people to come forward if they've been victimized by this children's home. Best way is to just ask. So I asked, and I got a reply from tons of people. When I say tons, I mean hundreds of people. Hundreds of people came to me. Wow. Messages, comments, videos, just everything. Their stories start flooding in. The things that these kids have went through. I got sent. Now, it's worth it to note, I was running this investigation with a Madison County deputy named Tyler Kennedy.
Yeah. Okay.
He is also somebody you'll talk about later with Barb Hall, Timothy's mama as well. So
right.
I was running this investigation with him. He specifically told me he was going to get the FBI involved if nobody locally did anything.
Mm-hmm.
The FBI is not here. They're not doing anything. So clearly he didn't do that.
Right.
He specifically worked with me. He was supposed to go in with CPS into these children's homes. There was an active investigation by February 13th, I think it was, of 2023. I had shut down, not just multiple people from our community had worked together to get me the stories to force these people to shut down and to tell them, because people were scared. They were scared of getting sued. They were scared of getting cease and desist. They were scared of getting hurt. So we started investigating this children's home. There is so much in it that I really don't even know where to begin. But the main issue with the children's home is the way that they were treating the children. These kids were covered in bed bug and scabies bites. Like, they had scabs all across their foreheads. And again, for privacy reasons, I couldn't send you those pictures.
No, it's okay.
Scabs all across their foreheads, bloodied scabs all across their face where they'd been getting eaten by scabies, like under here, and like just bed bug bites, because the bed bugs in these facilities are so bad. Now, I had staff members who had left these places that were reaching out to me. They signed police reports. Multiple staff members signed police reports to get these people in trouble because they witnessed things like thousands of, narcotic pain medications. They were getting investigated one day, and this man claimed he was a past staff worker, and he made a police report on it for me. But he claimed that CPS came in, I guess, to investigate the home at one point, these Faith Foundation children's homes, and they got a heads up on their way. So they went and they cleaned out all the medicines that they weren't giving right, all the meds that were just laying loose in top of the cart, the med cart. They took all those meds, all the meds that they were hiding. I don't know why they had a trash bag full of medicine, but he says they took over 1,000 narcotic medicines out of that cart and put it directly into the dumpster. They had a child, he said, take it out there. Put it directly into the dumpster behind this building.
Why would you do something like that, I wonder?
Exactly. So it was also said too as well that this Joy Booth woman was getting these medications delivered to her home, and she was dispersing them out to the children's homes. So that's another big thing to note. The lady that's the head of Camp Pinuel was also one of the head, what do they call it?
Like moms?
Yeah, she like
a house mother
name for it. There's a social worker name for it because she is like a licensed something. This lady is.
I know what you mean. Now, real quick though, were any of these kids, do you know, being seen by medical staff regularly, doctors, nurse practitioners, anything like that you know?
Yes and no. So they got blood drawn often. The amount of blood that some of these staff members had told me these kids get drawn is not normal.
Because they have to check the med levels in their system to make sure that they're doing it the right way. Yeah.
And just for real quick for later. So Dr. Byer, his office was the office that they were using allegedly to do a lot of their medical services at the beginning. So the son of Buck Crawford was on Byer Medical Group in some capacity. Mm-hmm. So it's all funneling to the same people. There was a doctor on that Byer Medical Group called, his name's Humberto Olivero.
Okay.
And he now owns something called Show Me Younger. It is a vitamin supplement company where they give you IVs of B12, and it's like an aesthetic self-help thing. But he allegedly lost his medical license also to actually do medicine. So it's something that we can look into a little bit later. I didn't have a lot of that to share here, so I don't want to claim it as fact just in case. You know what I mean? He got it back or something.
Absolutely.
But he got out and ventured off into this really weird medical thing where they give you these, and it was weird to me. It was weird to me with how much blood they drew from the kids and these medical supplements they're giving to grown-ups now with all these vitamins. I don't know where they get it. Yes, but they were taking blood from some of these kids daily. And that's where my problem comes in, because you can't take blood from people every day. Not every day. That's not healthy.
Not from the same child, unless there's some kind of a high end or a very serious medical issue going on, bloodborne, something like that doesn't make sense unless they're trying to cover themselves to make sure they're not overdoing it with the medications that are being pumped into them. You know what I mean? So
exactly. So, and just as a mental note for later, I wanted to throw that out there because we'll get back into that. So where am I at now, Jared? Help me. We're investigating the children's homes. Yeah, we find out that Joy Booth is one of the head people over the children's homes. She's also on the board with my old lawyer. So my old lawyer knew about all this when he took my case.
Gotcha.
He knew. Okay, my old lawyer also owned bed bug companies called Sleep Type Ministries or something like that. It was a bed bug eradication ministry where he wanted donations from the community to go be able to, for free, I guess, eradicate bed bugs. Well, if you look at these children's homes and how much bed bug bites and bed bugs you can see crawling all over, it makes sense, as it appears as though money is just being funneled and grants are being thrown and it's all going to the same exact people.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it looks like. So I noticed all these different companies that, okay, now my attorney really was involved with, he had to have been involved with all of this, and he knew, and he got everything that I knew at that point when we talked to him.
Yeah.
Now, the plaintiff had 2 attorneys out of Hillsborough. And then another point, he got some other attorneys, and I guess we'll get there. But with the children's homes, we shut down 2 of their children's homes within it was just a couple weeks of actually reporting on them. So I did the investigation from January to February privately for the most part. And then I started reporting in February. Within 2 weeks, we had 2 of their children's homes shut down for, there were kids that were being SA'd and they were just shipping them to another home instead of reporting the child being SA'd and the other child getting in trouble and getting like the counseling that they need for what that is, because that's not okay.
Right.
And that's why they're here. Some of these kids are here to get this kind of help.
Right.
So instead of getting them, all of the people involved help, they just ship another kid to another town because they have homes in Poplar Bluff, Fredericktown, Arcadia Valley. And there's several other places that they had these homes and multiple in some towns.
Right.
So they just ship them off to another home. If you're SA'd at this house, well, we'll leave the SA'er here and we'll take you and leave you over here, but you'll get whatever snacks you want and unlimited access to, you know, your electronics, and you can watch whatever shows you want. And that sounds to me like you're grooming people.
Just to keep your mouth shut. Yeah, absolutely. I got you.
And there's multiple stories like that. There was a little girl, there's multiple little girls, but one specific that sticks out in my head that claimed that another worker set her up to be SA'd by a male worker there. She was SA'd in the shower room. And like, these things happen to these kids on the daily, and nobody is coming for them but me and whoever joins me against this big thing. And like, we get these stories, and I could sit here all day.
And how long, let me ask you, right. I can guarantee it. I know. Let me ask you, how long would you say that you think, just at a rough estimate, this may have been going on for, it has been going on for, I should say?
The children's homes?
Mm-hmm. They started Faith Foundation Outreach back in 1985. So back in the 90s, whenever like I was still a little kid and we were still going to church down there, pretty early on in the work. So they didn't have the children's homes and stuff until after we had already left. You know what I mean? We had actually, my family had stopped attending that church in Fredericktown back in the 90s.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure before they had kicked all of that off.
Okay.
Which they
but
just
in 2000 is the year that I think they started. Was 2000.
They built another facility that's not so far back in the woods. They built another church building and stuff, and opened up another church organization. They kept the old name for different stuff, so now they have 2 entities that they can work with and stuff.
So now in Fredericktown you have Faith Tabernacle and you have Faith Family Worship. Now Faith Family Worship is the church that has the fictitious name of Faith Foundation Children's Home. Mm-hmm. So a fictitious name is not an actual registered business. It's just a branch off your church. So you don't get audited. You don't get in trouble. People don't bother you. The Department of Labor, it's very rare for them to come in. And if they do, you're really screwed because somebody told them. And they have proof already. So that kind of thing. They were not going to... Sorry, I was reading Molly's question. I'm curious about that too. I was actually very curious. That was one of the things that very much so concerned me. Was that so? Who's Jerry Stringer? Is that the guy from the church? The other church? Is he on here? That's Dale. Okay, that ain't the same guy. Sorry, I missed up your last name.
That's okay. Somebody just popped in saying hi. So welcome, Jerry. Hi. Thank you. You're fine.
You get a special hi, Jerry. So where are we at?
I don't know. A lot of it was crazy. So over the winter they were doing like it wasn't the Shop of the Cop, but that little town they have down there. Because they get quiet. The one thing that these people haven't done is they haven't said, "Hey, stop talking about us." They shut their doors, told everybody. So early on in this investigation, she was working with like these kids, right? We'd get phone calls and we'd listen to these families and the kids and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And she's working she talked with a couple officers down there in that town. What happened was that the officers started going to the homes of these individuals and telling them, you better stop talking. And then every family and every little kid stopped talking with us. Either they already had like lawyers, and the lawyers advised them to quit talking to us, or the cops went to their house and said, you better stop talking or else.
and that was it. So everything else from that point, which it's been well over a year now, has basically been anybody who is just in the shadows that says, hey, bro, help me.
People started getting cease and desist too. So Tom Burcham, he's a local attorney up here in Farmington, Missouri, and he's actually kind of involved in my story. I don't know if he realizes just how much. But when I was essayed by the produce company worker, Robert Lee Stam Jr., that was a very high-profile case because the man who essayed me sued the county because they allegedly made him say the Pledge of Allegiance. He lost, but Tom Burcham tried to get involved in that whole case and get his name known. Lawyer awareness, everybody knowing who you are is real big. Yeah. So they take these cases and try to make their name. So I've already known of Tom Burcham as well. Whenever I'm doing all these investigations in 2023, I get a bunch of information from one person in specific, and she has the information that really, really could take these people down.
Okay.
A cease and desist from Tom Burcham on behalf of Faith Foundation Children's Home, and she's being told in this letter, I sent it to you, but I don't know if it'll be readable on here, but she's told in this letter, in other words, you're breaking confidentiality agreements. You're not allowed to talk about anything, in your time at this, and I'm paraphrasing, but in your time at the Faith Foundation Children's Home as a worker, this woman was told that she's not allowed to talk about anything she witnessed, none of the child abuse, nothing, or they're going to sue her. She's the only one that got a letter like that. And she had pretty much every single thing I needed. She had pictures of rotten food. She had bruises all over these kids. I'm talking busted lips. I mean, there was a lot of stuff. And she had actually, I don't know, I won't tell too much of her business because I'll give her away, but they already know who she is. So, you know what I mean? So
absolutely.
Go ahead.
Essentially, I'm looking through the paperwork here now, trying to find what you're talking about. What was it again? A letter and says what?
It'll be a folded up letter. There was it would have been one of the last two things I sent you, I think.
Is it Dear Miss Sansushi?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so she gets this letter. She's like, what do I do? Now they're trying to sue me. I'm like, ignore that. The cease and desist are nothing, really. Now that I've been in this whole lawsuit for a year or so now, I know that cease and desist really are not much. So she gets this confidentiality thing telling her that because she's reporting to an advocate who's working with police and CPS, she gets told that she's going to get sued and get in trouble if she doesn't immediately stop disclosing everything and anything she knows about this place. So a lot of people, I think, got one of these. And I believe that a lot of people, if they didn't get this, a police officer visited them. So, I mean, a lot of people were told, don't talk to Mandy and Jared, don't talk to them, stop talking in general, or you're going to get in trouble. And a lot of people fell off at that point. A lot of the kids were rumoring, and it sounded as though the kids had been receiving, like some of the past kids, like clients of the children's home. I was in a group chat with a lot of them at one point, and they had said, be careful what you say because you could get sued. And in other words, that particular child had stopped talking to me altogether. And she was trying to tell the others that they would likely get a letter too, is what it appeared to me. So it was one of those things where these letters start going out. People stop talking. I still got 2 of their children's homes closed down. Several of their kids just got to go home. Could you imagine being stuck at a children's home for months? Somebody does an internal investigation, makes a TikTok video, they close your home down, and you get to go back to your family. Why could you have not just been with your family in the first place? You know what I mean? There's a lot that happened. So we got 2 of their children's homes closed down February of 2023. I guess
that's all been
medical trafficking is what we witnessed in this place with all the stories that we were given. We witnessed, as a community, we witnessed medical trafficking in those children's homes. We witnessed those children being utilized for money And that there's no going around that. Those kids, their levels would be pushed down on purpose, like their behavioral levels. If they're on a level 5 and they're getting ready to go home, they will get knocked down to a level, whatever it is, to make them stay longer, because an empty bed is, you don't get any money for that child. You get no money for an empty bed. So that's the way these people think at these children's homes. So, you know, any sort of investigation is a big deal to them. Because their shit's going to get closed down as soon as the kids all stand up and say, we're no longer going to be quiet. Doesn't matter what you say or do. I'm reading in this quiet chat over here real quick. Sorry, bear with me.
I have somebody that did want to make a, he's up here with us too. He wanted to make a little bit of a statement in regards to the NDAs and the blood drawing that you were talking about.
Yeah.
His name is, he goes by Truth Not Feelings.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Truth?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
All right. So first of all, I appreciate more than I can express on here, although I will try to get your information from Dago when this is done. I spent a large majority of my childhood in foster homes, lockup facilities, and group homes. So I wanted to speak on two things. One, it's interesting to me with the NDA or the confidentiality agreement, because federal law protects illegal activity under the NDA structure. So if someone is under the knowledge that there are felonies being committed, misdemeanors are a little different, but felonies are being committed, those NDAs are null and void. And that's the reason they haven't filed a direct lawsuit against anybody, because they're just trying to use the scare tactics. That's, in my opinion, number one. Number two, when you were talking about the blood draw, I found it very interesting because I was involved in having that done for several years, as well as massive amounts of medications just pushed down your throat. Okay.
Yeah.
And I can show proof for everything I'm saying off of here, right? Because I'm interested in you and in what you're doing. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
The reason they would take blood is because they would sell the blood, and they would use the blood to create, it's funny enough you added in the supplements, because if you take youth blood and you coagulate it and pull the stem cells from the blood, you can then take those stem cells and put them into active like vitamins, vitamin C, vitamin B, vitamin E, whatever it might be. But it's either furthermore interesting that they're using the IV source, because the IV source means that you don't have to make it unstable and then stabilize it again. You can directly inject in through substance, right? Which creates a much easier way of administering youth blood. Most typically, you know, this youth blood is going to be 14 and under. That's typically who gets daily blood draws. Now, I was in the state of Tennessee, and I can tell you that, and I guess my question is, in your investigations, and if you haven't, I'd be curious for you to search for it. In your investigations, have you uncovered what we were known as quiet rooms?
Like where they lock them in there for...
Well, a quiet room is essentially a vaulted room. It normally was a prior safe of some kind. It is soundproof. It is padded. And most often there are no cameras inside of that room. And that's often where the SAs would occur. That's where the child abuse would occur. That's where the torturing would occur.
Yeah.
And I was in a facility where on Friday nights, it was essentially, I don't know if y'all have seen the movie where they fight in the middle and the guards are betting on them. That happened every Friday night. You know what I mean? So you learn to either be a demon or you get eaten up. You know, and this is real shit. People don't understand. They're like, oh, call state custody, put them in state. You have no idea the level. And when I was in my adoptive home, once I was adopted, and of course I was, you know, autistic. I hadn't had my diagnosis yet. So I was a wild child. And my parents sent me to, it was Virginia and North Carolina, but we did this outdoor wilderness program. We've talked a little bit on here about it. And essentially what they did is they beat the hell out of you and ran you to death. And then we ended up doing 108 miles the Appalachian Trail in 2 weeks. And you had to walk it by yourself with a counselor about 2 miles ahead and a counselor about 2 miles behind. You had to sleep on your own. You had to fix your own food. It was really some crazy shit. And y'all can look it up. We've talked about it on here before.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And so I guess my point to this is, if it was happening in my big city of Nashville,
Yeah.
right, and the police were turning an eye, and DCS or Department of Children's Services were turning an eye, or whatever it may be, it's literally, I had a caseworker who was a real short Polish guy. He ended up losing his job because he turned in one of the facilities that I was in, and they ended up getting in a bunch of trouble. Well, DCS fired him for it because he violated confidentiality. He ended up suing DCS and winning, and that's how I know about the confidentiality clause, where if there's a felony being especially in state custody.
Exactly.
But I go ahead.
So in essence, then, if we're talking about the trafficking scenario in regards to what you've seen and, you guys have seen and found in your investigations, if we're talking about daily blood draws on children, based on what he's explaining to me, are they're selling the blood into facilities for certain amounts of money, possibly to help with stem cell research and whatnot, or something like that? Is that what this is?
That was one of my biggest concerns, because that was my hypothesis, because when I knew there had to be doctors. It's the medical group, right? It's the medical group. It's Bayer Medical Group.
If you look, tell them about the website.
Yeah, if you look at their website,
what did you say?
Bayer, Beyer, Bayer.
No shit.
Yeah. So if you look into them, if you get on their website, it's really creepy. They got kids answering the phones. It's just
all of the photos on their website are all of these
little kids,
6, 7, 8-year-old kids dressed up like doctors on the phone. There's no real photos of anything, and this is the medical group that's going in and drawing blood.
Or was there? Yeah, was.
But
now this guy owns this Humberto Olivero. Yeah. So essentially this, and if you would go through some of their other pictures, I don't know if it'll go to contact or employment. It may have some little kids sitting at the phone.
Oh my goodness.
And they just have nothing but children. Isn't that weird?
These are all kids, every one of them.
It's like the fakest website you've ever seen.
And we start looking into all this, and we're like, what in the hell? Now that's a grown up. There's a whole grown up. Yeah, but I mean, it was just like, what in the world?
Do you know who this guy is?
No, because that's what I was hoping is I would know him.
Anybody in the chat? Yeah, anybody in the chat can zoom in on that back certificate on the back wall and clear that image up, please.
Hold on a minute, and we can find out who he is, but that'll be no big deal.
Here's the other weird thing: the doctor that worked for this Bayer Medical Group, Humberto Olivero, who now runs, it's called Show Me Younger, is the name of this. It's an aesthetic IV vitamin building. I don't know what they call it. I don't know what it's actually called.
Yeah, it's not like plastic surgery, but it's like body modification.
Yeah, it's body modification with Botox and stuff.
It's beauty.
It's all beauty and life and staying younger. Yeah. So if you look them up, it's called Show Me Younger. Now, if you look them up, Fernando Borrego is the only person on the incorporation papers, but Dr. Humberto Olivero, I can't read it either. Dr. Humberto Olivero allegedly owns and operates this company. So some financial guy named Fernando Borrego is the only person on the incorporation papers for this business. So I messaged on Facebook Mr. Humberto Olivero, and I asked him, I had some questions for him, and he said, well, if you have any medical questions, in other words, give me a call. And I was like, well, this is actually not a medical question. I have some other questions for you. What in the heck were y'all doing? What do y'all have to do with Fredericktown? What are you guys hiding is what I asked, in other words. And he said, is Caesar still on the throne?
Because that's ancient history.
Because that's ancient history is what he told me. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's what he told me. Now I want to point out, remember when I told you I was 18 and I was raped? Or oops.
Yes, ma'am.
Essayed, sorry for the word.
It's okay. It's okay.
So the sister and the mother of the person who essayed me, as of last year, worked at Show Me Younger, Fernando Borrego's company.
Wow.
Yeah. So I walked in there to get my eyebrows microbladed by this real sweet lady named Lisa Greggs, because she does some eyebrow work. Okay. And I went in to get them done, and I saw a picture of, I think it was the sister or the mom, one of the two. And then I saw the other person, the other one's picture, and I was like, oh my God, I got to get out of here for these people see me. Because then I'm like, they're going to remember that cell phone and they're going to try to beat me up over that cell phone I accidentally took, Exactly. So I was like, oh gosh, and I was like, I can't go back here.
And it's all interrelated. It's insane.
Yeah. And it's the creepy stuff that they message me back when I ask them serious questions that gets me, because it's almost so in your face that like, it's very weird. So this doctor guy is allegedly one of the people that was over like taking blood draws and seeing these children. Well, I've had multiple kids since probably since January of 2023 specifically tell me that they chatted online with some sort of doctor. They could only chat online with whoever their doctor was. Now I don't know. It wasn't this guy. At this point in February of 2023, it wasn't him, but this was the man who was on Bayer Medical Group and was doing all of their blood work. Now, I don't know who's doing it now, but it's still the Madison Medical Center in Fredericktown, which would be Bayer Medical Group,
Gotcha.
or at least Dr. Bayer. So, because it's a small town, but anyway, very small. So this fellow tells me, is Caesar still on the throne? That's ancient history. When I ask him, like, what are you guys up to? What are you really up to over there? And that's what he tells me.
Well, these doctor groups with that. Okay, so if you backtrack to that dude,
exactly.
Yeah, that dude with the Boyer guy.
Yeah, if you backtrack to Boyer,
where he starts explaining, he's telling all these stories about these private doctor groups that would come out and reset your arm on site wherever you were, right? So, but because all these doctor guys are old, except for these new guys that are running their financials now, because that's where we believe we found them slipping up is in the financials, because they're not moving with tech, they're not moving with today's stuff. You know what I'm saying? Technology's changing, and these criminals are not updating their game. And if their kids don't take it over, they slip up. And I think that's where they're losing.
Yeah. So essentially and you see all these different things they have. Vaginal rejuvenation. That's another weird thing. I want to point this out. So vaginal rejuvenation, I'm sorry to bring this one up, but they have a machine that, I don't know, does something to a lady's tidbits to help it, like, I don't know. But when I went in to get my eyebrows done, the Lisa lady took me to see that machine. She's like, look at this badass machine we got. It does all these things. Well, if you get on Show Me Younger on TikTok, Show Me Younger's account on TikTok was created by, it looks like Janice Littlefield, who was the mother to the produce employee who groomed me out of my home at 14.
Oh my God. Again.
That makes sense, because she shouldn't be connected with these people in any way, shape, or form, but her cell phone number created the Show Me Younger TikTok. Now on the Show Me Younger, yes.
Another connection again. This is insanity. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
Can I ask a question? Is this Dr. Levro or Lovro, is he an actual doctor? Because in this entire definition about him, it doesn't speak of his graduation from medical school.
It just says he's an MD, MSPH, CPH, all those letters, but I don't see any documentation.
Well, it doesn't. It says that he trained. It says that he went through training at Cape Canaveral during rotations, but it never says that he graduated from any college. As a matter of fact, it says the variety of board certifications allow him to be one of the leaders in the field of modern medicine, bringing the patient opportunities and solutions for diverse clinical challenges to make you look healthier and younger. But nowhere in this entire little biography does it say anything about his graduation from a medical facility. On top of that, strange enough, if you roll down a little bit, on that main page not on that one, on the main page without where he's on the top, it comes down to what I'm assuming is his wife based on the middle part or the explanation. It says, as professional engineer and marketer, Dr. Overa's wife, Marissa, has led the way in solving 21st century problems using creative ideas and methods. Her ability to acknowledge and solve problems is complementary to her husband's skill set. It says absolutely nothing about his ability as a doctor. As a matter of fact, the last part of this says, at Show Me Younger, she has not only become the face of the brand, but she has also plays a big role in the brains of the operation, meaning that anything he's involved with, she has knowledge of.
Yeah.
Which,
well,
if he's involved in anything, she would know that. That's weird.
Okay, but here's the thing. You did just see this, right? Right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Based on what I said a few minutes ago. 100%. This is
and that was one of my biggest concerns.
Oh boy. Okay.
And of course, I didn't know that when I said what I said, so keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We had thought of that. So we had thought of that. So when we talked about Judge Fulton, okay.
Yes.
So if we talk about Judge Fulton's dad, who just one generation away was in the Pentagon, making, he was doing all this stuff or whatever. So
making bionuclear.
This is all
whatever.
in the same town. I mean, this is just a couple miles from his house, is where this little Bayer group building was. I mean, that one, like, specifically. Okay. But,
right.
If it is something where someone knows about available grants or people in the business of buying anything bio related from the hospitals and stuff, from the hospitals and our techs that do I like the autopsies.
Yeah.
Or the kids. Like we had thought about this before, but that's some crazy. You can't just go saying that.
No, you can't just go saying that stuff until you lay it out and you look at it.
Once again, Dago, if you go to the treatments and you go down to biocell transfer, are you familiar with what biocell transfer is?
Essentially, yeah.
I'm not.
So it's almost like what they do with kidney patients, right? Where they pump your blood out and pump it back in.
Say that one more time.
Rejuvenates and strengthens injured parts of the body.
Oh yeah, it's where you transfer cells from the direct cell to a secondary cell or an ingrowth. Mm-hmm. And so essentially what it all revolves around blood transfers and pulling different cells and cell combinations from the blood.
Yeah.
It's very similar to if you're doing a stem cell transfer for, say, a patient where you're removing the blood, removing the stem cells from it. It's going to be placed into another bag by a machine and then pumped back into your body. But often that has to be a central line that does that. And a central line is going to leave bruising. So it would make more sense to draw the blood, pull from that blood, and then discard the blood.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and it's crazy when you look at all of it, but there are grants for research. There are grants for medical research. There are grants for behavioral research. There are grants for this stuff.
Well, to break this down into a layman's terms scenario, they're basically, and I hate to put it in this term because these are children we're talking about. These are children's homes that they are farming basically the blood from these children into this facility to do these things. My God, what in God's name is going on?
Mm-hmm. And I mean, if the biggest thing is proving 100%.
Yeah, here it is. It's absolutely happening. I mean, good Jesus, what? Excuse my language. I'm sorry, but this is insanity to me.
No, you're good.
Wow. It's very similar for those mothers who have had babies. It's very similar to what I think is called fetal maternal microism. And essentially it's the transference of the child's blood back into the mother after a pregnancy and delivery to re-stabilize the cells in a mother. So it's essentially putting that into someone else's body, not always in the form of the blood, but from the extracted sources and cells from the blood. And that's why you're going to get younger skin, younger feeling, process of bodily fluids and things like that better.
And here's the thing: the worst part of all of this. I'm sorry again. I don't mean to interrupt this, but if we go back to the beginning of what we've been talking about today, everybody's involved in this. Everybody's involved in this in the whole circle, guys. All the law enforcement, judicial, doctors, lawyers, every single person that is anybody of any stature is involved in this.
Yeah. Now the judge, I wanted to tap on this too. You said the judicial, the Judge Wendy Wexler Horn. She is she's the circuit judge over St. Francis County, Missouri. She was my judge for the TRO to get me to be quiet about any and everything. She is also the person who appoints the CASA members. So when she put that TRO on me, it could have very much so quite likely been because all of this affects and involves her too. So like that judge, excuse me, she's a part of like CASA and those CASA workers that walk with the kids to children's homes or wherever else they send them to. So it's very much so trickles all the way around the board. Now, after we started finding out about the blood draws and stuff, I thought back to 2018 when I took those 2 foster children in from the foster mom. The 17-year-old that I took in had been at Faith Foundations before she went to the other foster mom before she came to our house. Faith Foundation had her on lithium and a ton of different medicines that no 17-year-old 100-pound girl should be on. There are tons of other things. Yes, there's so many other things you could treat it with. It's crazy to me. Like, so they use lithium to treat her. I get her. They tell me that, in other words, in her paperwork, that she's so frail because she's anemic and all these other things that she could like break a bone easily and like all these different, she's not healthy. She's not healthy. And she just came from a children's home into a foster home and now she's in my home. So whatever they were doing at the homes are not healthy. Whatever their medicines they're giving them are not healthy. One of the doctors that they had talking to them, a lot of these doctors, I forgot what I was going. I lost it. I'm sorry.
No, ask you this. Do you know when they quit taking blood from the children?
I don't think they have. As of February last year, they hadn't. They still are.
So there's a follow-up question with that. Are you do you have information as to whether they immunized them to the you know what I'm talking about? I can't say the word. YouTube doesn't like the word.
Oh,
the vid.
I do not, but I do know that some kids. Okay.
I would love for you to look into that and see what you can find out. And here's the reason why. The FDA in 2023, I want to say somewhere around October, enacted what's known as 21 CFR Part 606.121. Okay. Essentially, what this is the separation of vid affected blood versus non-vid affected blood, and the separation and labeling of those two blood sources. And so essentially what this means is that non-vid blood, right, is at a market rate of about 50 times more than standard blood on the market, right? Mm-hmm. If it is a children's home, by federal regulation, they should have all been immunized. If in fact they were not immunized, then that A, breaks a federal ruling that all group homes, foster homes, and institutions inject, right? But secondarily will give you a reason of suspicion as to why a group home wouldn't do it. Now, more than likely, they're going to use religious exemption. However, when you are getting grants from the federal government, you cannot, as a whole, use a religious exemption.
Exactly. So that's something else, like very much so. I'm glad that you say all that, because I wouldn't have been able to say it the way that you did either. So that's something I'm definitely going to look into. I'll start asking some of my connections later this evening and start talking to them and find out, because that's a really good question. I didn't even think about asking.
We're gonna definitely have a part 2 of this coming up, because there's more to go and more to come too. So I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
no, you're okay.
Once we hit this spot here, my nerves started burning, which means here we are at the center of the nucleus, in my opinion, for what is going on. Okay. And the thing is that I'm completely blown away right now at how many times you have linked somebody else from your past back to this. Okay. And the things that have happened since back in 1989, and the names that are resurfaced through this I can't even grasp that right now. Yeah. But it's true. So therefore, what's that, buddy?
Exactly. And that's my biggest. What'd you say?
Oh, I said you wouldn't be able to make this up.
No. So not remotely.
Yeah. When you hear other people's stories.
I am completely floored, you guys. I'm sorry for being so stunned. I knew I was expecting something big. Not like this, though. I can't believe that. And I'm glad that we have. This is why I have Mom up here with us. Arctic was in here. Truth is he's the one with the deep voice speaking. He's a barrel of knowledge with a decent background in certain things I'm not going to get into right now as well. But and we're all supporting this whole thing for you and with you. Understand that to make something change with this. Okay.
Yes.
The awareness has to. Goal. Yeah. Go ahead, hon. I'm sorry.
No, I just said in that change is the biggest goal here.
Well, there's going to be way more to come. Mom, who is underneath you directly, has a lot of contacts, a lot of input, and I can't even think of the right words, that she's going to get something talked about. The guy underneath her is just loud, and he likes to make his point known, and he's very, very passionate about a lot of things, okay? And he will do what he's got to do to make it happen. That was out of respect, brother. I know,
Bubba. I'm just teasing.
Oh,
I met him. I wasn't looking at chat. I found him, doggo. It's in your Discord.
What is it? The
doctor man.
So while you're trying to figure that out, I just wanted to say, so the interesting thing about people bringing this up, and every time someone goes on this mission to eliminate this, they do get shut down or they're found dead. There's just reality to that. And you can look back in history and see that there have been groups that have gone after group homes, foster homes, things like that. People have to remember two things. First of all, let me just say I entered my first foster home, group home in the early 80s. Okay. And so the 80s were rough. The 90s were worse. Y'all think about what's going on now, and it doesn't hold even close to a candle of what they were getting away with before there were cameras, before there were regulations, before they were tracking people. I know people that ran away from group homes and never got looked for and were gone 4 or 5 years until they turned 18.
Exactly.
That's him.
Yeah, that's him. We're good at what we do, Mandy.
So
nice to meet you, by the way.
So his name's
and
Dr.
husband.
Dr. Dreyer? Was that the name? Dr. Dreyer, something like that?
Dr. Byer, that would be that would be them. So that would be Byer Medical Group. And these are the people. I mean, these are the people that are involved in whatever this is. It's very, very crazy whenever you get into. So with these children's homes, they don't just have children's homes. They have churches and they have food pantries and they have summer camps. And all of these things generate money and grants and federal government money. Excuse my dog. I don't know what her problem is. But so with all of that.
Thanks, Mom.
You're welcome. We're good at what we do. Like I said, Mandy, you have a great support team right here. And there's a lot more of us than just who's on panel.
Yeah, this isn't something that's going to go by the wayside, and I can promise you that. Now that you have come out here, it's on and going now. I'm telling you, on fire.
I'm curious, in your investigations, did you hear anybody speak on children that were placed into these homes that were not in state custody, but were put there by maybe parents, maybe a loved one. They were hidden. They were put there against their will, anything like that?
So I mean, there's a couple of different stories that I have that specifically state there are several kids that have been there that they don't really know how they got there, who they belong to. There are kids that have allegedly, from what any of the other kids know, disappeared after car crashes that they were involved in, after running from the facilities. Like, there are quite likely some other things that we don't know anything about. Like,
hey, chat, y'all hear that, right?
They just disappeared. So you said they disappear after car crashes and things like that. They're just gone.
And I'm assuming.
Yeah. So there was one kid in particular. He ran from one of these stories in particular. I was told that one of the workers, Frankie Hahn, was pursuing one of the children who ran away in, I guess, a vehicle of some sort. He was pursuing this child on the highway instead of the police pursuing the child. And the child got into some sort of crash, and we don't know how that crash ended. Nobody saw, from what I understand, from what the other kids have told me, nobody saw that kid again. They had a crash. The kid got in a crash. The police weren't chasing him. It was one of the youth workers chasing him. And he had a crash, and then we don't know anything about it. Wasn't in the news. Don't know anything about it. Don't know where he's at. Don't know if he's okay. Don't know if he's alive, if they buried him somewhere. We have no clue. The son.
Do you know the name of the child?
No, I do not know that. I could go back and get it, but I would have to be mindful if they're still under 18. It's, you know what I mean? We would have to find them privately or whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, Mom, you were talking about a Florida boys' home. Were you talking about Dozer School for Boys?
Yes, I was talking about the Dozer boys' home.
Jesus
so this
Christ.
is a boys' home from way back in the day. And
1940 it opened, 1975 it ended.
Yes.
Okay.
But the amount of children that they found buried around the outside of this place is insane. There are still families to this day looking for their loved ones. These kids, sometimes their family sent them there. Sometimes they just popped up there. So this is not something that just started happening. This has been happening for a long time. Have you ever heard of adoption picnics?
Yes.
They have parties and stuff like that.
My first wife, they're mixers. They call them mixers.
Yep. I'm familiar with it because I literally, we talked about this before I even knew you were having this young lady up here. We talked about this, and I told you about how they do it. It's like a meat market. You go into a room, you're all sitting around, and they come through, you're sitting in a chair, and they have a piece of paper and they mark, they have like your picture on there, and it has your mental issues. It has the family you came from, what your mom was, what your dad is or was. Mm-hmm. And then it tells what, physical elements you have, mental health, and then whether or not, you are adoptable or not adoptable. And then what they'll do is if they want you, they'll put a ribbon on you, right? And then they take them into an empty room where there's nobody else but them. And then if they want to, continue it, they will. If not, they throw you back out with the rest of the kids and go find another one. It's like going to a dog shelter and picking out a dog. And to talk about the Dozer School for a minute, 55 children were unburied in 2016, I believe it was. That's a very interesting case if you ever go read it.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Well, no, I was just saying one of the biggest concerns that I had with all of this, how many kids are just missing? You know what I mean? There's a lot of missing children in Missouri, but how many has this place lost? How many?
Well, over Christmas, Faith Foundations claimed they had 100 and how many?
Yeah. So Faith Foundations did a fundraiser with the local dollar store, I guess. Have over 100 children. It was like 140 something between all of their children's homes, the 4 children's homes they have. But they're not at capacity in any of those homes. So there's no way they have.
Did we lose her, doggo?
She's been having problems all day because they're having storms there. She may have to go out and come back in again. This is insanity to me, you guys.
Yeah, I'm
Isn't it
sorry. I
crazy?
didn't see the messages and I missed the most of this.
It's okay. It's okay. I mean,
So
it's this.
just the lowdown of it, she's like doesn't have family
All
that's
right.
involved with this, but took it upon her and her family to advocate for all of the children in the community.
She has been through hell and back from a very young age, up until now, and it just has all. At some point, when her and her husband got together, they finally, after being involved in the church and all of the things they've seen and been through, enough is enough, and they have finally started investigating all these things, and this is where we're at this point now. But it all goes back to Mom, like I said a few minutes ago or a little bit ago. She had just stated that she's looking into these things and she's seeing phone numbers that relate to the facilities and names and pictures of people and documentation of these people from her when she's 5 and 6 years old, being involved in the situation now.
That
And
all
her
meshes
father,
together.
right, and it all started with her
Yeah.
father being involved in a case of a missing girl that he did things to her when she was younger and so on and so forth, supposedly, allegedly, I should say it that way, I'm sorry. And then it's just been passed on through up until, she's 33 years old now. This started when she was a very small child. It's gone in one complete circle at this point, and now we're at this point, and things are starting to float to the surface, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I get you.
So that's why I wanted you in here, and I wanted Arctic and a couple other people to hear this whole thing. So go ahead, Mandy. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. There's so much to it to try to unload it all. So, I guess where do I go from here, Jared?
I mean, he was asking about if we'd ever seen any kids disappear and not come back because they was kind of
The answer to that is yes. I've seen a few different kids that we don't have any account for, and I'm pretty concerned about them. That's one of the reasons why I've been so loud about all of this, is because if they're hurting these kids and they have no remorse, what else has happened that we don't know about?
Their arms.
Like, yes, there was children with broken arms. We're not just talking smacking them around. I'm talking they have broken bones and SA, and one girl has a tumor now because she was neglected actually medically so much that she developed a tumor that's causing her tons of medical issues. It was causing her sleeping issues and all types of stuff at the home. She kept saying, I have a headache, and they didn't take her to the actual doctor. She gets out, finds out she's got this tumor. She's got to figure out what she's going to do now because it could be cancerous. I don't remember if we found out yet if it is or not, but it matters that she sat in this home for however long while these people ignored her, and now she has a medical condition that would have been prevented. If they would do these things and then send out cease and desist, I'm pretty concerned about where the kids are that we don't have any account for.
How many do you think that is?
My stuff's loading in. There we go. What did you say?
How many do you think that might be that you are saying are unaccounted for? You don't know where they've gone to.
There's at least a handful of children that in the investigations I have done, I have no account for. Nobody else has an account for. So that's one of the biggest reasons why we made this so big.
Do you know?
We're talking at least 5.
Do you know roughly their? Do you know roughly their ages right now?
Oh, I'm trying to catch service again.
No problem. Whatever. How I told you, I have all day.
Can you hear me?
You're doing good now. There's still a delay, but that's okay.
Maybe I have to move back inside. Is it any better?
A little bit, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you much better now.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
You're good. You're good. So roughly, do you know their ages roughly of the ones that are unaccounted for?
The ages would be 12 to 17.
Okay.
So that was the age range. So I mean, it's 12 to 17. And then the other thing is, a lot of the kids, when they turn 18, they'll ship them off to a mental hospital and then drop them off. And then since they're 18, who's going to come pick them up? Their worker. And then they get put either to another home or somewhere else. The kids they don't want to deal with, they force out, they get rid of, they kick out. So it's the kids that are a liability to their company, they do not keep in their company.
And don't they worry about them talking about any of this?
So a lot of them won't, because they're threatened. They're threatened. Their parents are threatened. They're threatened. You're going to lose your level. You're going to lose your stuff in your room. You're going to have your whole bedroom stripped out if you tell your parents. Like, they monitor these children's phone calls. They monitor their letters. They monitor their visits. You aren't allowed to tell. You are not allowed to tell. And if you do, you're hurt.
You're so belittled as a person.
Yeah.
And even if you did, no one's going to believe you.
Huh?
I said, even if you do, no one's going to believe you. You're the kid. You're the problem. You're the one with mental health issues. You're the one on medication. You're making it up. Those types of things.
Exactly. And that's essentially how these kids are looked at. And it's not right. It's not right, because a lot of these kids go there because they're family.
Do you know if anybody has ever used GPR to search the property of the homes that were shut down by chance?
I do not know. As far as that goes, I have no idea.
Okay. Just out of curiosity.
Now, here's the other thing. The other thing I wanted to bring up is that they actually have started to try and revamp and reopen all of these children's homes. Don't try to act like you guys are right. Excuse my kids, they're tattling. It's okay. The 2 homes I got shut down, they had black mold, mushrooms growing in the shower. Like, the food they were being fed was rotten. The kids were taking care of themselves because they had hardly any workers. The website lied and said that they had animals and all sorts of extracurriculars to take care of. There was none of those types of things. But as far as the GPR to search around the homes that were shut down, they've already reopened them. So there is none of that. They shut them down quietly before CPS could come in, and because this is how they do. However they can get around CPS actually seeing what they're doing, they do it. So essentially, they get an alert because their family members are high-ranking people in Children's Protective Services, however you want to say it. One of which just recently retired, but either way. So how they do this is they get a phone call before CPS shows up to the homes. And as soon as they get the call, they start getting rid of the worst crimes that they have, the things that can get them in the most trouble. They get rid of that first, so that if CPS ever does actually come, there's no proof. There's no proof. The kids have already been schooled on what happens if you tell. You lose everything in your room. You lose your shoes. You might lose them forever because they might just steal them. There is no telling. And as far as GPR to search, I don't think they've done any of that because they just reopened as soon as. So I ended up getting March of 23. They charged me with contempt too for continuing to talk. So I didn't just get a lawsuit and a restraining order. I'm also got charged for contempt for continuing to talk about this stuff. Even when I stopped talking about the church in Farmington and I started talking about Fredericktown and all these children's homes, they still charged me with contempt to get me in trouble. Now this judge, the new one, is not allowing those types of things because federal restrictions on a person's voice you can't do in a circuit court like this. You just can't. Not without any sort of ruling, you can't. So essentially, for the most part anyway, where are we at now?
We personally kind of believe that they did it. Yes. I was hoping nobody was going to know about it. It was going to be done under the table in their courts.
Yes, they wanted it to be done quietly and nobody would know about it. It was the goal. Nobody would know that they got me with contempt. Nobody would know that they were doing these things and covering it up with these children's homes. That was essentially it. They wouldn't know. But I did not stop talking. I was not going to stop talking because at the point, this is so big, I'm in danger now. Everybody else ran away, stopped talking, accepted their papers and said, I'm out. 30 years worth of people right around. So, here we are and we've got all these things. So I just decided, we're going to talk about it and I'm going to keep getting them shut down until they have to just close their doors. And then I can bid and auction on their buildings and I can take them. and make sure the stuff don't ever happen again, because there has to be a place. I do understand this is one of the kids' fears too. There has to be a place for these kids to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
There is no place safe. There are no safe homes. There are none that CPS really wants to send these kids to. Okay. There has to be an alternative. There has to be a children's home, but there has to be people like you, me, Miss Mom here, and Truth Not Feelings, and other people that are willing to be a real family and protect them and advocate for them and make sure that these things don't happen, and that when the kids, if something happens, it's reported and it goes through the proper procedures. Like that, the goal is to move these people out of the way, because they're hurting a mass amount of people and get them in trouble.
That's what I was going to say, is the goal here, like you said, other people such as us, because everybody that is involved in this, even when they're taking these kids and putting them into foster homes, the foster homes are people that are involved in this organization, we'll just say. Okay. So, and that's the problem. This is an organization. Mom and Truth, you didn't step in until after that was stated, but everybody that has touched this piece of this whatever this is involved in what has been called the organization. Okay.
Exactly.
That's why this is so insane. This is like a TLC Lifetime movie, something you would never believe until you see and hear facts. I have receipts on everything in my system right now, everything.
Yeah.
And it's all proved. That is what is insane to me. People have said things like this for years and nobody sees anything about it until now. And here we are. So that's the problem, is moving these people out of the way, like you said. But like Truth said, when that happens, when people step in to do this, bad things happen. There's the problem. So, you know, and I get why people don't get involved, but that has to stop. Okay. We have to, there's enough of us now. They can't get us all at one time, folks. That's all I'm saying, you know. And you know, we all have pretty good backbones here, and that's what I'm saying. So here's where we're at with this. At this point, it's enough is enough. Where are our kids going? Okay, you know, we're talking about the missing 411. We're talking about 15,000 kids go missing in my state alone in a year. In my state alone. Okay, where'd they go? Nobody knows. Runaways. They call them, the police say they're runaways. Well, runaways are important too. Sorry, you know that it's still all turns into something else, and it's not just here. Tennessee. When I run my missing person slides, it's 90% of it's Tennessee. Florida has tons and tons of it. Missouri, we already know about Missouri, for God's sakes. Okay, so like it's everywhere. We have to make a stand, you guys. We have to change this somehow. This is the first step, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying. Go ahead, Mandy. I didn't mean to interrupt you again. I want you to be able to finish what you're saying.
You're good. So in all of this, Jared, if there's anything I missed, just remind me. But I want to try to hit a little bit on how they have stopped my career and how they do this to other people. Because I think we need to, because we've talked a lot about Fulton and the children's homes, and we get the gist too, but this even goes into the schools. So colleges,
so like the personal assault on the individuals or whatever.
What do you mean?
Like the personal assault that they
did against me
or other individuals.
Yes.
Because it doesn't matter. I mean, it's I mean, we skipped all this stuff with because these people have pull and stuff like that. So yes, I mean, you could share some of that stuff or whatever if it's not too big circly. About
so where do I go from here?
I don't know. I mean, the career thing's kind of
so
hard, but you can. I mean,
it matters just to what they did. Okay, so with all these children's homes, we get some of them shut down. I get in March. I'm driving through Park Hills again. I drive through and I see a church. There's a couple police cars parked outside, and there's a bunch of other cars looking like they're working on this building. I pull around the block. I take like a 30-second video of the cops there to see, what's going on at this church. At this point, I'm just enthused and curious what's going on. I'm sitting there and I noticed that there was another vehicle in that parking lot, and they, I guess, saw me and they backed out really fast. And I was like, oh my gosh, I know that car. It belongs to the daughter-in-law of the plaintiff in the case against me. So I'm like, oh no, she saw me and now she's speeding my way. I'm on a dead end street, so I'm trying to get out of here so we don't have any sort of conflict whatsoever, because I've got all my kids with me. I'm in my van. I stop at the stop sign. She's already pulled all the way around the block. I had caught them. I talked to the mayor. I had a meeting with her of Park Hills, and she told me that the police were there to serve a stop work order on the plaintiff and his family because they had not submitted plans to get this building up to par for living conditions for immigrants to be living there, or produce employees rather. So she told me, in other words, that they had to get their plan approved to rehab this building so that people could live there. They served the stop work order, told them stop working until you give us a plan that legally gets this place safe for these people to live in. Now, in 2018, the church had been condemned because there was allegedly, it was on the news, and you can look it up, but it was on the news, and there was allegedly 5 foot tall worth of mold inside the walls. So they, from what I saw, did not do any part of wall demolition. Now, in the news article, the news video from 2018, the older woman who used to own this church before it ended up belonging to the plaintiff and his family, she went on the news and told everybody they needed money to fundraise for a new church building because this building had to be demolished. Had to be. There was no option of leaving it up. There was no option of renovation. It was so bad that it was not even inhabitable for people to go to church. So without tearing that building down, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 5 years later, it's sold to a produce company owner or his family, and they allegedly rehab it. They get served a stop work order because they hadn't. And they were trying to move people in there, like immigrants. They were trying to bring these immigrants here.
Workers.
They're seasonal workers. I don't know how to say it.
Is he familiar? Do we familiarize him with much of?
Probably not, but I'll get there. We'll get there because we really haven't talked much about that company in itself, just the stuff they've done. So, this produce company owner and his family essentially have this church. It was supposed to be demolished, but now there's people getting ready to live in it. They get served a stop work order. I accidentally catch on video them getting served their stop work order. I had no idea when I caught this that this was their church. So when I saw that car, I was like, oh, shoot. I should have known because they own everything anyway. So I hurry up. I go to leave. I stop at my stop sign. The daughter-in-law is who was driving that car. Her name, actually, I probably won't say it, but the daughter-in-law, sorry, I looked at that little private chat for a minute. The daughter-in-law of the man suing me, she was in her it was like a big brand new SUV. Was it a Lexus?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. It was huge. She was speeding. She didn't have a stop sign. I had just stopped at my stop sign. She had the right of way. Instead of like going, she stops at her stop sign to like do some sort of weird, stops at the corner and does some sort of weird stuff, and then like keeps going because I was not turning in front of her for her to get behind me and follow me wherever I'm going either. So I turn my blinker on. I turn behind her. She speeds up, turns and flies left into a driveway, backs up. She's got her window up, but she's pointing at me screaming, I got you now. I got you now. And like, I can see her mouth. She's screaming, pointing at my van. Now, mind you, when she flew up to like, when she backed out of there, she almost smashed into the front of my car doing it, yelling, she's got me now, which would technically be considered a vehicular assault. But even though she didn't hit me, she threatened me with her vehicle as she was screaming threats at me. She turns around in the middle of the road, gets right behind my car now, and starts to follow me. Instead of just driving on and going back to her building, she's now behind me instead of in front of me, following me now. I'm going to stop at the stop sign. She flies up behind us, almost smashes into the back of my van, gets as close as she can to scare me and intimidate me. I took a video while she did it or whatever. Thank God, or I wouldn't have proof. I didn't send that one to you. Sorry about that. But I did take a video, and it is on my Facebook and stuff too. So, she did that. I called the police, Park Hills Police, and of course, no help. They're of no help. I drive around the block. I finally get past this building again because it was a whole roundabout that you had to go about. I get past this building again. A Jeep with California plates pulls out of the parking lot where the cops were and this daughter-in-law was. It pulls out right behind me and proceeds to follow me all the way down to like the next exit on the highway. I flew to the highway to get away from these people, and they followed me, and they flew on my behind to do this too. Yeah, so that's the word. That is the children's home fictitious name. So it's not even actually a whole organization. It's completely connected to the church and protected by it. So, this Park Hills situation, I call the police. They're of no help. They don't take a report. They don't make a report. We get off the phone, and I call them a couple different times to let them know, like, I'm being followed down the highway right now. What are you people going to do about this? And they didn't care, like, did not do anything about it. Nobody ever gotten in trouble, except they filed the very next day a motion of contempt against me. So March 23rd, I guess, 22nd or 23rd, one of those dates, they filed a motion of contempt against me. I go to court. I didn't go to court until January, February, March, April, May, June. So we didn't have court until June. They filed it in March. So 3 months later, we have a contempt hearing. But before the contempt hearing, my college is right down the road from the school. I was in Mineral Area College. I went to be a teacher, and now I'm in college at this point for social work because I had already switched my major and knew that this was something I wanted to do. I was planning on getting my degree in social work in December of 23. I graduated with my degree in social work. I was supposed to start the Mineral Area College Law Enforcement Police Academy in January of 2024. But, fun fact, the Mineral Area College Law Enforcement Academy has all their graduations at the church in Farmington, Missouri. What is this one?
So this was the article of organization for the Show Me Younger group. And there is the name now listed, Fernando Borrego.
Yep. And the doctor is not even on his business.
Nope, not at all.
He's not on there.
Wow. Okay. I just wanted to show you. We have 3 people working this right now in the background looking for things. So
you're good. Now I asked that doctor if he knew Fernando Borrego, and he said he has no connection with him whatsoever. So why is he the registered agent of Show Me Younger?
He's on a bunch of people.
He's on a lot of people's agent paperwork. Yes. So if you look him up in opencorporates.com, you'll find Fernando Borrego on a lot of things, a lot of very sketchy organizations and things. So
they use the same name. In mind. Yeah,
a lot of times with the doctor's name. So, okay, we have doctors in the family, right? And a lot of times what they will do is they will lease out their license, even though it's under the doctor, in order for, say, a PA to have a practice. A doctor will, like, I don't know the exact term. It's almost like they're sponsoring or they're on the board that way that they can practice as a PA. And I know that most doctors who are trying to increase the money they're making, because they can get, $20,000 or $30,000 per facility that they quote unquote lease their license to.
Wow. And that's something that I didn't even realize.
So real quick here, the Bayer Medical Group, as of January 9th of 2012. Now, I don't know what's happened since then. This is what the last paper that went was, where'd it go? That it was dissolved. It's a dissolution or cancellation for the limited liability company. It didn't exist after that.
Exactly. So why are they owed?
Thank you.
So the fun fact that Borrego guy's address is like registered address for the agencies he was a part of or whatever. His mailing address was Suite like B in that building. That was on, can
you see that?
So if you look up that dude's name, there is a list, and I'm talking this list is long. Every single corporation that he is the financial person for, and that is including several businesses from the pastors and his son, mainly his son, that have the church with the children's home.
Yeah.
So he is on a bunch of their paperwork as well, as along with the medical group at, you know what I mean?
Well, what is Community Healthcare Associates? Do you know who that is?
No idea. So that's one of those things. If you look up that name, if you search that name, it's probably got a whole nother person that owns it.
Well, because this goes up to, it's registered through Biomedical Group. Now it's Community Healthcare, and then it's got that Fernando Borrego again. These are all linked together. That was as of October of 2015. Once again.
Exactly. And that's the crazy thing, is that they're all linked together.
Okay, so the funny thing, so this Dr. Byer dude, my last job, our parts manager, or our general manager, he became, his wife was raised by the Byers. Okay?
Yeah.
The old people. Okay. So like I worked with a guy, we came pretty close, and I was letting him know, hey dude, telling him all these crazy stories, like, bro. And then like, he's like, wait, doc, because I thought it was Bayer.
Yeah.
I thought it was Bayer. And he's like, no, it's Byer. And he tells me all the story about how she grew up with them, like a big whole long deal. Well, he like knows all these people, and like this Fernando Borrego or whatever his name was. I think he's just a kid who went to college, learned some numbers, and somebody threw him on. You know what I mean? Somebody threw him on the book. Maybe not. But
well, either way, it's all shifty and very
exactly.
So.
And there's no way to cut off those kids. It's all there in black and white. Like, it's all connected. There is no way to say it's not. So like,
Doodlebug's asking if that's the same buyers whose wife owns the home health business. Is that the same one?
I'll have to check, but quite likely. They have a lot. Is it what is it called? Is it Safe Harbor or something? Ask her if it's Safe Harbor, because they're involved in that too.
Is that what it's called? Doodlebug is Safe Harbor. Safe Harbor. Sorry.
Can I ask what the church, what type of church this is? When you boil down, what is the main denomination church?
These are
non-denominational.
Yeah, these are non-denominational.
They don't claim a denomination.
Yeah, they're sort of like, they would be closest to Baptist is what they would be closest to. Charismatic, you know what I mean?
Right, but what I mean is, if this is an older business and these people have been monopolizing on top, what it sounds to me like they're doing is they're contract shifting, right? So like whenever heat comes on, they just transition another doctor into that position and pull that doctor off and replace him at the doctor they took him off of. And it's just paperwork shuffling, right?
Yeah.
So, but my question, I guess, is, how do I put this? Like, if that's what they're doing, someone has to pay. And if the state's paying, that means that TennCare, well, what they call it in Tennessee is TennCare. I'm not sure what they call it there.
Yeah.
But TennCare is paying for it. And if that's the case, then that would be a massive, like I said, TennCare is the only way I noticed that. But whatever it is in your state, that'd be a massive fraud. And if it's been over this many years, the amount of money, I mean, there's got to be a way that you take it out of the judicial area it's in now and take it to a federal. And I don't know, maybe you have. Have you tried to contact the feds?
I have contacted the FBI, and what the FBI has told me is essentially, and this is what a lot of these families. So I think I know, just random real quick. It's A1, isn't it? Doodlebug. Is it A1 Hospice, A1 Home Care Health? That might be what she's talking about. But if so, yes, that one is very much so run by a family member of them people too. But so, where was I at? I lost it too. I'm such an ADHD person with my thoughts
It's
sometimes.
okay. Every one of us are. I think everybody on this panel has ADD.
What was your question again? I'm sorry, hon.
So my question was, I forgot too. Dago?
I'm reading everything, trying to catch up with all this other stuff and answer other questions. I'm sorry.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
talking about
So is it paid for? If it's DCS, right, then that means the state is covering the care, not only the medical care, but the living, all of the above, plus paying the facility to do so. So that would be a major fraud if what you're saying, right, hypothetically, supposedly, whatever damn word I'm supposed to say, right? I would feel
Allegedly.
Allegedly, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that it would be a good idea to go and talk to a federal attorney, right? And what I mean by that is there are ways to raise money, to be able to fund things like that, but only if you had a federal attorney who was willing to take some extreme measures, right? Otherwise, you're fighting up against an empire that's massive. Not saying it's not beatable, but they're going to hit you with every legal thing they can and every loophole they can to try to shut you down.
Well, that's part of the problem is there's people that have big money involved in this. Big money, okay?
Well, yeah, of course.
And that it's obviously, and that's what she's running up against, excuse me, obviously, because they control everything, just like anywhere, okay? And so this is gone as far as they even tried to kidnap her child to shut her up, to teach her a lesson, to whatever you want to do at one point in time, okay? Like
Somebody
this
would
is
be eating the other end of a 45 caliber.
Yeah, I know. Well, this is dangerous to them as well. And I'm trying to get something. We got to do something somehow or another. We got to do something. That's all I can say. And I agree with him. He's right. If we could find, I wonder if it would make a difference if it was, and I don't even know if they'd look at it though, but if the Department of Justice would look at this. What do you guys think?
Probably not right now with everything going on coming up on an election, if you want me to be honest with you. But here's what I do suggest to you, and I will get this information to you through Dago or however else. Contact BACA, Bikers Against Child Abuse, okay, as a very first step. You're going to want to talk to their child liaison. Now, I can give you his name offline. I don't want to put that out. I just don't have permission from, whatever. So I'll give you his name. Once you get in contact with him, they will have you come in and sit down with them. They also have monthly chapter meetings that are open to the public. I believe it's every third Thursday. Normally it's between 6 or 8 o'clock, depending on what chapter it is. Okay. You can go in there, take your husband, I'm assuming that's your husband, with you, right? Take your case files with you. Ask to speak with the child liaison. Give them everything you have. This is the first step for them to start patrols past your own residence, right? And what they'll do is they'll have daily or every other day guys ride by and just take a look. What this also does is gives you connections to higher federal leveled people that are in BACA, because BACA is conformed by law enforcement officers, private detectives, child
Attorneys.
advocates.
There's attorneys too, I've heard, that are involved.
Lots of attorneys, lots and lots of attorneys. And if you say to them what you've put out here today and you stand strong on that, I can tell you that if they can help you, and they're international, they're not just in the United States, they're extremely heavy with membership, and they can cause problems legally and with pressure that you can't do. You know what I mean? And I would encourage you to call the gentleman over there, and I'll get you that information.
Okay. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Okay. Go ahead. Back with
one of our biggest things than people. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. I was just saying, go ahead and with what you were saying, Mandy. I know we keep interrupting you, but we want to make sure that everybody's understanding everything and that you're understanding as well. So go ahead with where you were at. I'm sorry.
Give me just a second. This is being weird again. I guess my internet moved for the day or something. Your phone.
It's okay. Take your absolutely take your time.
I think it's working better now. I'm not sure.
I hear you good. You sound good.
Okay. So, one of the biggest things is I had contacted the FBI, but which I'll get a hold of the other people you had talked to too, but I did catch the first part of what you said way earlier before my stuff went off the first time. I looked at, essentially I did talk to the FBI. I've called them a lot just with everything that I have, everything that I find.
This poor girl cannot get her story out to save her life because this damn weather. Her internet signal keeps going. Like as soon as she gets comfortable in a place, it's gone.
I mean, I can play hot cross buns on the claret on the recorder. You know what I mean? Y'all just tell me. I can banjos. What do y'all need?
We're good.
Damn
Okay,
it.
here we are again.
Sorry.
That's okay. Again, it's not your fault.
I'm trying to keep this thing getting service.
You're absolutely fine.
Essentially, so essentially I did call the FBI and they always tell me the same thing. If the authorities do not come in, they do not get involved because I don't know why. Something I run into is people say the chain of command. They have some sort of chain of command that they run by. I don't know. But they refuse to break this chain of command where the FBI comes in without being asked by one of these police officers who may be involved and is not going to call them. So with the children's homes, we had actual charges that were going to the prosecutor's desk. Just a lot of things that were they disappeared. Let's put it that way. They're just gone, disappeared, and now we're here. I wanted to hit on, I guess, I looked at attorneys, but again, I have 5 biological kids of my own. I have a 22-year-old who we pretty much adopted from our youth group. And then we now have, but essentially, so I'm going to try to kind of go through just a little bit more of the story so I can get you through the basis of it. February of 2023, I ended up having to file a lawsuit against another local church. Their church name is Restoration Worship Center. The reason why I had to file a suit against them is because in January of 23, I witnessed some child abuse at their church on a live video. These people were the worship leaders for the church that we left right before us. And this church that they started, this Restoration Worship Center, is the church that they created. This people created when they left. It's Trisha Curtis, Keith Curtis, Caleb Curtis. Trisha and Keith are the pastors of Restoration Worship Center. So I witnessed some abuse. I report it to the Park Hills Police Department again. Park Hills Police Department breaks protocol. They do not call CPS first, so the CPS workers can make contact with the children. Park Hills contacts the pastor, talks to the pastor, and then never goes any further. They didn't alert CPS. I had to make a OSCR report on the child abuse that I witnessed in their live video. And so essentially, after that, I had witnessed some things when we went there. When we were going there before this, one of my kids had been screaming in their nursery at one point, screaming an ungodly scream. It didn't sound right. Sound like maybe they had been hit, but their whole church, again, like the other churches, said, "Oh no, our workers are great. Your kids are fine. They're just crying because, they miss you," or whatever it might be. Well, after I witnessed child abuse in the video, and, we had already listened to our kids because we had frequented some of these other churches also. Our kids had mentioned how they were being bullied by some of these members of this other church at school. And there was a lot of different things. Kids were shoving my little son, he was probably like 4 or 5 at the time, shoving him down at that church and physically taking money from his hand. Those are not normal bullying tactics. You know what I mean? Those are things that people do when they feel a certain way or have been made to feel some type of way. That's just my psychological evaluation of it. So, I started posting about this child abuse in this video. I started posting about it. I get a cease and desist from a Mr. Patrick Wolfers, who got his law degree in 2022, I guess. And he, in other words, tells me, thanks for your attempt at being a mandated reporter, but how did he say it? It comes across as contrived. And in other words, thanks, but no thanks. And if you keep talking about this church, Restoration Worship Center, Keith Curtis and the other board members are going to sue you. They're going to look at suing you. And I thought, oh, okay. So I sent them a letter and I said, at this point, I've been in court for a while. Yes, that guy. I'd been in court for a while. So I said, game on. I told him, you got 30 days to sue me. I went ahead and gave them a response letter to their cease and desist and told them exactly why I am 100% a legal mandated reporter and I have to report what I saw and I will not stop talking. Yes. There's about 3 pages and I don't remember everything that's said in there because there's a decent amount of things, but essentially I explained to them, I'm not going away. I'm going to continue reporting and don't send me any more letters. And this is your formal sunshine request. I want the names of all the nursery workers that were in the nursery when my kids were in your nursery. So if you got to go through your records, go through them because it's a public records request now and I want them. So they have 30 days to reply to a sunshine records request and let you know if they need additional time and that type of stuff. They never replied, never gave me a response to that letter. I just kept getting harassed. So I reported that to the police department also, and nothing ever happened. Where do I go on from here? So about April of 2022 or 23, sorry, we have our court hearing for Restoration Worship Center. They never gave me the sunshine request information. So I went ahead and I filed a $5,000 lawsuit against the attorney who sent me the cease and desist. And then I filed a $5,000 lawsuit against the church who did not uphold the sunshine law because you legally have to reply of some sorts, and they never did. They didn't care. So I sued them. They told me they were going to sue me first, and I was just like, whatever, I guess I'll see you in court. The church did not show up. Oh, can you guys still hear me at all?
Yes, so absolutely. Absolutely.
So the church did not show up to court. Only Patrick Wolfers did. The judge ignored. So for instance, you're not allowed to send threatening letters for someone that you're not representing, that you don't ever plan on representing. You're not allowed to send those as an attorney. You're not allowed to represent people that you are not legally exchanged money for to represent them. So I read off the RSMOs to the judge and in other words, there's the case number. We both lost in this case, all 3 of us. None of us got any money, any attorney fees or anything like that. So Judge Bryce Seacrest was our judge on this case. He's also kind of a conflict of interest. So Bryce Seacrest's sister is best friends and business partners with Mr. Patrick Wolfers' wife. So this little Patrick Wolfers, he's now running for the St. Francis County, Missouri public administrator spot for Gary. He's going to try to take Gary Matheny's place, my old attorney.
Once again, everybody's linked together. Unbelievable.
Fun fact. Okay. We went to court in April. I think it was April 5th or 6th of 2020. And he's still wanted, by the way. This is an active investigation. He's still wanted on the 4th degree assault, Mr. Patrick Wolfers, of me and my husband, because when we left that court date that day, Mr. Patrick Wolfers turned around on the stairs to me and my husband, and he told us, if you guys ever come for me again, I'm going to step on your necks. Well, that's assault. You threatened to hurt me. So we left the court. We immediately left the courthouse. We went straight to the Farmington Police Department. We both signed statements against him. You can see this police report. It's still an active investigation while he's running for our St. Francis County, Missouri public administrator and actively being sought on 4th degree assault against me and my husband. I also filed an ex parte against him because I've already gotten my house doxxed. I've already been threatened. This man it did scare me, very much so scare me. So At the end of the day, I filed an ex parte on this man, and it was dismissed by Judge Seacrest, obviously, again, which again is a conflict of interest because Judge Seacrest's sister is best friends with Wolfer's wife, Patrick Wolfer's wife. He never should have been on the case. Again, I would have won if it was any other courtroom.
Yep.
It was very crazy how it went. And then, like I said, the police, they can't get a hold of him. In the police report, they said they couldn't get a hold of Mr. Patrick Wolfers to question him because he would get arrested for what he did. He would get arrested for 4th-degree assault like a normal civilian would. And he would go to jail and he'd get processed and he'd have a record like normal people should when they do these things.
That's right.
But his court buddies allegedly, in other words, seemed to just help him out of it. So fast forward, we go about our life after April. We thought, well, F those guys, we'll file a appeal at some point. If I'm missing anything, you can tell me too. Like if there's
if I can ask real quick, and if it's not an email I'm supposed to say, I'll just let it go. Who's Kelly French?
That we're gonna get to her in just a second. So So the church that I went to court with, the pastor, Keith Curtis, his son is named Caleb Curtis. Caleb Curtis was charged. He's a first-year teacher in 2023. He was charged in August of 2023 with 3 counts of child porn. Yeah, child movies. Child video. He posted on TikTok. He didn't get charged with creating content. He didn't get charged with any of that. He got charged with not distributing, just possession. Yep, the middle one right there. And his mom right next to him is Kelly French. So let's talk about her. And that is, what is Mr. French's name? Nick. His name is Nick French. There we go.
Okay.
They're divorced. So
yes,
his father
is is Keith Curtis. His mother is the woman standing next to him.
Yes.
That is his stepdad on the other side.
Keith is a pastor. Those 2 individuals are not pastors.
Yeah. So his dad, which is not pictured, is Keith Curtis. Keith Curtis is the pastor of Restoration Worship Center. So,
gotcha.
This kid, the son of the church that tried to sue me and said, "We're not child abusers. We don't have anything going on here. You need to go down the road. You can try it, lady." Then their son got charged with 3 counts of child porn. In August of 2023. After that, I started making videos on. I'm going to shut this for just a second. I got a tattler. So we start making TikTok videos about this Caleb Curtis, his mother Kelly French. So fun fact, Kelly French and her husband Nick, her new husband Nick French, she was a worship leader, and they were the young adult leaders of sorts for Harvest Christian Center, which is another church that's connected in all of this. Now, we'll get to this mugshot in just a minute.
No problem. Take your time.
It all goes in here. So Caleb Curtis was charged with 3 counts of all of that, and I explained to these people in February when I filed my lawsuit, something is going on at your church. I am not stupid. I see what is happening. The behavioral signs are that something is really wrong here.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever it came out that the son of the man who who said he was going to try to sue me for talking about this stuff at this other new church, when they did all this, I was like, oh my gosh, so now your kid's in trouble for exactly what I kind of said might just be going on there.
Right.
Okay. So Kelly French had been stalking my TikTok since probably December of 2022, somewhere in there. And so in the 2003 range, in approximately October 1st, I'm making videos. I'm making videos because Kelly French, one of the siblings of this Caleb Curtis person, was in a relationship with this guy. If you pull up his name, I forgot his name.
Anthony Carruthers.
Yes. So Kelly Jones, the mother of Caleb Curtis, Her daughter was, I'm trying to explain this so it makes sense. Her daughter was in a relationship with this Carruthers person. This Anthony Carruthers person killed a man. Crap, I said the word.
No, it's okay. You're fine.
Okay. He unalived a man in 2000, I think it was 16. His name was Michael Van Stavern. He was one of the owners of quite a few of the hotels, the big hotels here in Farmington.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Van Stavern's hotel was busted, I think in around 2009, 2010, with a bunch of illegal immigrants working on it. St. Francis County or somebody pulled up and ended up arresting some of the illegals, let them go. Gary Matheny told me the immigrants that were arrested on Van Stavern's work site at his new upcoming hotel belonged to the produce company owner, because they also have a building company named like Hermitage Building that they use. I guess I don't know what they use it for, because you can't contract it from the public.
Mm-hmm.
So and there's Caleb Curtis. So there's his little mug shot. He was a first-year teacher, guys. This was his first year at school. This investigation was going on at least from December the year before. They caught him in December the year before. And They let this man get through school. They let him get through college. They let him go and be a teacher. He was at school before he was arrested. He was an active teacher, contracted as a teacher when he was arrested, doing this as a first-year teacher. So that's a whole thing. Now, whenever I realized the cops are not doing anything about this, I decided I'm going to the police academy. So August 22nd, around August, when all this happens, I send in, because I'm going to go on time here. I send in a application to the Mineral Area College Law Enforcement Academy. This is important. I want to go back. Okay, Scott Rosenblum is like the attorney, like the defense attorney ever around here. He's huge,
right.
Huge. So the allegations are Mr. Scott Rosenblum is also connected to the church, okay, that's suing me. The one that's suing me because the pastor, so Pastor Brian of that church, his mom runs a food pantry up in around Festus area called, what is it? Living Faith Food Pantry or something like that. And allegedly, whenever Mr. Scott Rosenblum got into some sort of crash, he got into a crash. They thought he was drunk. He refused the breathalyzer, Mr. Rosenblum did. And he ended up dragging the case out and pleading out to, he pled out of being intoxicated and pretended like he was just sleepy. Okay. Which we know attorneys can do.
Of course.
So Mr. Rosenblum was sentenced to community service with his sentence of his crime.
Mm-hmm.
I was told that Mr. Rosenblum went into Faith Family Food Pantry to Miss whatever her name is, Pat Smith, slammed a paper down on the table and said, "Sign this for me and I'll give you or anybody you know a get out of jail free card from here on out. Whoever needs it, whatever you need." Okay.
Wow.
So that all happens. That's approximately, I'm gonna say approximately 2015. That was prior to all of us finding out about all this other stuff. But I dug that up in all of this, so that's why I sent it to you too.
Gotcha.
So Scott Rosenblum is now the attorney for Caleb Curtis. How in the hell they got a $50,000 attorney? Because that's the base fee for Scott Rosenblum is like $50,000 to even see him. Yeah. He also, I believe they posted bail, but we'll get there. I don't want to say that because I don't remember. Okay. I don't remember exactly what their bail was or how he posted it. But
that was a question.
Yeah, I don't remember how he posted his bail. But he did somehow contract Scott Rosenblum's services. So essentially, this Caleb Curtis, even after he got, charged with all these things, he went on an out-of-country vacation with his family where he was pictured. Even after he was told on his release when he got out on bond, he was told he's not to have any contact with any children under the age of 18 whatsoever. You're now supposed to be watched by this county because you might be a pedo. So,
right.
Waiting for prosecution or whatever. So he goes on an out-of-country vacation on a cruise ship with families. I've got videos and pictures of him with babies dancing on the table in front of him. He's got a cell phone in his hand, still has free access to everything he was using before. Yeah.
Aren't they supposed to take they're supposed to take their electronics from them? They're not supposed to be allowed on the internet, any of that stuff.
Our prosecuting attorney doesn't seem to put his foot down on any of that stuff. So
is that Shane Porter?
No, I think that might be Frederick. No,
Michael Dudley.
That's the associate.
Michael Dudley.
Yeah,
Michael
Dudley.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
I was going to say, so Michael Dudley is the prosecuting attorney, and we've had a lot of issues with him just with dropping child SA cases, saying he doesn't have enough information to prosecute when he has all the information that he needs and child advocacy videos. He's trying to put children on the stand too, instead of like playing their children advocacy report videos. He's putting children on the stand, and they're scared. They're not going to get up there. So he dismisses the cases is what it seems like.
Who's he related to then? Because he's obviously wrapped up in it somehow too. I mean, it only makes sense.
Is something wrong here? Very much so.
I think he's just got his turn.
Yeah, essentially my husband said it sounds like for him it really feels like this guy just got his turn.
It's his turn to play this role.
Yeah, it's his turn to play this role and pretend that he's this big great guy. So essentially, yeah, so we got all these different things flying around. We've got the Caleb Curtis situation. Now, mind you, he was at some point $60 behind in his court costs and stuff, wasn't paying his fees to be able to stay out, and they weren't doing anything about it. I was making videos about these things. I was making videos about their connections to Michael Van Stavern and to a lot of the local hotels that I've also been told in meetings and messages and calls, they're involved in trafficking of some sorts too. I don't know what kind, but that's what I'm being told and what I'm investigating from multiple people. So Michael Van Stavern, 2016, he's murked in his hospital room, his hotel room at Red Cedar Lodge by this pedophile, this accused pedo person, his sister. Okay, his sister's boyfriend is the person who allegedly murked Michael Van Stavern, the owners of these hotels. So this Carruthers person has a baby with Caleb Curtis's sister. Has a baby with her in this process. He ends up in prison. This Van Stavern guy's now just passed away. He's been murked, and the whole... I would get into some of the details, but a lot of the details are just kind of... they're not relevant right now, but they are to the effect that he was found in provocative... like, there was some provocative things about how everything went down and how... how do I say this? How the relationships were found to be going.
He was a millionaire, and he was found in a $34 a night room.
Yeah, at Red Cedar Lodge. So essentially, he wasn't so much... I don't know that he was found in there. They found him in the back of the car.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say
that. They took his body, put Van Stavern's body in the back of his own car, ran from the cops. Somehow they were going to get pulled over, ran. Carruthers went back to Kelly Jones's home, hid in her attic from the police. Okay. Now, in this time, Kelly Jones has self-admitted that she has a pill problem, a very bad pill problem. So now her daughter is mixed up with all these people. You got her son over here committing these crimes. What the fuck happened to these kids? What happened to them for them to be tied in with these people? You know what I mean? These are not normal church people. that they should be connected to. These are not normal people.
Well,
I start making videos.
Go ahead. Sorry. No, I was just thinking out loud. Go ahead.
No, you're okay. So I start making videos September, October, and I do want to hit on this. Patrick Wolfers. So the stepmother of Caleb Curtis.
Mm-hmm.
She messages me in 2022 when I'm reporting on the predator driving the other church van. Okay, the other church's van. I'm reporting on Christian Life Church, where both of us left. Their church and me left that CLC. So I'm talking to Trisha Curtis in 2022 prior to all of this, and she tells me that there is a man who works at Sam Sism Ford who had processed multiple vehicles through Christian Life Church's name for the plaintiff in the case against me, and that this Patrick Wolfer man is allegedly the person who told her, this Trisha Curtis, this.
There he is.
So then, yeah. So I have these text messages from Trisha Curtis saying that they process these vehicles through the church's name. Now, there's only one reason that you would process vehicles through a church's name. That would be tax purposes, fraudulent purposes.
Well,
and those
there's
are the
501c3, just CLC. Exactly. Bingo.
Exactly. And even if you don't run it through the CLC, the actual 501 number, the name is suffice to get those tax cuts.
Because you still get credit cards.
Because yes, you still have all these things, and you will write it off eventually at whatever time you write off all your stuff. So there were at least 55 vehicles, and we're not talking cheap cars. How much would you say these cars are?
I mean, they're all nice. I mean, the plaintiff got a Denali. All of his sons got 5.0s or Super Sport Camaros, and then all of the whoever
King Ranch
employees,
SUVs.
Yeah.
Like we're talking tens of thousands of dollars worth of cars. We're not talking $6,000.
The pastor got a limited. Yeah, the pastor got a limited, crew cab, Ford truck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They took his Cadillac, traded it in, and got him another truck.
Yeah.
Oh, must be nice. Jesus.
Yeah. So Mr. Wolfers and all of this, Kelly French, I guess she starts getting on my TikTok, and because I start talking about all these connections and how they're now connected with the other church that was against me. And now it all looks like they're going together. So I start talking on my videos about this. I get a prank phone call on October 1st of 2023. I get a prank phone call, and I already had kind of waited for this. It had happened once before, and I was like, nobody's about to do this to me again. I'm not going to hope I knew who was calling. So I have software. It's like an application that it unmasks blocked callers. So whenever somebody calls you blocked, it'll hold the call after that thinks they hung up. It'll reroute it, second phone call back to you again. And then show the caller's actual name if it's registered, or the phone number that they're calling from. This just so happened to not only be registered to Kelly French, it also had her phone number whenever she called me. So October at about 10 o'clock at night, Kelly French calls me. She calls me. There's some creepy song. I don't know what it's saying, but the person is telling me it's either I know what you did or I want you. DD.
Yeah, I got you.
I couldn't make out exactly what the person. Yeah, I couldn't make out what the person was exactly saying, but it was one of those two things, and it was alarming enough. So I was like, "Oh my God, that's crazy!" But it was her calling me. It was her, so it wasn't too terrifying. You know what I mean? As if it was somebody else. If I didn't know who was calling me, that would have been terrifying, even more. So I find out it's her. I call the police immediately. I tell them. And I tell them, in other words, they come out. I think I sent you one of the videos. They come out. I make a report. And then I go and I file an ex parte against her because now she's prank calling me. She had already messaged me days prior. And this was the funny thing. I really outsmarted a lot of these people. She messaged me from a fake Facebook account days prior. And she said something to the effect of, Are you SPED, which means special ed, or something? Why do you keep talking about people? And I messaged that person back and I said, and I posted a Facebook post too, because I knew that it would draw whoever this narcissist was out of their corner in their hole. So I had sent them a message back, and I also posted on my Facebook publicly. I said, well, whoever's calling or whoever's, sending these messages, why don't you get real brave and start prank calling me? Then I got the prank call, and it was her. So it was absolutely her messaging me too, from a fake Facebook. And this is the stuff they do. I've gotten so many reports about her. If you look her up, probably not on CaseNet, you might have to dig a little deeper because she may have gotten her stuff expunged. She has a lot of charges. I'll send them to you later. But
Trisha, you talking about Trisha
she's
Curtis?
Well known for bullying and Kelly
Trisha.
French. That's the biological mother to Caleb Curtis.
Okay, Kelly French. There you go, Molly.
Do what?
And Mom. I know you guys are looking. Gotcha.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
She's out of Fredericktown too.
Curtis is stepmom.
Gotcha. And they're both out of Missouri,
no,
right?
These are all Farmington.
Okay.
Yes.
Farmington. Got you. All right. There you guys go.
This is all more so in Park Hills, Farmington area now.
Okay.
So Kelly and her husband are Park Hills, Farmington area. They live in that area, go to church in that area, as well as all of us. So Keith Curtis and Trisha Curtis also live in this area, go to church in this area, Park Hills, Deloge, Farmington. So,
yes, ma'am.
I file an ex parte against Kelly French because she started prank calling me because I was making videos about her pedo son. And it's dismissed. They don't even give me a hearing. They don't look at any of the proof. They just, whatever, they just slide it off their desk and into the trash it goes. And we don't even get a hearing. So here these people are thinking it's just okay. It's okay that you can do this to me. Then they get my TikTok shut down. They purposely report my videos. They tell their friends and family to report my videos. They get my other TikTok shut down. At that point, I had like 50,000 likes, almost like 6,000 followers. It was getting up there. You know what I mean? So people were hearing and they were liking and sharing and listening, especially with this one. So after I got that prank phone call, most of the stuff I would say ended with them. They didn't do a bunch more to me, did they?
No, because we picked up the phone knowing who it was.
Yeah, and I was like, Kelly French.
You're like, hey,
what's up?
And then that was it, because we got a couple officers. With that app when they called us. So
I have their numbers too.
By the time the second cop called us and then we got their numbers and they're like, hey, don't
give it out.
Yeah, don't give the number out. They stopped calling the phones. We don't get calls anymore from anybody. Nobody.
Because they know. Don't play games with
them.
Well,
I think they probably gathered at this point that you're not scared of the scare tactics they're using, and I don't think they realize, as of this moment right now, the support you have behind you with this at this point. Okay.
No. So, and it's been the support has been silent too. So,
okay.
I get why people have to be quiet.
Well, pay attention, because when it gets quiet is when it gets nerve-wracking. So just pay attention. That's all. But we're all behind you, honestly. So just, understand that, please. We absolutely are.
There's a lovely little picture of their family. So here's the Curtis family at the church that we left. This is actually a post for the Curtis family. They used to kind of associate pastor and do all of the roles that me and my husband and our family did for this church. We did all of those roles right after they left. So they were essentially, did all of our roles, the worship leaders, youth leaders.
Yeah.
So they transitioned out. They got their own church.
They split. They took like 50 people with them and left the church that's currently not suing us, but that one, and started their own.
Yeah. And then, so that's where all this stuff comes up, and it all ties back to this church because they were there before us, and they, we talked to them after we left, and they told us yeah, we were there and we witnessed all these different things too. And that's why we left too. So for them to come for me and try to sue me knowing that I'm not stupid and I'm not just making stuff up, that was really frustrating. And it showed because they never even showed up to court. I got these prank calls. That all stopped. And then I started getting, I guess, some messages about, have we hit all that already?
No.
I think we have. Kelly French and all those people. Now we're on to December of 2023. This is where we get, right? Or no?
I mean, yeah, we're pretty much all.
Here's where we go. December 2023. Just recently, I had been getting messages since October, but I was preoccupied with the Curtis family and all that stuff. I had been getting messages since about October about some animal neglect. I don't really do a lot of animal cases, not because I don't care, but because I think there's a lot of advocacy publicly for that. You don't get in trouble for that, like advocating normally. So I normally do not touch animal neglect, animal abuse, unless it involves something that involves the public or, you know, something where the police are not doing anything. And then I absolutely will.
You got your hands full with all this other stuff anyway. So yeah, I got you. Yeah, there's enough support for animals. Right.
Yeah. So I was very choosy and I did not. I thought at first that the first few times I had gotten alerted about this neglect of these animals at these apartments in Farmington, Missouri, I let it go. And I was like, well, it'll be, you know, surely these people will start taking care of their dog. I don't know what I thought. All I knew is I had some other fish to fry and they were people fish. So I did. I said, well, I'm not going to bother with that case. I did not bother with that animal neglect case until December because I didn't realize essentially how bad it was or that the person was telling the truth. I just wanted to be sure because some of my friends were involved in that whole thing. It turns out that I can say the name of the apartments.
Mm-hmm.
It's Icon Way Apartments. It's Icon Way, right? It's the Avery is the legal term for it. The Avery Apartments in Farmington. It's a huge luxury apartments, condos, those types of things. They got swimming pools, tanning beds, workout, all the things, all the amenities. But I also lived here with my...
This is the same apartment you lived in when you got beat up and all that stuff.
Yeah. So when I got beat up by my groomer that I left home with, I lived in these apartments. They were called the Hilltop Apartments then. I lived at 211 Hilltop Place Drive is what it was called. And the person who groomed me beat me in that apartment. I know everybody heard him screaming and us screaming all the time and him always hurting me and me fighting back and screaming. There's no way people did not hear that. I was right across from the offices. So not only once I found out, okay, this is now the apartments that I was neglected at as a missing person, as a person living here with my groomer, being abused, all these things, I was like, so then I guess I will have to get involved because it matters. It's all connected, I guess. So I did get involved. I start making some videos in December about the animal neglect because we have a friend that works there. My friend that worked, I thought she was my friend. Let's just say that. Her husband was my husband's friend. They worked together. I'm going to call her Roach, is the assistant manager of the apartment complex these dogs were being neglected at. These dogs are being neglected. They were 30 and 25 pounds underweight by this time. So they were just being neglected in October. By this time, they're 20 and 35 pounds underweight. The person who's in charge of caring for these animals is, her name's Kaya Harris. She was a recruit for the Mineral Area Law Enforcement Academy. And she was just a couple months from graduating, it seemed. So this was definitely something I needed to talk about. I made videos about this. I talked about just all of it. But the Roach woman who was the manager of these apartments, not the one who was the owner of the dogs, but the manager of the apartments, they had been actively having this apartment fixed for months because the animals would damage the apartment, pee, poop. They broke water lines, just flooded the apartment, just terrible things that you have to get maintenance in there for. So they knew it was going on. They knew it was going on, and they turned a blind eye too. And it was their apartments. So I messaged this apartment manager, assistant manager, Miss Roach, and I asked her, actually, I messaged her husband. Let me correct myself, because I knew that Miss Roach did not so much like me because I am vocal with things. She's a very sweep it under the rug person, and I felt a vibe from her. So I did message her husband, not her. I messaged her husband. I said, hey, does your apartment complex, have any clause for your workers to tell if they see abuse or anything illegal in the apartments when they go in there? And essentially, this one. Essentially, I got no message back. I hear nothing from these friends who have been our friends for how many years and had messaged us back every other time. I hear nothing from them. I hear nothing from them for about a day or two. I start making videos about all of this. That's where these videos come in. My videos start getting reported. I get a follow. Wait, let me go back. At 8-something a.m., I'm messaging on the 7th of December, 2023. I'm messaging Miss Roach's husband. Never messaged Miss Roach. I'm messaging Miss Roach's husband because he's mine and my husband's friend. We're talking to him. I'm trying to figure out why they're looking past this and why they're not answering me, because you know how this goes. You guys have been a part of this for a minute. You know how this goes. And they didn't answer me. And I said, well, since you don't want to be a part of advocating for these animals and you don't want to talk to me, that's fine. But let your wife know I'm going to legally and civilly drag her in these videos. Her name's going in there because if you've witnessed this for months, you're also responsible for it. So I did. I made a video about how, I hope you can still hear me. I made a video about how she was kind of still ignoring me. They never said anything back to us about why they were letting this happen. They just let it go. I had multiple other people in this time come forward and say that this law enforcement academy person, they can still hear me a little bit.
Yeah, we can hear you. Let me fine. Know if you sound good. No, you're great.
Okay, sorry about that.
No
this
problem.
Law enforcement academy person who had these dogs that she was neglecting in these apartments had multiple other animals that no one had any idea where they were. I was told there was a pit bull named Hank who murked a little labrapoodle or a labradoodle, a little puppy in the apartment while they were at work at the 911 dispatch center. Hank's gone. The pit bull, they're just all gone. All but 2 of this lady's animals are gone. Somebody had given her a German Shepherd and it's just gone. So there were 5 animals in total and only 2 of them are now known about. We don't know where any of the other animals are, except the one is murked by the other animal because of the neglect that they were seeing. So this is an ongoing thing. And this lady's trying to be a cop, this Kaya Harris person. I make all these reports. This Kaya Harris lady disappears. But in this process, on the 7th, I had stopped talking to Miss Roach's husband because Miss Roach's husband immediately jumped straight to, well, if it's time to party, after I messaged him that message, I'm going to drag your wife in these legal videos. He said, well, if it's time to party, it's time to party. And then he threatened me to physically see my husband face to face and exchange fisticuffs. That's what that is when you say, let your husband know I want to talk to him face to face. That's a threat. So I answered her back with, if you want to try and hurt me, you know where I live, but you also know what's going to happen. Don't try it. There's no trespassing times. Just don't be stupid. That's essentially what I told her husband. She calls me because I block her husband at about 8:56 a.m. Now, Miss Roach calls me from her phone while she's at work.
I think you're getting too into details. We're going to be till 9.
Yeah, sorry. So anyway, Miss Roach calls me.
Okay.
She reports to the police. Let's just get here. She lies to the phone, tells them that I'm harassing her. And this time, I'd not said anything else to them. She's now calling me at this point. I was never talking to her. She calls the police, tells them I'm harassing her, uses my messages to her husband to say that, left out the one where she claimed that I had, threatened her. She left out the one her husband threatened my husband.
Right.
And the police call me. Hey, don't call her anymore. Don't contact her anymore. I said vice versa. And the officer was like fine, anybody contacts anybody else, we're in trouble. Sorry if I have a filter too. I don't know why it's on there.
It's okay.
But so okay, so December 7th goes away. We're both told do not talk to each other anymore. I go about my day. I graduate with my social work degree December 16th of 2023. I finish all my coursework. I get online that night and I find that Miss Roach had posted a picture of some guy that had braids the color of mine, and she was like tagged another person who I saw on my TikTok account frequently. Either way, they were making fun of me, and in the comments, her mother suggests that her and her sister were going to assault me. The mom of Miss Roach said, you need to, get a t-shirt made or something like that saying the 10 tones down princess, which means, domestic violence or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's on the 16th of December, 2023. I see this. I'm like, well, that's crazy. And then I report it to the police through email. And December, let's say, 18th rolls around. December 18th rolls around, and I'm not going to lie and say I didn't post something silly to snap back at the post making fun of my hair. I absolutely did post something on my story. It was just comparing her to Laura Farquaad. Whatever, it's childish. But either way, if I'm getting picked on, I'm funnier. So I was just like, we're not going to do this. So then she shows up at my house. Miss Roach, the apartment manager, not even the lady that owns the dogs. The apartment manager shows up at my house December 18th, 5:45 approximately p.m. She knocks on my door. I open the door. What the F do you want, B, is what I said. She starts screaming at me. And in other words, eventually she shoulder checks me. And I'm like, well, you're not going to assault me. I've told her multiple times to leave at this point. The cops told you not to be here. What are you doing here? Quit screaming. You're disturbing my neighbors. Like all these different things you would tell somebody that's screaming.
Yeah.
So then I end up, shoulder checks me. I push her off my porch. She falls into a bush. She starts to climb out of the bush like she's going to climb back up on the porch. I pick up a very small rock in my hand, and I told her, if you come back at me, I'm going to bash your skull in with this rock. Stop. And go home. Leave. Like the cop said, don't come here. And now, mind you, whenever she comes, she's not alone. She has her sister in her car parked on the wrong side of the road with it running.
Mama Bear, check the back chat real quick. She'll be back, guys. By the way, that Kelly Lynn French Molly found has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 aliases she goes by. Every one of the people that she has brought to our attention has had multiple aliases that they use, guys. It's way abnormal.
There we go. Okay, so she's still standing in my yard. She did not come alone. Like I said, her sister stayed in the car up until the point I shoved her off the porch and grabbed that rock. And then her brother was also with her, her 19-year-old brother. He was not in the vehicle. He got out with her. He waited in the darkness in the middle of my yard in all of this. So the sister waited in the getaway vehicle. The brother waited in the middle of the yard in darkness, and she came to my porch to try to hit me. She assaulted me. I shove her off. She's screaming at me that she's got people looking for me. You don't think we have people looking for you right now? They're going to catch you out. All these things. And I'm like, okay. And I actually screamed back at her, people have tried this. You think you aren't the first person to tell me this? And in other words,
this was all based off of the same. Sorry, this was all based from the same interaction from the very beginning of that.
Yeah, so essentially this Roach lady, it's all based off of this dog case. But what I didn't know is this Roach lady appears to have had other conflicts that drove her to coming to my house to hit me. Her cousin is the granddaughter to a board member of the church that's got the board member that's suing me. Okay. So she's also appears to be family with this people. That's why our friendship went downhill as soon as I started talking about them.
And also,
yes.
you were all.
And poof.
She has lots of magic tricks.
I thought I had the worst internet on the planet, but they've struggled all day. I feel so bad for them.
Yeah.
I thought Clue had the worst internet.
No, you don't know mine, bro. Mine is bad.
Yours has been, you better not jinx it. Yours has been good lately.
I know.
Well, you just jinxed it.
Yep.
It's like being an ER nurse and saying, man, it's quiet in here tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I piss my wife off sometimes. I'll call her purposely and be like, is it quiet there?
Yeah, right.
Oh, boy, you want to see a woman cuss through the phone and hang up?
I've done the same. I've done the same thing when Brandy's at work. She works in a dialysis clinic. I'm like, "Are you guys busy? Is everything good?" And she's like, "Don't you ever say that to me again." So I get it
all the time. All right, she's back.
Welcome back, honey.
Stop talking about her. She's back. She can hear us.
Right.
So, okay. Where was I at, Jared? Help.
Okay, so to put some more of this. So she was actually offered a job. It's like I said, we were friends with these people. Yes, it all stemmed from the dogs. The dogs, we knew these people, but like I quit working. He went to work somewhere else. We didn't speak so much to each other. My wife was offered a job at this apartment complex a year or two prior to this whole ordeal.
Yeah.
Something happened with their relationship or whatever, and that's when we kind of
so
split
fun
off and
fact.
stuff.
Here's what happened. The person they hired instead of me,
yes,
is the cousin to Billy Edwards, who essayed me in 2010. It's one of the two men who essayed me in 2010 at that party.
Wow.
So the person that got her, the person that took your job instead of you was
the cousin to the man who essayed me in 2010.
Yes. Not saying that has anything to do with.
But it sure seems like it.
No, it's just another little piece of this spider web that we have unraveled today. You know what I mean?
Well, that's part of the problem with small towns, though, Dago, is everybody's freaking related to everybody. So I get what you're saying, but on the same note, it's like, if you go one or two cousins over, someone's related to somebody else.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Mandy, check the private check real quick. There's a question for you back there. I didn't want to put out loud.
Try that in a small town.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So the
you brought him up way long time ago, and I didn't want to put out his. You don't have to say his real name, but
I don't have any issue. It's Daniel Edwards, not Crawford. It's Edwards.
Oh, okay, got you.
So
there you go, Molly.
Edwards. Sorry about that.
It's okay. There you go, Molly. She's this is what she's been doing since you came in here. She's checking everything. So
no problem at all.
Go ahead with your story. Sorry.
So, and it's good you brought that up. So DJ Edwards is the uncle to Billy Edwards, who essayed me.
Mm-hmm.
The cousin of Billy Edwards is now this best friend to the girl who came here in December and tried to beat me up because she got the job instead of me in 2021. So now my rapist, my whatever.
It's okay.
You want,
It's okay. Go ahead.
His cousin is now best friends with the girl who's also family with the guy suing me, and she came here to assault me in December of 23. So all of these different factors matter. And then, we go on to December 23rd,
Don't
right?
even speed up. Okay, so like we call the police after they leave. Okay,
we call the police.
Cops come out. They don't want to even take a report. They nothing has happened. Nobody's hurt. What, are you hurt? No, they don't want to do anything. So we have to physically make him do something. They have to send another cop out here. It's a whole big deal.
He wasn't even going to take a written report of what happened.
By the time he leaves, the girl who came here had like 3 or 4. She had a couple charges.
Yeah. She had peace disturbance, 3rd-degree assault with felony. trespassing and harassment.
Yeah. So what happened was, and now the officer made contact with her later, but did not arrest her because he went there and that girl showed him the same text messages from her husband's phone that he had messaged
from the
us weeks ago. Right?
Yeah.
So she said, "Hey, she said to come over." You know what I mean? And that cop, he's an idiot. We know who he is. So he went over there and was like, "Oh, okay." So then it goes to the prosecutor, the prosecuting attorney, Dudley. Okay.
Mr. Dudley, we talked about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Dudley not only doesn't do anything, but then we try to get our police report. We need our police report for the court hearing for this attack, this assault.
She files an ex parte out against me. I filed an ex parte the very next day because she says they have people looking for me. I have 7 kids. I'm not going to be out at the grocery store getting ready to get bopped in the back of my head. Not going to happen.
Christmas goes by.
Yes.
And the day after Christmas break, she goes to the courthouse.
Christmas goes by. So December 23rd comes through. I'm on Facebook following a whole different lead with a repo company from the year prior. I had some issues with the repo company. We found out that they have ties to the people that go to the church who doxed my address. So we'll get there later. It's all connected. But we did have some issues in 2022 with a repo guy, and I had given my other van back and bought this car you see me sitting in for, I don't know what it was, $1,500, something like that.
Yeah, it was irrelevant.
It's irrelevant. But either way, I bought it all out. I didn't owe anything on it.
Right.
So this girl, this Miss Roach girl, gets online, and I guess someone had crashed into a repo man with their vehicle. The what's going on in St. Francis County or what's going on in your area pages.
Yeah.
There was not just yet. They get on the what's going on pages, and this Roach lady gets on there. There's a post about somebody hitting this repo person. Miss Roach comments, she claims that it was me and that she's been made aware that it was me that smashed into somebody with my car and that I had, hit this repo man with my car. And I didn't hit a repo man. I had never been at this place. She was lying on me and slandering me while actively saying that she wanted to join forces and everybody needed to pray against Mandy because it would be the greatest Christmas gift that our county ever gotten. And she's going to be at my court date with bells and whistles on to watch me lose against the plaintiff in the big case, in the church case, the board member of that church that we used to pastor at. So she talks on there in her comments about how it was me that hit this repo man, lied on me, says that we all need to join together as a community against me, to pray against me so that a judge will do something about my advocacy, I guess. And she says that she's going to be at my court hearings. And I messaged her on there from the account that I was using. I commented rather, and I said, "Hey, you already tried all this once and you weren't successful. What are you doing? I'm going to sue you for this. Stop talking about me. Stop lying about me." Because now I have proof. She changed her comment without knowing that on Facebook you can see like the edit history. She changed it, but either way, the very next day she could get into court because that was the 23rd. Court's closed on the 24th, then the 25th. I believe the 26th was the next day that they could get in, and that was, I guess, a Monday.
Yeah, it was a Monday because I think Christmas was on Saturday or something.
Something like that. It was a Monday or Tuesday. Either way, she gets into the courthouse on the 26th. She files an ex parte against me. She lies. She claims that I'm doing all the things that she did. And then we have a hearing. So let me correct myself. My ex parte was denied. My ex parte was denied by Judge Fall of Fulton, Fall, Sylvie, and Reed law firm, where Judge Fulton and now Judge Fall have come out of, the law firm they all came out of. So Judge Fall, who's also connected to Mr. Fulton, Judge Fulton, he's the one, a Madison County judge is the person who denied my ex parte, and they gave her and me both a hearing because I resubmitted it when I found out Fall was the judge, because I said, well, that's a conflict of interest.
I had submitted mine on the 19th as well, so it was not late. It was right after the incident. But either way, we go to court. We find out when I find out she filed a ex parte against me, I am like, oh gosh, I got to get my police report. I sunshine it from the police department, the St. Francis County Sheriff's Department. They tell me that, in other words, I got her name was Miss Platten, actually. Aubrey Platten is who I was speaking with. I asked her for these records, and she said, well, it's got personal information. I can't give it to you. You're going to have to subpoena it. I said, well, that's a public record, but okay, I guess I'll subpoena a public record. You have to redact the phone numbers and the social security numbers. That's your job. That is your job. And she said, well, nope, I can't do all that. You have to get a subpoena. So I do. I have subpoena power. I get a subpoena. I get a subpoena for those records. And they send me back. What did they send me back? An email?
I don't know what.
Yeah, they send me back an email with a motion. And it's a motion to quash this restraining order. Or not restraining order. It's a motion to quash my request for my police report. It's a motion to quash the subpoena for my police report. And it's also a protective order so that nobody else can get it. So the prosecuting attorney, Mr. Dudley, filed a motion to quash against getting my own police report from my own assault. And he filed a motion like a order of protection against me getting and sharing my own police report. So we go to court. The judge, in other words, is like, what in the world are you guys here for? I'm paraphrasing. Why won't you give her police report? Is it just phone numbers and names and socials that are in there? And couldn't you just redact that and give me a redacted and unredacted version? And I'll make sure that she gets the information that she needs for this case. And they said, yeah, it's just the name and the phone numbers. So he's just as puzzled as we are. He orders that we get our police report. He orders this in, what was it? Is January? Was our court hearing was January? Our second one. We had a hearing in January, and they had to give me that police report. They did not give me that report until March 7th. I did not get my police report until March 7th. Our court date for that ex parte stuff was March 30th or something like that of 2024, this year.
We lost her again, doggo.
Darn it.
Why did the chicken cross the road?
Why did what?
Why did the chicken cross the road?
To get to the other side. Duh.
Okay, here I'm back. Sorry, guys. All right, so
We try to get a police report. Dudley says no. We get it back. They basically hold it all the way up until the date we actually need it.
Yeah, approximately. And then we get it right before court. We go into court. Both ex partes are dropped. Obviously, I can handle my own if somebody comes to my house. And she learned her lesson. She's not going to make that mistake again. She's going to know better. So the judge dropped both of our ex partes. I appreciate that judge. The judge, he gave us both the choice. He said, this is going to affect both of your careers. Do you want to go through with putting this against the other person? And I was like, well, she has more to lose career-wise than me because I'm making my own what I'm doing. I don't, you know what I mean? So she has more to lose than me. So if you want to go ahead and drop mine, that's okay. Because at the end of the day, I do have the ability, you know what I mean? And it wasn't probably great to say drop it. But at the end of the day, I was like, well, yeah, go ahead.
What did you say, Mama Bear?
Sorry, I didn't know my mic was on. I was hollering at the dog.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, go ahead, Mandy. Go ahead.
You're fine. So, I didn't, I went ahead and said, well, you can just drop it. It's okay.
I would prefer not to get assaulted and attacked by a family full of people, but if it happens again, it happens again, and we'll see that through, and then we'll file another ex parte and we'll go from there. And so essentially both were dropped. He gave her the option and she said, no, I want to go through with mine against her. And he dropped hers too. We both went home. And the very next day, her best friend, who was online with her making fun of me in the post where they threatened to beat me up, came and followed me on accident while she was stalking me on TikTok the day after court. So
we did find out that one of the lawyers from the plaintiff in the other case actually advised them to do some pretty messed up stuff with their paperwork and stuff. And that she said it in front of the judge on record. So I mean, it was very, very helpful.
Yeah. So I had, during the hearing, it was important to note. So in approximately, I guess it was sometime last year, the plaintiff in my big case, the 22 SFCC 00082 case, he got 2 new attorneys. So he had 4 attorneys. He had Wooten, Doss, Seth Pegram, and Kevin Kellogg were the attorneys. So Dawson Wooten quit, and he has these 2 new attorneys, Kevin Kellogg and Seth Pegram. Seth Pegram and all of them people. So the Roach lady was explaining to us, because I sent a subpoena for the video camera footage at the apartment complex on the date that the assault happened, hoping that I would catch them talking about it, hashing it out at work, you know? So I subpoenaed their records from the 18th when the assault happened, and I also subpoenaed.
Well, that was a quick one.
I feel bad for her with the internet. I mean, obviously I feel bad for her, but her internet, good Lord, it's a struggle. Struggle.
Why did the chicken cross the road?
I already told you to get her on the other side. Duh.
We'll never know. It never made it there. The farmer ran it over.
Oh, Lord, truth.
And that is your lesson for the day.
Truth.
Oh, boy.
Nice.
You're pretty.
Pretty funny.
I mean,
what would we do without you?
There you go.
Okay.
There she is.
There we go. So, Jared, help me. Where was I at?
You just kind of run over his lawyers and stuff.
His attorneys. This is a fun fact. So everybody says get the attorney general involved. Fun fact about the attorney general. In approximately April of 2023, the attorney general came to Farmington, Missouri to Hartman, Pegram, and Duffy's law firm. He was having a public meet and greet for his political 2024 campaign run for Andrew Bailey, the attorney general.
Gotcha.
I got an RSVP because I was investigating some other things at a local HOA. I got an RSVP from one of those HOA member people, and they said, hey, go instead of me. You got some stuff to ask. Take somebody else if you want. So I did. I was going to go, and I RSVP'd via email. I got a message back from some guy. He's a creep of a political consultant. His name's Benjamin Bradley. Now, Benjamin Bradley messages me on Facebook. He does not email me back to my RSVP. He messages me back, and he tells me, hey, I saw that you were RSVPing. In other words, this happens in April of 23. So we're backtracking a little bit. So he says, we see that you want to come to this meet and greet. In other words, what do you want? He tries to tell me, here's where it gets weird. He tells me that Andrew Bailey's meet and greet, all the local heads of departments for all the local police departments are going to be there. And they have exclusive invites, as do all of that family that belongs to the produce company and the children's homes and the churches that a couple of the churches we've been talking about here. That family by their last name Ben Bradley stated that that whole family would be present as well, and they had exclusive invites to the Attorney General's meeting. So at Seth Pegram's law office, it wasn't until I made a video about this whole thing, because you can see the plaintiff in my case standing outside that meet and greet, smoking cigarettes, waiting to talk to the Attorney General. Yeah, that's him. So this guy's a political consultant, guys. And he's also a political consultant for your Attorney General of the state of Missouri, by the way. So allegedly, from what he says. So this man contacts me on Facebook. He wants to tell me that, in other words, I saw your TRO, didn't want you to get in trouble if you came, because these people are going to be there. I ended up not going because there were some other people that were coming, and it was like a different advocacy group, and they were known for being a little bit radical, and that kind of hurts my mission as far as that type of stuff. So I didn't want anything to do with that. And I kind of stayed back. I also did not have a way to get there. My tires were bad. So I stayed home, but I did get a video of the plaintiff in the case outside that building at that law office. Well, right after I made the connections between the Mississippi, because he's a Mississippi native, our Attorney General, he was raised and born in Mississippi, which this produce company, fun fact, has a branch in Mississippi. But we'll get back to that. So whoever this Benjamin Bradley guy is, you're not allowed to be a political consultant when you've had felonies, by the way. I want you to just look at that real close. You're not allowed to legally be a political consultant when you've had felonies, multiple ones, and he has. So there's that little bit. This Ben Bradley man. Ben Bradley has connections to a guy with the last name Tilley. If you look up FBI, political PACs, and the last name Tilley, you're going to come up with some scrutinized multi-million-dollar political PACs. Okay. Political PACs are what backs candidates, political candidates, the president, the attorney general, your local prosecuting attorneys, your whoever is an elected official. These PACs politically back them financially. They help buy things like signs, push all their stuff.
What did you say? FBI, political PACs, and what?
Tilley, the last name Tilley, Tilley.
Gotcha. Go ahead. Sorry.
Am I running out of battery? Okay. So if you look that up, Ben Bradley is heavily involved with Mr. Tilley, who is allegedly one of the big masterminds behind these FBI scrutinized political PACs that hold multi-millions of dollars to support whichever political candidates they want in office. Yep. There you go. So we're having, these are big, big things.
Wow.
So I get messaged by this Benjamin Bradley fellow with all these felonies and all this stuff, who has ties to this, and he wants to know why I want to meet with the Attorney General and why I want to talk to him and why I want to be a part of the meet and greet. He messages me on Facebook. Very creepy stuff, not professional at all. And then I find about these political PACs. I start looking into them, and I start talking about them on my videos. It wasn't about the first video I made tying these political PACs to these people that they started representing the plaintiff in 22 SFCC, the big case. So these were not the plaintiff's attorneys up until I started talking about their connections to all of this. Now, I also motioned to disqualify his attorneys just recently, these two new attorneys, because they spoke to me first. So it's against the law in Missouri for me to call Seth Pegram's office and give him information about a case, him tell me, okay, do this, this, and this, and then call me back, and then him to pick up someone else's case. That's another party in it. So I had already consulted with the attorney firm for the plaintiff, this new attorney firm. I had consulted with them first. And they took and against ethics and moral and all of that with the bar and the law and like the ethics of law. They took his case knowing prior information from my side of it. So it's kind of a big deal that they did that.
Right.
My stuff's cutting out just a little bit. There we go. But so go ahead. Were you saying something? I'm sorry.
No. I just said right. That's all.
Okay. So essentially I'm starting to realize these people have some big ties. They have big ties to people and money and newspapers and ways to get their information and get their people to be in office. These people have the ability to move whatever, whenever, with money or whatever they need to. Power, however they have it, however they need it, they have it. So I started realizing these things and I was like, oh my gosh. Now, in the midst of all this, Andrew Bailey comes, he leaves, I don't go. What else happens?
Well, so Wolfers, okay, you know, Wolfers, I'll step on your neck and sold all the cars allegedly. Well, he is actually one of the newest lawyers to the team. So did you mention that yet?
So
he joined.
No, I haven't mentioned that. Actually, I forgot about that. So Patrick Wolfers, the attorney who threatened me and is actively being sought for questioning on that assault or whatever, he joins the plaintiff's attorney firm just in the past couple of months, in April of this year.
He has an active warrant for him for the alleged verbal assault.
So it's not a warrant. He's wanted for questioning because they need to arrest him. They need to question him and then arrest him for 4th degree assault.
Or let him go.
And let him get off with it. But what he did is what he did.
But if being an attorney, why would he hide out if he's an attorney? And how is he getting away with staying away from there?
They don't. Okay, so what'll happen is one of us will catch him close to an officer and then we will pin him down. Not physically. And make the officer come over and start the investigation or get that officer to deny it while being on video and then going to sue them.
Right.
Because another thing, if you dodge our local police long enough, they don't pick you up. That's one of the other biggest things. They're not going to pick them up. So after it's been active for so long and they have nothing, he's going to come in, he's going to say, oh, I don't remember any of that. And then it's his word against ours if they want to prosecute. And the prosecuting attorney already has, a small set of cojones that he's decided to position against our mission.
Right.
So essentially we're waiting for Wolfers to be picked up or talked to at some point. He doesn't have a warrant, but he's actively wanted for questioning. They can't get him, which he's at the courthouse almost every day.
Yeah, because what he did to us in that courtroom was a felony. Yeah. And that judge, Bryce Seacrest, let him get away with that felony.
Because he was friends with his wife.
And then he threatened us on the way down the steps. So all of that together, and all we have to have is the transcript from the deal. That's the only thing we haven't gotten from that case. But that's like 5 situations away from where we're at right now. We're not even ready for that. You know what I mean?
It's so bizarre how much there is to handle once we get done with this one thing.
Gotcha.
Because suing him for threatening me.
I hope he gets a nail in his tire, but other than that, you know what I mean?
Essentially, I forgot what I was at too. Sorry, I lost it.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much summed it up. That was just a crazy because he joined the law firm.
He just joined the plaintiff in Tutu SFCC's law firm. He just joined their law firm after telling me, if you, ma'am, ever come for me again in law or in court, I'm going to step on your neck and I'm going to physically assault you.
What he won't be able to do is testify to selling that dude all of those vehicles under that 501c3. So all of those vehicles that were bought tax-free, he cannot. It was him who processed those vehicles, then he will not be able to testify.
He won't be able to testify.
We already have your messages, and we can pull your paperwork up too. So
that's if they don't disqualify their attorneys. If I subpoena him, he'll still have to stand just like anybody else would. But there are conflicts because because he's a part of their attorney firm, it's going to be very, very hard to get him to break attorney-client privilege. And that's, I believe, why they did this.
Yeah. You froze again, by the way. I didn't know if you knew that. Okay. There it goes. and the bad thing with all of this, everyone, is that this all goes back to the exploitation of children in what seems to be forms of trafficking and abuse.
Sorry about that. I have
That's
5%
okay.
phone battery left, and it runs my internet. So just bear with me. If it dies, I'll just maybe have to catch up with you later.
Together.
And that's fine. I think we're pretty close to. We've been going almost 8 hours now, so we're pretty close to the end of the day for this. But this has been so. I can't get past all this. It's crazy. We're definitely gonna have a part 2 of this. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
how much more did you have that you wanted to tell us today, Mandy, as far as the story itself?
There was just a little bit. Yeah. So just a little bit of a super quick. This church that has this board member that's suing me. This church is where they have all the Mineral Area College law enforcement graduations at. They do not have only the law enforcement graduations. The law enforcement graduations are the only graduations that they have elsewhere other than the college. So they had been, from the years that we were there, at least in multiple years prior to that, they had been utilizing the church that belongs to this suing me.
We did 3 of them.
Yeah, and me and my husband also were the sound and media directors. So we head up like 3 of the law enforcement academy graduations. We were the sound and media people who controlled the whole thing.
Gotcha. She has not got luck with this today. Not at all.
I wonder if she's thought about going to the opponent of whoever's running for office, right? And
Me?
giving
All right.
them this information.
Real quick, because my stuff's gonna die. Do you have a question?
Yeah, Truth just said, by the way, that's him and just his other
It's cutting out.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
He said, have you thought about going to the opponent of whoever it is that's running for office in some of these situations and talking to them?
Yeah, so the issue is they're all connected. So
They've all had a turn.
They all had a turn, or they want their turn, or they're connected. So essentially, if they're not in position, talking to them only makes them a target. You see what I mean? If I talk to them, it makes.
Barbara asked real quick about Nick Adams, the officer that was trying to run for sheriff in Frederickstown. Do you?
Yes.
Okay. How about him? Are you comfortable with him?
My phone's about to die. I'll try my very best. But so Nick Adams, we were close with his friend group. My husband
I was in the same high school, like church group as him when we were kids.
Okay.
Like high school.
Nick Adams.
She didn't meet him until after we were married.
Got you. Have you been able to approach him with any of this stuff?
Not in person. She's tried over the internet a little bit through messages and stuff like that, because there was a whole deal with like the girl Madison down there and all that stuff. I mean, it's been super weird, you know what I mean? Because I've got other friends who are friends or whatever, and all these guys, I think they've got it in their own head about how they want to fix their town.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're willing to let that go.
Okay.
No,
Gotcha.
and it's.
Does that make sense?
No, it does. It does. It absolutely does.
Yes. So that's one of those things. My phone, I'm trying not to let it die. He's going to go get a charger or our other phone too. So I just wanted to try to run through this real quick. The Law Enforcement Academy, August of 2023, I applied and I was accepted as a recruit. Fast forward to October, probably October 5th of 2023, I get a message. I get a letter, rather. Sorry. I get a letter. It's from Mineral Area College Law Enforcement Academy, and they tell me that they regret to inform me that I was not chosen. And I was like, that's weird, because you just sent me a letter in August 22nd, saying that I was accepted as a recruit, and I never got to do my mental testing or my physical test or any of that stuff, and I would have passed it with flying colors. So You never sent me the packet telling me when to come in. Where is that?
Right.
I never got that packet. I get a letter in the mail instead telling me, sorry, but we didn't accept you into the law enforcement academy. And I was like, oh, that's weird because I have a letter saying that you did. Yeah. I said, that's weird because I have a letter here saying in August that you did let me into the academy. So this is super odd that I'm just not in. You guys did not test me because you can't just kick me out. I was accepted.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went up to the college on approximately October 11th. I think it was 11th is when I finally went to the college, and I met with one of the instructor people. I think his name was Doug Bruce. I spoke with him. He was over the Mineral Area College Law Enforcement Academy. And sorry, we're hurrying with this charger. He was over the Mineral Area Law Enforcement Academy. Just started. And essentially he tells me that the reason why I was expelled wrongfully and unconstitutionally from the law enforcement without ever being allowed to test, excuse me, there's a fly trying to get me, was because he said, I have a lot of stuff on CaseNet, which at that time I did not have a lot of stuff on CaseNet, and most of it was civil. Civil things like my probate with my dad when he passed away, civil with this case, civil with the other case where I didn't lose. There was no moral turpitude issues. So they could have never expelled me. And I advocated for myself. But he said, well, you have a lot of stuff on CaseNet. His second reason was I said fuck on Facebook. And I told him that is constitutionally protected speech. It's already been ruled by the Missouri Supreme Court that you're not allowed to tell me I can't say fuck on or off Facebook. Excuse my language, guys. I apologize for cussing. But this is the real world, and this is a word I used, and I got kicked out of a whole academy for using a word that the police that go through there yell at y'all, yell and cuss at y'all with. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, he says I'm expelled because of my CaseNet of this saying of the F word, and he also says that I'm kicked out of the academy because I made a YouTube video for my public speaking class at Mineral Area College detailing the link between the college's law enforcement academy and their graduations at the church that's suing me. Okay. So when I detailed that little connection, I was in the college. I was talking about the college. So I went to the college. I had this conversation with Doug Bruce, the person over at Mineral Area College Law Enforcement Academy. He tells me these three things. I'm expelled for making this YouTube video for my public speaking class at the college, connecting the church and the college.
Right.
So that my case with the plaintiff that the college is connected to, and saying the word F is what I got kicked out of the law enforcement academy. Informally, I was never given a hearing, which is required by law because they receive title funds from the federal government. They never gave me a hearing. They never gave me an appeals process. They never told me what to do. So I got online and I knew that all this stuff existed anyway. I scoured that whole night because before I left the college, I made a video and I let the whole college know. It was a live video on Facebook. I explained that I would legally and civilly be suing this college if they continue to join in concert with the plaintiff and kick me out of these things. And I made this video and I told them, legally and civilly speaking, you guys are going to pay for what you're doing to people here. And that was very clear. I never made any threat of harm or anything like that to this college. Never. I went in right after I made that video. I went into the college and I talked to the provost of Mineral Area College's, the secretary for the provost. The secretary says, well, we're going to get you in a meeting with the provost and we'll figure out what to do with an appeals process. I get a meeting with this provost and then he cancels. He cancels via email, tells me, send me everything you got through email. I'm like, okay, this is not something you do through email, but all right. I email all this stuff to him and I tell him this is what happened because I'm expelled for nothing. I get expelled for nothing. I go back and I leave. I get in my car. I explain my next step if I don't meet with the provost and we don't figure out a solution is a lawsuit against the college. I ended the video. I left the college. I go home. I'm sitting there. I had put my appeal in for getting expelled to the provost. He emails me back on, it was October 18th, 2013, or 2023. Sorry, not 13. I was looking at a number over here. So 2023, October 18th, I get an email back telling me, we're sorry, but we believe that, in other words, I'm paraphrasing, but the provost tells me, sorry, there's no formal appeals process to anything that the Mac Law Enforcement Academy chooses. There's absolutely no formal appeals process. There's nothing you can do. And I said, okay, well, since you're the provost of the college and you just made a decision, there is an appeals process to yours. So what is it? 16 minutes later, I get an email from, what is his name? Rich Flotron. Says he's over the Department of Public Safety at the college. And he tells me I am now trespassed from the entire college. He tells me I'm trespassed from the whole college. I get this letter telling me that I'm trespassed from the college. I have to, in other words, they stated the reason they trespassed me is because I carry lawful weapons in my vehicle. They never saw these lawful weapons. I never carried them on my person. They were never in the building. This is a public community college. I do not live on campus. I am not 18 years old. I do not have parents or guardians. I'm a grown-up. So whatever I have in my car legally on their property, if it stays in my car, is not against the law. It's professional. It's, constitutionally protected. Are you raising your hand? I didn't know. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not.
Oh, I was like, please, if you have anything.
No. I got ADHD, so I'm constantly moving around. No, you're good.
So they unconstitutionally tell me in this email letter, 16 minutes after I ask what the appeals process is to being, expelled, and then the formal expulsion of the academy. And they tell me, in other words, I have guns in my car, and I talk on Facebook often about how I have weapons on my person and in my vehicle. And since Mac is a weapons-free campus, I'm expelled. I'm no longer allowed to come to my graduation that I just had back in May. So I wasn't allowed. They were going to try to not let me go to my graduation. They were going to keep me from going to all of my services, because I had tutoring in my math class. Statistics was terrible. It was a terrible class. But I had a tutor on campus. So that ruined my tutoring. My grade point average tanked. I have a good grade point average, but it would have been much higher had they not done this to me.
Right.
They expelled me from all the campuses, not just this one. I was only allowed to participate online. I wasn't even allowed at this point on October 18th of 23 to go to my own graduation. They were going to tell me I couldn't come ever again to the college because I keep weapons legally, first, amendment rights in my car.
And that was only from the post.
And they saw a comment that someone else made on my stuff about my weapons handling. I never had a weapon on my person or out of my person. I even patted myself down before I went in the college on purpose in front of the cameras to pull up my waist because I knew that they would try something like this. So they did. They expelled me. And by the very next day, the president of the college, I had emailed the entire president's board, Mr. Flotron, Rich Flotron. Thank you so much, Doug. Rich Flotron, who had expelled me entirely from like trespass me or whatever. He was the associate of dean, the dean of students at this. The dean of students who was responsible for expulsion and trespassing and all of those things and disciplinary action. Okay. The dean of students who's responsible for all of this was out of the country. They waited until she went out of the country to do all of these things because they were now second in command. Since they're second in command, now they're first. So these people waited, articulated this attack against me, and then carried it out. So I emailed everybody anyway. I didn't care what day it was. I did not care. I emailed all these people and I said, look, this is what your policy says. And you guys made a mistake in your discipline with me because I didn't do anything. There was no culpable threat, no culpable evidence, nothing happened.
Right.
And less than 24 hours later, the trespass notice was 100% rescinded. That guy no longer works for the college. He had only been since, I think it was August, he had only been the head of the Department of Safety at the college since August of 23. So by October, he had already violated the color of law, trespassed me with no proof, never called the cops on me.
Who went in and changed this up?
So I actually have a text message from the daughter of a Leadington police officer, and she got a hold of me because she has a story of her own, and if she ever wants to tell it, I will let her. But it's a very dangerous story.
And this one goes back. Now we're going back to the Joyce Meyer security guard replacement.
So this officer that I get a message from his daughter about, she literally tells me, and I'm going to say should I say his name?
I mean, you can.
He's got multiple daughters.
Say his last name if you want.
So Officer Jerry Hicks with the Leadington Police Department. He's the chief of Leadington. He's also the head of security for Joyce Meyer's Ministries. Right now, his daughter calls me to tell me about some pretty crazy stuff that happened. And then she sends me some messages to let me know my dad, Officer Hicks, chief of Joyce Meyer's security, is who talked to Mr. Roos and Mr. Flotron and got you kicked out of the police academy. Now, Jerry Hicks is the chief of security of Joyce Meyer's Ministries. He took over after Christopher Coleman murked his whole family and pretended it was somebody else. He took over. Jerry Hicks is the person who took over Joyce Meyer's security after that man.
And he's also the chief of police in Leadington.
In Leadington, yes.
Leadington. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say it right.
No,
but
you're okay.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So
Full
now
circle.
We're going to go back to June of 23 too, because it matters. Right before my contempt hearing, I had left college. I went down to my mom's house. My mom lives down the road and I had bad tires. So I drove the back roads. This church is located on a back road, just like my college is. So I drove this back road often because it's the only way to get between where I am at in Bonne Terre and Farmington without my tire flying off on the highway because it just wobbles. So, I drive this back way and my kid throws out my USB. I had just left the college. I had just got USBs and a bunch of other supplies from the college, and my kid was digging through my bags and she threw a USB out my window. I had to go back and get it. I didn't go back till I don't know how many days later it was, but we went back. It was probably June 5th, January, February, March, April, May, June. Yes, it was June 5th or 6th approximately of 2023. She threw it out in the easement of Flat River Road. Now, I wish I would have showed you a picture because there's two different roads. Here's like a main kind of smaller back highway that looks kind of like a highway. And then there's a little off street that goes down and then it goes around and the church is somewhere over here. So, there's two different Flat River roads, but they're both the same. Yep, that's Jerry Hicks. So that's the officer who allegedly had me in concert with these people kicked out of the police academy for my videos on TikTok, by the way, my videos talking about all this stuff. In this June of 23, we picked up, me and Jared went back without our kids because I already knew it was going to be a fiasco trying to find my freaking USB in this field. We go back. Me and my husband get out of our van. We park at a slaughterhouse that had just been built next to the church's parking lot. We park there. We're searching the easement, which is public property, by the way. And So I went out into Mama Bear. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you and spending 8 hours here with me and all of us, like listening to my genuinely.
Yes,
thank
I
you.
want to hear more, so I will have to hear the rest of it tomorrow when I get up. So sorry I have to cut out early.
It's okay.
Or
Thank
out.
you so much. You gave me 8 whole hours. Like, I genuinely appreciate it.
No problem.
And everybody
Thanks
else
for
that's
telling
here
us.
and stayed. Yeah.
No, absolutely. Good night, Mama Bear. Love you. I'll talk to you soon.
Good night, guys. Love you.
So, we get out of our car. We're searching the east. Oh,
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Well, I was just saying good night to Mama Bear. Everybody calm down. I had to get back to my computer real quick because I heard her leaving, and maybe I was in the other room getting a cup of coffee. Never mind.
Oh, you're fine. Go ahead, Mandy. Go ahead.
That's okay. So eventually we're looking for this. It's June 2023. We're looking for this USB in this field. It's an easement, but it looks kind of like a little field.
Mm-hmm.
It's, again, there's a whole block between the church's land and this easement that I'm even at. None of this is theirs. So we and my husband are searching this easement for this slash drive, and here comes the pastor of the church that has the board member that's suing me. He comes up, Pastor Smith comes up, and he's like, "What are you guys doing? What are you doing?" He's asking me what I'm doing here. I'm like, "It's none of your business. It's not your church. It's not your land." And he's like, "Well, what are you looking for?" I'm like, "It's still none of your business." He goes down, he leaves, drives a little bit further where Jared was, because we was scaling the whole ditch line at this point looking for this USB. And so he goes and drives over towards my husband, and he tells my husband, "Well, what are you looking for?" And he's like, "Oh, it's a secret. I'll never tell. Leave us alone. You're harassing us."
Mm-hmm.
The pastor leaves. We hear sirens. Here comes, what was it? Leadington showed up first, made contact with us.
Leadington, and then St. Francis County.
Then St. Francis County showed up and made contact with us. Police departments, sheriff department. And then Leadington Police Department. Trent Franklin from Leadington Police Department shows up. Trent Franklin looks at my messages. I had asked the slaughterhouse if I could search their ditch if my stuff was possibly on their property, and they said it's absolutely okay. They told me it was all right to park on their parking lot. So I got full express permission before I ever went, so that I knew I wasn't going to jail when I left. So the police show up. St. Francis County officer, a Leadington officer, two or three Park Hills officers. I don't know. There were several different officers that came and showed up to this for nothing. Trent Franklin processes me before all these other officers show up, and he says, "Yeah, I see your messages. I see you got permission to be here. I have no issue, and then was going to let us go. Park Hills comes, they get out. They argue with me about whose jurisdiction it is. They take over. They go make contact with the slaughterhouse owner, who the pastor had just drove up and talked to and told that I was doing, and there's a body cam video on my Facebook if you want to go, or my TikTok if you want to go there and look at it. But there's a body cam video where essentially that pastor had went and told these people that I was doing satanic dances in this ditch. Yes, I had ashes on my hands. I was holding a dream catcher. Yes, I had my keys, mind you. This is my keys. It's not a dream catcher. Like, it's just keys and a giant key ring that I got from the Oasis bookstore. And the Oasis bookstore is a Christian bookstore that they don't sell dream catchers. They just don't. So it's not a dream catcher. He says I had ashes on my hand for a satanic ritual that I was doing in his ditch, which wasn't even his ditch. The police then, after he tells these lies to this guy that owns the slaughterhouse, Darren Johnson, I think his name is. Then the police go and talk to this guy. So this guy thinks I'm a lunatic out here doing devil dances. Okay. The police talk to him, solicit a trespass. They get me trespassed, but I was never on property. I was in the public easement of Flat River Road. I ended up, the person who signed off on the police report that said I was Trent Franklin, the original officer that showed up and let me go, and said everything was fine, and then let other officers come and take over the scene. He was Lettington. His boss is Jerry Hicks, and the person who signed off on his police report, his original false police report against me, was Jerry Hicks. The police report had stated that I was on church property. Now, it would have looked great for our contempt hearing that month because it would have looked like I was going to their church, harassing them on church property, not looking for a freaking USB that my kid threw innocently out the damn window. So it appeared as though they really tried to set me up with this. I called back. I got another person. I'm not going to say his name because he was a good guy and I don't want him to get in trouble. So I got another, it was a sergeant with the Lettington Police Department. And that sergeant corrected the police report and reiterated I was never on Flat River Road. I was never at 4905 Flat River Road. The address that the first police report said I was at. I was never at that address. I wasn't even on their property ever. I did not do that in this time. Okay. So the person that signed off on that police report against me was Trent Franklin and his boss, Jerry Hicks. Now, the pastor of the church, Brian Smith, claims that he used to be Joyce Myers Ministries security.
Joyce Myers and his, okay, so remember the food pantry that we talked about earlier, Living Faith Food Pantry, and the lawyer, Scott Rosenblum. You remember that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so Scott Rosenblum and Living Faith Food Pantry, Pat, the owner and the operator and of the church / food pantry in Festus, where this pastor used to go because that's his mom. Her and Joyce Meyer are pretty good friends. They're the same age. They were friends way back when they were youngins. Okay. So Pastor Bubbles grew up with a lot of these people kind of bouncing around because they were some C-list pastors. They got to go and do some stuff, but like their churches all sucked. They never had anybody go. They only had to, you know what I'm saying? They weren't famous. They only just, there was a huge movement in Florida in the 90s, it was in Florida. It lasted forever. A big church thing down there. Well, the piano player was also their cousin. It was related. So like they got a few Have
you ever heard of Lyndall? Was it
Lyndall Cooley is the gentleman's name. But anyway, so they kind of jumped in that hype preacher stuff then. Well, so Joyce Meyer and that woman are friends. So that is another reason why it all kind of ties all of it, you know what I mean? All of it together. So what you were saying that the bodyguard and Joyce Myers and this church, that's tight, you know what I mean?
Yes.
So the son of her friend and the bodyguard and all that stuff. This.
So, and that's the craziest thing. So this pastor used to be allegedly Joyce Myers Ministries bodyguard along with Mr. Hicks. So it really looks like these people are controlling every single thing that we try to do and every single thing going on in our area. Everything I have done, they have tried to stop me. So it's been very frustrating. But there was something I was going to tap on too, because we didn't mention this and it's really relevant. Okay. Have you guys ever heard, anybody in here heard of Jim O. Baker? Jim and Tammy Faye Baker.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. Their big old theme park. For you guys that don't know, Tammy Faye Baker and Jim O. Baker were the sole founders, allegedly, of this giant. It was just a massive theme park, Christian land for Christians. I don't know. It was a giant fraud scheme is what it was. It was a giant Jim O. Baker's like one of the biggest Christian con artists in America. Like he was convicted multi-millions of dollars, sleeping with his, much younger secretary or whatever it was. Lots of different things. He got sued in 2020-ish for pumping out bracelets, claiming that they get rid of COVID. They got sued for like $100,000. Okay. So there's a board member on that church. His name is Bishop Ron Webb. And if you just look him up, Bishop Ron Webb is the bishop over the church that belongs to the man that's suing me. Bishop Bishop Webb is also a head board member for Jim O. Bakker's Missouri Money Scheme Branch Church.
Jim Bakker still has a church still?
He started over here in Missouri.
Yeah, he's in Branson now.
He's in Missouri, Blue Eye, but Branson is essentially the same thing.
How long has he been there?
Oh my God, that's crazy.
He started over with his kids. His kids are a lot on the incorporation papers, and they're doing all their stuff illegal too. So they tried to steal money from me. I actually called to see if they were still doing the same things. I called the Jim O. Bakker line, and they told me, yes, that's Ron Webb. So
if you want to see Ron Webb, you can go to the Jim Bakker Show, episode 2 or season 2, episode 13, and you can see it for yourself.
Now, Ron Webb and Jim Bakker, they had some floods down by the Mississippi or something. I don't know, in probably the last 10 years or so, they had some pretty bad floods. So Ron Webb and this Bakker guy were pushing these water bottles for you could just put, I don't know, in other words, put water in it, and it was like
purify
a doomsday water bottle. It would purify your water, and it was so much better. And it was a scam. It was another scam that they're doing. Now they're selling $1,000 dry food buckets because it's prophecy that the world's going to end.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the schemes that they manipulate people into. Yes.
They get your grandma.
They get your grandma to send thousands of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of their incorporations are LLCs that are not owned by a nonprofit. So they are for-profit organizations under the guise of a nonprofit. They're not nonprofit. Most of their stuff with Jim O. Bakker in Missouri is not nonprofit. So he started over here. Yes, he started over here. He's kicking. He's doing the same thing he was doing in the Carolinas right here in Missouri.
He's got church tomorrow.
He's got church tomorrow. He's probably talking to somebody like we are right now.
Wow.
It's everybody to know. I'm starting my own church, okay? And y'all can come and give me your tithes. I need 15%, okay? Inflation is a mother.
I know, right?
It seems to be
that's
the easiest thing in the world. It's ridiculous.
We're gonna call it smoke 'em up. Holy smokes. Okay, sorry.
No, you're good. And it's crazy to me because like we already went to these places and gave them everything that we freaking had. So for them to be suing me now is crazy. I don't have nothing else to give. My husband does not have a job. I do not have a job. We cannot just get jobs. We don't have time to just get jobs. Now all I can do is look at court and investigation and papers and help families. And that's essentially what I wanted to do in the long run, is social work and helping people anyway. But I don't get time. All I get to do is spend all this time on my case. You know what I mean? So right now, I guess where we're at is we've got all these different big names involved. We've got Jim O. Bakker. We have Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, Morgan Freeman.
We have Morgan Freeman, the Morgan Freeman. I haven't told you guys about this. So the Mississippi, we talked about the Attorney General. The Attorney General of Missouri is from Mississippi. He's a Mississippi native. And I was looking into Mississippi and I looked for the produce company. I was looking up branches of that produce company from here in Missouri. I found a particular branch out in Mississippi of this Ruffer Produce Company. And on the board, like the named incorporators, the registered agent is a man named Bill Luckett. If you look up Bill Luckett in Mississippi, he was like a mayor somewhere in a small town, Mississippi. He's also an attorney. And he's passed away now, but he founded the Ground Zero Blues Club with Morgan Freeman.
I've heard of that place.
Yeah. So here's the other thing.
Go ahead.
So Morgan Freeman. A lot of people have seen the allegations with him and his granddaughter and how that stuff kind of stems along. Okay, we got a judge.
Well, sorry, I gotta stop you. What happened with Morgan Freeman and his granddaughter? Because like Morgan Freeman's my idol. He has a better voice than I do.
I've never heard this either.
If you look up his granddaughter, it appears as though him and his granddaughter had some sort of, there was a case, there was a criminal case and everything else. His granddaughter's dead now, I believe. But
I'm looking right now. Go ahead.
Okay, you'll find it. I don't want to butcher the story, but because I haven't, you know what I mean? It's been about a year since I've freshened myself with that part of the story. I actually didn't intend on telling it, but so I'm glad that, you know, there's something I can bring that others don't know or something. But so Morgan Freeman, in other words, was allegedly entertaining and having a relationship with his granddaughter. And then she was murked, allegedly. And the boyfriend was who ended up being the person they ended up sticking that murk on.
Lamar Davenport, right?
I believe so, yes. Now, he says he admitted some things. I actually need to subpoena. I didn't think about this, but I can get this. I need to subpoena the transcripts from that court hearing, all of the court hearings that they had, especially his trial, because at his trial, it's claimed that he said some very evident stuff about this girl, the granddaughter of Morgan Freeman, and Morgan Freeman having relations. It's a very big story, and I don't know it well enough to tell everything. But
so just to be clear, guys, because I have to make sure that this is said right, for obvious purposes. It's his.
Sorry, my stuff's breaking up too.
It's I need to clarify. It's not his blood granddaughter. It is his step granddaughter, and that is a major. That's a major difference when people look at it, though, because not that I'm saying it's right in any way, but the way I look at something, blood versus not blood, age versus non-age. That's what I look at.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, but it was said that he had groomed this girl too. So that was one of the very freaky things. It was said to have come out in the trial that there was some grooming with this. And that's what concerned me, was that this man is connected to these people. Now, I got a judge. Here's the crazy thing. Here's where it all gets linked again. I got a judge in this 22SFCC 00082 case by a name of Tim Inman. I looked up Tim Inman, and he was friends with the plaintiff's attorney on Facebook, first of all. Secondly, Tim Inman had videos of himself. He frequents the Ground Zero Blues Club.
Gotcha.
He's frequented the Ground Zero Blues Club for a very long time. So, one of our first judges that we switched to was a Tim Inman. Now, Tim Inman was the prosecuting attorney who gave the produce company employee who essayed me when I was 10 on my birthday. He gave that Tim Inman was the prosecuting attorney back when all that prosecution happened. Tim Inman, as the prosecuting attorney, gave that man 5 years probation. No jail time. He ruined my life. I was 10. I was freaking 10, and I told for his daughter's sake. I didn't even tell for me. I told because I was like, well, if he did this to me, what are those girls going through? So I told for them. That was one of the biggest things. I told on that guy for them. But our prosecuting attorney only gave him 5 months probation. And when I asked Timothy Inman, because he had a picture sitting behind him, I remember I was a teenager. It was this really pretty girl, and she was younger, looked like, I don't know, maybe 17. And I was like, let me ask you something. Who's that lady in that picture behind you? And he said, oh, that's, I don't know if he said it was his daughter or something like that. And I was like, well, let me ask you this. If it was her sitting on the other side of this table, what in the world would you be offering? What would you give him? And he said, well, that would be an entirely different story. That's what Tim Inman told me. So this guy's now a judge.
It should never be a different story. Doesn't matter who it is.
Now the original judge on our case was Wendy Wexler Horn, and she was the St. Francis County prosecuting attorney we had before the man who essayed me tried to sue her husband, Judge Horn, or multiple different people. Her husband was Philip Horn, and he was involved in the courts too. And apparently one of them was present when the jury was picked or something like that. But either way, Tim Inman and this other judge were both judges on the 22SF case, and they were also involved in the case against the Roffer Produce employee that essayed me when I was 10. So we have these people again, and I know it's a small town, but it's just odd to me because the judges have to be aware of their conflicts of interest, and they
they have to withdraw from cases where they have conflicts, and they're not doing it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
that's
disqualified. Yeah, we went through how many judges? 6
Well,
now.
they go a county away and
Yeah.
then they don't realize that those
They're
are
the
not
same
brand new
judges.
people.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I got a brand new set of people.
So we went through probably 6 different judges, and now we have one more hearing we're waiting for. It's June 28th. That's our next big hearing. They are trying to motion. They want another contempt hearing against me from something I posted on Facebook or something. But the judge told them it wasn't ripe, which means it's not something that he's prepared or able, I guess, to rule on yet. So we'll see if they get by with that. We're also going to hear in that court date me disqualifying those same attorneys. So we'll see how it goes after all this stuff. Because
and then the one Doss because one attorney backed out.
Yeah, one attorney, like their first attorneys backed out of this. The first plaintiff's attorneys backed out of this and was like, no, we want out of here.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got this new law firm.
They're not free yet. So there's actually a hearing because we have contested him leaving. So he doesn't get to just leave and say, oh, well, I'm out, fellas. So now he has to stand before this new judge and answer for everything that he did to us, to the other judge. You know what I'm
saying? Now, he was released as their attorneys, but he's not released from answering from what he did. So now, essentially at this new hearing, we're going to motion to disqualify the new attorneys on the basis that they had prior information from me because I called them first. And they also have all these different connections with the attorney general and who else? This Patrick Wolfers man who's now just joined them, and all these different things that are not ethically right. I believe that this is going to handle them. I really do. I mean, we have we went through 6 judges. So we have motioned.
Let me ask you a question. Yeah. Have you had anywhere throughout any of this, have you had any cooperation from anyone whatsoever? Anyone that is stuck with you at all?
Oh, no.
Not really.
There have been some new ones.
We have some people that they are very silent with being supporters. Mm-hmm. People don't want to get involved because they get blacklisted too.
Yeah.
So we do have a couple of different people who are here, you know what I mean? For now at least.
Mm-hmm.
But we see people come and go like a revolving door. So to be honest, it's very short-lived for people to stay.
It's only a short matter of time before you cross somebody's friend or their sister or something like that. And they're like, hey, you know, I heard you have issues with this person. And you're like, well, that person's a fucking piece of shit. You know what I mean? They did this, this, and this. And they're like, oh, well, I don't really like that. So
we're not your friend anymore because you're talking about our people now.
Yeah.
No, I got you.
If you're all playing in the same bathwater, you're
yeah.
Right. And here's the thing with this.
So, I mean, I guess that is
the whole thing with this. The corruption in itself is enough of a problem to say, hey, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
The children's homes and this now, like Truth said a while back, this is hard because small town is small town, period. Okay. There's no way around that. Everybody's going to know somebody related to somebody, be somebody. That's my uncle, brother, cousin, sister, whatever. I mean, we all know that. That's still no excuse. That's still no excuse for any of these things to go on. And there's issues that I have with a lot of what we've talked about today. And I'm trying to find. Go ahead.
I was just going to say another huge thing I wanted to throw out here before I forget. So if you look up Tony Messenger, St. Louis Post-Dispatch, St. Francis County loses 30 years worth of records.
I just saw something about that.
Yeah. So St. Francis County Sheriff's Department that I've had all these issues with, I sent some subpoenas. I've been sending subpoenas because I need information. I need police reports. I need past information on this produce company and anything they've ever been involved in. I need police reports. So I'm sending subpoenas over for a bunch of just different information. I send all these subpoenas over for the sheriff's department. We deliver some in April. They approximately, now mind you, back in 2022, approximately, they switched computers. And I said that when they switched those computers, they were going to try to do something. They were going to try to lose all their records. It's just how that goes, because they didn't need new computers. I was in their office and their computers were fine. Half of them were dusty, not being used. There's no reason they needed new computers other than overexpending your budget or having something to cover. So they got new computers, and I told the whole world, just wait. They're going to say their stuff crashed and they don't have any information. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. I was super surprised. They got these servers, these Motorola servers. It cost them tens of thousands of dollars, allegedly. They had these alleged 3 different servers that they have 30 years, the last 30 years worth, conveniently, of police reports, call logs, etc., all those different things, evidence, all that stuff. Everything on the St. Francis County, Missouri Sheriff's Department servers is now gone. Their servers are crashed. They were just getting ready to switch all their information over to, I guess, a cloud service or something like that they were looking at doing. The servers are now crashed. They lost all of the information. It's all gone. 30 years worth of records are gone. The servers are just broke. They say they have the information in there. They can see it, but they can't access it. So that tells me you either have an IT guy who doesn't want to access it, or you have an IT guy who doesn't know what he's doing. Because if you have a file, you can reconfigure that file and get into it almost any way. So it's very confusing what they're doing. But here's a fun fact. My husband served a subpoena. What date was it? Sometime in the last month.
Oh, it was 2 Mondays ago.
2 Mondays ago. It went viral on our TikTok because I guess people like that content. But anyway, he served a subpoena to the St. Francis County Sheriff's Department. Dan Bullock, the sheriff himself, and this Corey Platten detective who told me those things we listened to 8 hours ago in that phone call that we shared here. And we subpoenaed both of these people. We finally got their names after 2 years of begging and subpoenaing the department to tell us. We finally got the name of the officer I talked to. We give them subpoenas, and that officer replies within, a couple days. Deputy Corey Platten replies and says, I have thoroughly searched all of the records. There's nothing responsive. There's no records. There's no records of you calling here on January 6, 2022. There's no record of me saying what I said to you. There's no record of the conversation. We don't even know who was working that day because, it's just not in there. You didn't call. And I thought, well, that's weird. So I double checked their servers, and they lost all of the records. All those records are gone. So how did he thoroughly check records that are not existent? How did this deputy that replied this month, and it was just said this month that those records are all gone forever. How did that deputy thoroughly check those records? He lied on a subpoena now.
Right.
And he didn't talk to the prosecuting attorney before he replied either. The prosecuting attorney was the one who was supposed to reply to me, not him. So the officer replied directly, lied, claimed that he, yep, there you go. And Tony Messenger is also looking into a lot of what I've said. I've sent him a little bit of stuff on here. But I don't pay for St. Louis Post-Dispatch either, but
they want you to pay for it. You can't get anything unless you pay for it. So it is what it is.
Yeah, sorry about that. But anyway, so they lost 30 years worth of records. And officers now lied to me just this month on a subpoena, which is a huge deal. It's a huge deal. Huge. And now we're waiting for the St. Francis County Sheriff himself to reply to the subpoena. I guess we'll see if it happens. But essentially we're in the makings for winning this case with this man, with Mr. Magoo, I'll call him.
Yeah.
We're in the process of winning this case with him because we've been so tedious with making sure we keep track of all this little stuff because it mattered.
Absolutely.
If I wouldn't have recorded that whole phone call with that cop, these people would have ruined my whole family. And it's very important that the cops, the police, the sheriff's department, St. Francis County Sheriff Department was going to let me go down for a $25,000+ lawsuit as a substitute teacher and a mentor in the state of Missouri. They were going to let me go down for $25,000 of a lawsuit for defamation when they knew that the sheriff's department was always responsible and the party that should have been sued, because I didn't make those claims. The sheriff's deputy Platten did. So essentially, it seems as though the prosecuting attorney and all these different peoples have conflicts of interest that make them all kind of join together. It seems like it would be a great idea for them to do what it appears as though they're doing and joining together and stopping me in literally everything that I do.
Right.
In everything that I submit in court. It appears as though they're all very much so looking out for each other. So, I mean,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Do you happen to know or remember who the judges were in Fredericktown and Madison County in 2022?
2022 would have been Fulton. It would have been Robin Fulton would have been the judge.
That's what I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, it should have been him because he didn't retire until last year.
Yeah, and there's a whole bunch about like the pastors of the church down there with the kids home. Like there's a whole deal with like their kid hitting a grandpa and killing him because he was drunk, and there's a whole another group of stories about that family too that we haven't even hit on. So like, so I mean, that's all Fredericktown. That's all Fredericktown cover up stuff.
Yeah. So in a nutshell, then, let's break this down real quick.
Yeah.
We have obvious corruption going on. We have obvious, people in high places, people with money, doing what they want, when they want, how they want, because of who they are and who they're connected to.
Yeah.
And obviously the horrific things that your life has been based off of. And again, my condolences to you for having to live what you've lived. But I will say this much. I'm not going to tell you I'm sorry. I'm going to tell you congratulations because of who you are today, because of those things. You are one of the strongest people I've ever met in my life. I have to tell you, okay? And I know I'm probably going to get teary-eyed here because this whole day I've been talking to you. I can't believe the strength that you have for what you've been through. Okay.
It's not easy. Like if it wasn't for me having, because what a lot of these is a supportive husband. What they don't have is a supportive person there that believes them and doesn't just say, you're crazy, you need to go to, a mental hospital or something. Because that's what happens to people who do this. They go to mental hospitals.
That was going to be my next statement is, Jared, you're an amazing man and an amazing husband for doing and supporting your wife the way you have, brother. I can tell you, you guys, both of you are just, I can't even put words behind you guys. Okay. Understand that. There's so much here to unpack, guys. This is going to take some time to process. I have the pieces, the important pieces together for everybody that we need to hear. Oh, she's gone for a minute. This has been so much today, and I just can't get past what she's gone through and what she has come out in front of. Okay. And she still has the strength to go forward with any of this. Do you know what I'm saying? So I have to give her, there she is. Okay. Hold on a minute.
A warrior.
Yeah. That's an understatement. Oh, maybe okay. There you go. All right. So again, Jared, everything that you've done as a man, a husband, a friend to this wonderful lady here, brother, I can't say nothing but God bless you and thank you for being who you are and standing up for the rest of us and doing the right thing, brother. You're amazing. That's all I can say, because not many men can handle a lot of this, guys. I've seen it. I know people that'll walk the other direction as soon as they walk into a situation like this, and you didn't do that. So I can't do it right here, but I want to virtually shake your hand the right way, dude. You've done the right thing. and stood by her, and you're still by her today. So thank you for being who you are, bro. Damn, that's all I mean, I can't even express it. You both are very, very strong, and like Mom just said, you're a warrior, Mandy. Absolutely, 100%.
It's been a process.
I just can't even fathom it. There's a lot to unpack. There really is a lot to unpack. There's more going, and everybody in here that has been behind you since you got here today. We have information that we need. We have people that are digging and looking as we speak and have been the whole time. You had a lot of good people. Yeah, you have a lot of good people behind you. You know, this has been put out as much as it is. It's going to be seen by more people. And I'm going to say, you know, Missouri, you need to pay attention because we're watching. And are you listening now? Okay, because it's enough. You know, not all of this is going to fall into what it's a lot, but the important things we see it, we've heard it. Okay, I'm not saying that it's not all important, but there's some things that are a lot more important than others within this right now that need to be looked at right away. So I don't even know what to say. Honest to God, I am floored, and I can't. Like I said, truth is right. When he said, you know, small town stuff, it happens. There's links to everything, but there's a difference between being close to each other and taking advantage of the situation and the power that's put in your hands. These people have taken full advantage of the power they have. The churches that are involved in this is just disgusting, and just I can't even go into that right now. The government, all of it, every bit of it, it's enough. It happens everywhere, okay? But I have never seen so much corruption involved in one area. Like over the past month, okay, I'm gonna tell you, between Timmy's case, the Durante's case, the other cases I've heard from this area, your stuff, I don't get this.
Yeah,
I've never seen anything like this in my life, ever. But
no, it's crazy.
I'm here to tell you that I'm standing behind you and next to both of you. I'm telling you right away. You know, mom is in here. She's heard 3/4 of this, not all of it. There's a lot more she needs to catch up and hear about.
So much.
Everybody that's in this chat has said nothing but positive things about supporting you as well. Truth was very interested in this as well. You know, Mom and Truth, I'll let you guys speak on everything yourselves. I'm not going to speak for you, but there's a lot, and I really appreciate you guys having the strength and taking the time to do this today. It means everything to me.
We appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely. Mom, do you have anything to add? Absolutely.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being a voice for yourself. Thank you for being a voice for your community. You and your husband both are your warriors. And we have a great community here, and I'm honored to do anything I can to help. Doggo can get you my contact information. All my contact information's on my About page. Don't hesitate to reach out. If it's 2:00 in the morning, you just need somebody to talk to, right here. Or, I mean, we're here. Like, that's what we do. So stay tried and true, and know that you're not alone. And we may be small, but we're loud. And you are doing phenomenal work. I mean, just a strong woman with a good man. And I mean, just give them hell, girl.
Yes. I'm also running for St. Francis County, Missouri coroner, so that we can stop using the same autopsy technician and stop having everybody turn up with overdoses. So if you write me in, you can write in Mandy Yates for coroner in St. Francis County, Missouri. And that's paid for by me. I'll give y'all $1 for me putting that on here. I have to say that or I'll get an ethics violation. But genuinely,
it's about time. It's about time to have somebody on the right side in that government. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say from my position, I appreciate hearing your story. I've been watching in the chat well before I jumped up here. I will say that I'm a little bit different than the rest of the guys. I look at everything with a grain of salt, and then I build from there. So no disrespect to you or to your husband. But I can't say I agree or disagree with you. I can't say that I'm on your side or against you.
Absolutely.
I can say that you provided quite a bit of information, and I will personally look over it to the best of my ability. And if at the end of carefully looking over things, I feel like what you're saying is honest and true, then I'll stand behind you 110%. It's nothing at all about being rude or disrespectful to you. I do appreciate you, telling your story and putting it out there. I also think that at some point you have to figure out what is the most important thing that you want to find or to resolve in this situation. And unfortunately, the way it sounds right now is that you have Dago. Can you do me a favor and not put the messages up for a second so I can see her? Thank you, sir.
All right.
No, sorry about that.
So to me, I would think that maybe you and your husband might want to sit down and figure out what your goal is here. Is your goal to go help the children at these children's homes, right? Or is the goal to clear your name in your city or in your town, right? And those are two totally different goals. Give me just a second. Give me just a second. Those are two totally different goals, right? Is it that you're fighting these people because of XYZ of your past that keeps rolling over into your future, which is completely understandable. Don't get me wrong. I get it, right? You have to figure that out with your husband and where you want to go. And once you figure that out, I think what we can do is a lot more, right? Does that make sense? Because otherwise we got people going down every different aisle. And if you have an ultimate goal, we don't have to go down those aisles. We can work on that ultimate goal. And I wish the best for you.
Thank you so much. And one of the biggest things with this is it wasn't personal. I just wanted to know what all this stuff meant. I wanted to know what all these things that I grew up hearing meant. You know what I mean? Why is all of this? Why did I go through these things? And then now we're here and it's not me. It's not about Mandy anymore. Even though it seems like it's my story, this is not my story that I've been it's not just my story I've been sharing. There are multiple families that have went through the religious targeting and trafficking, not just of the children in the children's homes, but they traffic grown-ups too. They traffic people for their tithes, and they do all these different things under the guises of religion. And I think the biggest goal here is to advocate for change in our Missouri laws, as well as get those kids the help that they need, because without the legislation changes, there is no change. There are no rules. There is no accountability. So those homes are allowed to shut down before CPS shows up and get away with everything they were doing 10 minutes before they got there. You know what I mean? So the goal here is not just to shut down the illegal and evil and hurtful parts of these organizations, but to also repeal the parts of legislation that's letting this happen. And I learned in college a lot of in politics and policy and stuff like that. I learned how to write laws and introduce new things like that in bills and those types of stuff, and to get support. It's not about politics to me. I despise politics, but I've seen where we do need politics for the change to be able to hold people accountable whenever you have reports like this. Because what I'm seeing is if you avoid CPS or you avoid the police long enough, these people get away with it. They get away with it. And once they've gotten away with it again and again, they keep getting away with it. It's a bigger monster and nobody else is going to go after them. It just gets worse. So the point is to close these places that are doing this, prosecute the people that have done the wrong, and then re-implement the change. That's just kind of the goal. So it really ain't about me. I vindicated my own self. I don't, you know what I mean? I went through my whole journey quietly. Aside from keeping myself safe as far as speaking out so that I didn't end up murked or something on the off chance, I only went public for the sake of me not getting murked and other people knowing what in the hell is going on. You know what I mean? And then once we ventured so far and found all of this other stuff and realized it's not just grown-ups like me and him getting hurt, it's little toddlers and 5-year-olds and 16-year-olds and elderly. They got elderly too. So the goal is to change laws to those programs so that they can't do these things.
Absolutely. Anymore. What I've gathered from this, my mind, the end result here is obviously the total goal should be, like you said, to make a change, to stop these things from happening, so on and so forth. And I what I see has happened, in my opinion, is that you have stood up and finally said, okay, what the hell is going on? Why is this happening? Enough is enough. And you started to make a little bit of noise. And because of that, you have been blacklisted, per se. In any way you go, any direction you look, there's somebody there to go, nope, stop, we're not doing this today. And then you turn to the next person, no, we're not doing this today. So I see it. I get it. I've seen it happen before. The goal, I think, is to find a way around that, to go ahead and to make the change that needs to be made in this area to make things fall into the positioning that they need to be in at this point.
That'd be my charger for my computer.
So that I understand. I absolutely understand. And I do support that. Like I said, with everything you've sent me, I have to look at that stuff too some more, and so on and so forth. We've looked a little bit, but nowhere near.
Yeah, there's a ton more. I have hundreds of pictures from those children's homes for you. I just knew I couldn't share them here because of the personal information and stuff. Like I had MedLaw, and just bunches of different stuff. Like,
and I know if I have something that I want you to send me or look at, that you can send me, and that's no problem right there, so on and so forth. Absolutely. All right. And you, I think that's pretty much the way I am with it at this point. Like True said, it's a lot to unpack, a lot to process, and to look at. And again, nothing saying that you're not telling the truth or none of that. I absolutely believe you. There's no worries about that. It's just a lot to look at, and it takes a lot of time. We've heard so much today. This could last me for a month, and I still probably wouldn't be able to cover it all in my mind.
I know it's wild.
Well, and there's tidbits of important information in between there that, like, for the sake of not being midnight.
Yeah. Right. Do you have any links to anything of your social medias and stuff like that we can put in here for anybody?
Yeah, so let me pull up my Facebook. I think I'm already on it. I'm going to put it in the private chat.
Sure. Yeah, because you can't drop it in the regular chat anyway. Do you mind me putting your links out for people to come to find you on, or no?
Not really. Just let them know. Some of the stuff on my Facebook is I'm on here too. So some of the stuff on my Facebook is private just because we had some stuff, but I'll start making some of the videos public again as far as children's homes, so you guys can run through more of those in-depth stories there.
Gotcha.
There's my Facebook link, and then my so the first link I sent you in the private chat is my Facebook. The second one is my TikTok username.
Okay.
And I'm actually on here on YouTube also as Mandy Yizzle. So I'm just gonna put my name.
Okay.
That's got your name.
And it's I'm logged in as that too, so it should.
Gotcha.
I apologize for not having none of my links ready either.
No. It's fine. This way, anybody can follow you and support you in those ways as well. Yeah. So the first one is Facebook, obviously. The second one is TikTok for anybody that wants those, that had asked about that. And that way, you guys can go over there, support her that way as well. And just, I think that's it as far as links go. And then, like she said, YouTube is, here we are with that too. So. Well, I really do appreciate you guys today coming out here and having the strength to tell your story from the very beginning to now. We all do. I got to tell you that much. Again, like I said, anybody that can do that, I support you in that way. Absolutely. I still got a lot to look at, talk about, think about, all that stuff. But this is definitely a problem. Obviously. You did wonderful today. I know you said you were nervous when you started, but I feel like we've known each other for forever now. So you did amazing. No reason to ever be nervous. You do wonderful with this. I mean, other than obvious technical issues, you can't control that. So it was. What's that?
I was just saying here soon, hopefully we'll end up getting with our internet. We live in the country, so we don't have an internet provider right now. We just have to hotspot from our phone.
No, I get it. I get it.
It's very rough trying to do anything.
Oh yeah. I live way out in the sticks too, and I understand. Mine's, knock on wood, been doing great today, but I do have problems all the time, so I understand completely. So
yeah.
Okay. Well, once again, guys, thank you so much for gracing us with your story today and your presence. I really do appreciate you both. And I hope everything.
Thank you guys for all.
Absolutely. We do. If there's anybody else that you think would be interested in speaking with us in regards to any of this, please send them this direction. Give them my information. I have no qualms with speaking to them. I know you mentioned the one lady's name earlier, and I had heard her name through Miss Barbara, and I'd love to speak to her. In regards to those things as
Mickey?
well. Yeah, Nikki, that was it. Thank you. I think Barbara had said she was going to give her my info, or I can't remember how that went all down that day, but I still would like to speak with Nikki about some other things as well.
Yeah.
So I hope everything from here at this point forward is going upward for you. I really do. And I can't think, does anybody have any gotcha. Does anybody have any questions before we go from today at all? Anybody at all? I know we've lost a lot of people, but it's been a long day. So
why did the chicken cross the road?
We answered that hours ago.
Okay, we just said, do I have any questions? I figured I'd end it with a good one. Jeez.
I told you to get away from you.
No, he never made it there. The farmer ran him over. Sad day.
And he never got there. Okay, I got you. So, all right. Well, Mandy, Mom, hang out for a minute afterwards if you don't mind. Okay. Mandy, Jared, once again, I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your night, rest of your weekend. Have a great holiday weekend. And guys, be safe. Stay true to yourselves. And I promise you, everything will work out in the end. Again, you need anything whatsoever, get in contact with any of us here, and we'll do the best we can. Okay.
Thank you so much, guys. We appreciate everything that you're doing to help us in this mission too, because it's been a long time, just a couple of us doing all this, and it's been tiring and a very long, lonely road. So
absolutely.
But if
Thank you so
we're
much.
right, if we're right, we're the last people that ever.
Yeah.
If we're right, we're the last people that ever have to do this on our own.
Yeah.
No one will ever have to do this on our own. We do this. If we finish this, no one will ever, never have to do this on their own ever again. Not once.
Absolutely. I agree. I do agree. You've opened some doors. That's facts. If this does work out right, well, and you are right, you've opened doors for other people. That's a fact, and that's amazing. So
if this don't go right, you guys just follow the smoke.
That's it. Absolutely. No problem, guys. Once again, have a wonderful rest of your night.
We're about
guys.
jumping in the fire.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yes.
Turn it all the way up. All right, guys. Thank you so much once again. Have a wonderful night, and I will talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
I'm going to stay on here with her for a little bit, though, I think. So.
Okay. All right, guys. Everybody in chat. Thank you guys once again so very much. I really do appreciate everything. It's a long day, folks. A very, very long day. I appreciate the support and every bit of it that you guys can share to other social media. I'm sorry, guys. I'm like reading different things and trying to talk at the same time. Any of this that you can share to other social media platforms would be amazing in support of it. If anybody has any questions for me or just anything at all, you know how to reach me, get a hold of me. Again, I appreciate everybody that stuck with this for so long. It was a long day. I hope you guys all have a great rest of your night. If I don't see you tomorrow, I probably will see you sometime Monday, maybe. If not, have a great holiday weekend. Be safe, everybody. And I will see you all soon. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.